Candy, Galle, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan rugby.
It doesn't matter what you think.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insight. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and so I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news. That's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
Galle, Candy, Galle, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
What's happening here? The chance for
technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis. Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The Breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan Rugby.
It doesn't matter what you think.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and so I think the ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to the ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news. That's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best. Go head to head. In the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
What's happening here? The transfer.
Technique, tactics, attack, defend, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis. Technique, tactics, attack, defend, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The breakdown end-to-end Sri Lankan rugby.
It doesn't matter what you think.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and understanding. So I think the ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to the ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news, that's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
Galle, Candy, Tabula, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best. Go head to head. In the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
What's happening here? The time for
Technique, tactics, attack, defend, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis. Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The Breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan Rugby.
It doesn't matter what you think.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insight. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and so I think the ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to the ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news. That's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
Galle, Candy, Tabula, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
What's happening here? The chance for
Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis. technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The Breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan Rugby.
It doesn't matter what you think.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, you know, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, you know, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, you know, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, you know, reading about the game and so I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, you know, congratulations and well done to ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news, that's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
Galle, Kandy, Tabula, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක.
ආශ්වාස ප්‍රාශ්වාසයෙන් පවා ස්ථානගත වෙන්න එක් වෙලා
இலங்கை பாலத்தை உலகுக்கு காட்டி இலங்கை ஆற்றலை உலகுக்கு சொல்லி இலங்கை கிரிக்கெட் நாமத்தை உயர்த்தி இலங்கையர் நாம் முன்னேர் செல்வோம்.
Welcome all and good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome all to the R. Premadas International Cricket Stadium. We are here for the Inter-Provincial Cricket Tournament which is conducted by Sri Lanka Cricket, and the game is played between Colombo and Galle. Galle in fact need to win this game to be in the tournament, and for Colombo it's a revenge time since they lost to Galle in the previous game. Let's go and see the important wicket which is prepared today. Simon Willis is at the center and he will tell all about the wicket today. Simon.
Okay, so here we are for this exciting provincial match between Galle and Colombo today. So let's have a look at the pitch. Looks very dry, not a lot of grass on it today. So from a toss point of view, if I was winning the toss here, I'd be looking to definitely have a bat. If we're looking at the surface, there are a few cracks in it, but not a lot of grass. Any grass is really dry and quite dead, but the surface, you can hear that is very, very hard. So probably a little bit of pace in the wicket. Going to be a tough challenge for the fast bowlers, I would imagine. Spinners could play their part, pace off the ball. Maybe a few cutters from the seamers might be worthwhile today. But looking at the two teams, we've got a really good batting lineup. So expecting a lot of runs on the board today.
Well, as Simon says, it looks a crackerjacker wicket. We can say it's a batting paradise. So winning the toss is very important for the skipper, especially being a day-night game. Any skipper who wins the toss will want to bat since it's a day-night game, and also batters would like to bat in the daylight. So let's go and meet the two captains. Malintha Varnapura is there for the toss. Malintha, over to you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. We are ready for the toss with the two captains, Dinesh Chandimal and Upul Sarangu, with the match referee, Ravi Puncheva. Dinesh Chandimal will toss the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Upul, what are you going to do?
Oh, we are going to bat first here.
Good wicket?
Yeah, it is. Looks like a very good wicket. So, like with this seat, yeah, I think we are going to bat first.
What's your target?
Yeah, I think we have to adapt the situation first. I think in this wicket, if we can get like 260 plus, I think that will be a good score.
Good luck, Upul.
Thank you.
Chandi, what would have done?
To be honest, we also thought bat first. Unfortunately, you can't control the toss, but we need to restrict them as minimum we can.
How your fast bowlers going to do in this track?
Yeah, this is the really dry surface. The fast bowlers are doing less much in this kind of surface. So I'm going to play in two fast bowlers and two spinners.
Good luck, Chandi. Upul Taranga won the toss and decided to bat first.
Okay, that's the news here from Khettarama International Stadium. Upul has won the toss and elected to bat. So Galle is batting first and taking the first release of wickets. Let's go and join for the first ball live telecast here and over to the commentary box.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all our listeners. Welcome to the Khettarama International Cricket Stadium. Well, we are just about to start play of the 7th in this series of matches that will be played in the SLC conducted Super Provincial Limited Overs Cricket Tournament. A wonderful match, and we are in line for some fantastic cricket. Glorious conditions out here as well. Sun certainly beating down, hot stifling conditions, but the players wouldn't mind it. You could see there's a slight breeze across the grounds, and the grounds looks absolutely magnificent, beautifully manicured, beautifully rolled, and the wicket, well, Simon Wills told all about it. It looks dry and it looks flat, and there's hardly any grass on it, and it looks to be a batting paradise, no question about it. And certainly we are in for a feast of runs as we see the first delivery being bowled, and well, it had been played down defensively towards the short fine leg region. No chance of a run. Well, Simon, you did take a very close look at the wicket. Do you think, you mentioned a little bit of cracks over there. Do you think there is a possibility of these cracks opening out under lights little late in the evening?
I think today it's obviously a very, very warm day, and you know, normally you would expect a day game, maybe the cracks to open a little bit, but you know, as the day goes on, then it's hopefully going to get a bit cooler. So I don't think the cracks are going to come into play too much. I think batting first, you know, it's runs on the ball is going to be key here today, and if you can get a big total on, then scoreboard pressure is going to be crucial.
Well, there you are. So certainly the cracks are not going to open up that much, but if it does, the spinners certainly will be interested. But even otherwise, you put the ball in the correct place, you certainly can have the batsman in a little bit of spot of a bother. But that's how the game will be. We will see how the proceedings will be and what this wicket will look like. The carry seems to be lovely. So far the bounce looks very even and the ball is certainly coming to the bat. And that's what the batsman will be looking at.
Absolutely. You know, the first few overs, the two batsmen will be just weighing up the conditions. For me, just looking at the first few balls that have gone through, there doesn't look to be too much sideways movement. So it's going to be really, really crucial that the bowlers hold their line and lengths today, because any width on this wicket and you are going to get punished.
Well, there you are. The story has been very clearly told, and that's what we'll be looking at. So anything short, anything put up is certainly going to be thrashed, and certainly the batsman will be looking to make merry out there. The squads today: Colombo, Dinesh Chandimal is the captain, Dilshan Munawira, and then let me come back. Shehan Jayasuriya is there, Kitruan Vitanage. As the next delivery outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman. And like you said, Simon, hardly any swing, hardly any movement, and the ball just seemed to go through.
Yes, as I say, it's going to be a tough day for the bowlers here, so discipline and execution of skills is going to be paramount. So from a coaching point of view, this is where you really find out about your bowlers, the guys who can really do the job in the toughest conditions. Rather than a nice green wicket that's seaming all over the place. This is where bowlers learn their trade.
Well, that's what we will be wanting to see it happens when our players take wing for the Champions Trophy to England as well. Let's hope it's not going to be ice cream wickets out there. It's going to be flat batting paradise wickets type of wickets that we will come across. Well, before that, I was just giving you the squad. Dinesh Chandimal is captain in Colombo, Dilshan Munawira, Angelo Jayasinghe, Shehan Jayasuriya, Kitruan Vitanage, Ravindra Gunasekara, Sachitha Senanayaka, Wanidu Hasaranga, Thisara Pereira, Vishwa Fernando, Jeffrey Vandersay. Oh, what a wonderful lineup is that. And we are certainly going to see some exciting cricket from the Colombo lads. And Galle, well, they're at the bottom of the table at the moment. And Upul Tharanga certainly will have to do something about it. And will have to come up with a superlative performance, and they have to win this game and to be in the tournament. So Upul Tharanga, Sadira Saman Vikrama, Dimut Khanwaratna, Dhananjay De Silva, Dasun Shanaka, Sekkuge Prasanna, Suranga Lakmal, Chaturanga De Silva, Chamika Khanwaratna, Malindu Pushpakumar, and Akila Dhananjay is the 11 that has been selected to play for Galle in today's match.
So just in those last few deliveries there might be just a little hint of swing for the left arm opening bowler there. So be interesting to see what happens from this end. Both bowlers have got decent wrist positions, and if there is any swing, the bowlers have got to make the most of it in the first 10 overs, I would suggest, because after that I think it is really going to go into the batsman's favour.
Well, you're certainly right, Simon, and it's early days yet. So the bowlers are certainly looking at the conditions. They're seeing whether the wicket will help them, and the stiff, heavy air that is around us, whether that will be of any help. And the batsman certainly will want to take a look at the conditions of the wicket, the carry, the bounce, and then see the continuity. And then they will make their decisions as to what they should be playing, how they will play their shots as well.
Yeah, well, this is a really interesting move from the captain here. He's actually decided to open up with the off spinner. So I think that tells you a little bit about their thoughts on the wicket and the first over from the seamer. So it'll be interesting to see how both batsmen go about this. Do they just play normal cricket, or do they try and take advantage of the power play? So you know, already after one over, the game of chess is already happening, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Well, you're certainly right. First power play, mandatory power play is on, and then we have 7 fielders in 30-yard circle. We have only 2 outside, and that's a deep square leg. And when you also have a wideish mid-wicket here on the boundary line as well, patrolling the boundary line to the right of us. Otherwise, all the other fielders are in the 30-yard circle.
So here we are as a batsman, you know, you're looking at the field placings here and it probably gives you a good indication of the line the bowler is going to try and bowl. So for me, here he's going to bowl pretty straight, tuck the batsman up, give him no room. So if I'm a batsman here, I'm probably looking to latch on to any width outside the off stump.
Well, yes, the next delivery has been played uppishly of a thick outside edge. Well, Sachit Seranaka is a veteran and he's a crafty bowler as well. He certainly will realize after a few deliveries what this wicket has to offer for him. So he certainly will be bowling those quicker ones, the flatter trajectory ones. He certainly will be bowling with a lot of variance as well. But, Simon, one of the things which it almost became quite obvious to me was that even in the last match, Dinesh Chandimal opened the bowling with Sachitra Seranaka.
Oh, there it is. There's a wicket. Hasn't turned. Ball's gone on with the arm, and a very fine catch at first slip there. So, you know, captain's experience has come through, going with the experienced off spinner, and they've taken the first wicket.
Absolutely brilliantly bowled. Lovely captaincy. Had a couple of close-in fielders and a slip fielder there as well for the outside edge, and it was held brilliantly.
It was a sharp catch. Went really quickly. Looked like it was an arm ball or definitely the straight one, and the outside edge, you know, a thick outside edge has gone quickly and taken very well at first slip.
Well, up here in the studio, we thought it was predictable that Dinesh Chandimal will open the bowling with Sachitra Seranaka, but I believe the Galle batsman was not prepared for it. Played a little bit of a loose shot. Maybe early days for the batsman to settle in, hardly any footwork as well, played away from the body, and well, he has perished.
Yeah, just a little bit hard hands there, you know, early on in a batsman's innings, not quite sure whether to attack or defend, and just pushed at it, which just added the pace for it to carry to slip quickly. So, you know, we said early on wickets are going to be crucial in this first 10 overs, and Colombo have got a fine start. New batsman coming to the wicket. And the important thing here is to keep the new batsman on naught for as long as possible.
Well, you're certainly right. A huge disappointment indeed for Galle and of course for Pultaranga to see Sadira going back to the pavilion. Only 3 runs and 3 runs on the board, and all 3 runs are scored by him. And a huge disappointment and a setback as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a young player who will want to impress in this tournament, so he'll be disappointed. But you know, experience at the wicket now, so it'll be interesting to see how these two players go about their business. But I know that they'll be looking at this wicket and thinking, realistically, players of my ability, I should be getting a big score on this.
Absolutely. Sadira Samarvikrama, a young man, perhaps walking back very dejectedly to the dugout, and would be ruined the fact he played a very loose shot way outside the off stump, and he certainly didn't cover the line of that delivery, and that's a huge disappointment indeed. But this is where the guiles of Sachitra Seranaka has come into play, and also the brilliant captaincy of Dinesh Chandimal as well, crowding the batsman, bringing a little bit of pressure to the batsman in the early days, and certainly coming victorious there.
Oh, there we go. First ball, straight on, didn't really turn. Batsman allowing himself some room for the turn, went straight on and just hit him on the thigh pad, probably just missing leg stump.
Well, you're certainly right. So Pultaranga is out there, and with him is Dimut Karunaratne.
So again, two guys normally used to facing fast bowling in this power play. So for me, the captain really putting pressure on the batsman here.
Sachitra Seranaka.
That's a fine over. Very happy, I would imagine, Colombo there. You know, all the planning you do pre-game, all the talks, and you know, it's nice when it comes off.
Absolutely. One team, one nation is the theme Sri Lanka cricket has been establishing, and also under which all the Sri Lanka national players have been playing, and this is wonderful indeed. The Sri Lanka Cricket Board right behind the national players here, and also last wicket.
Okay, here we are. There it is. Wide of off stump, batsman playing for spin. Just played inside the line, outside nick, very well caught at slip.
Brilliant delivery, and certainly had the batsman guessing, playing at it, fishing out at the off stump, and giving away that outside edge. Well, as I was saying, one team, one nation, and Sri Lanka cricket certainly behind the national cause, and giving these players a wonderful opportunity under this Super Provincial Limited Overs tournament for the youngsters to come through the ranks and also put a little bit of pressure on the senior players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is a fantastic new initiative by the board. Something that we've been talking about since I arrived is trying to get the best players playing against the best players, and creating competition. And what this has shown, this competition really, is that there's a lot of good players in this country. And, you know, hopefully that all bodes well for the future.
Well, you're certainly right. Once again, fishing outside the off stump, Upul Tharanga, not getting a little bit closer to the ball or the delivery as one would like to see. There's a slip in place, a Galle as well. Well, and also, my dear viewers, I've been keeping you guessing all this time. I'm talking to Simon Wills, and Simon Wills is from England. He is with the Sri Lanka cricket team, and he is the high performance cricket manager, where he's certainly carrying a heavy load on his shoulders and making sure Sri Lanka cricket looks in very seriously in developing the young talent, making sure the infrastructure, the services and all the resources are in place for our youngsters. And Simon certainly has been doing some wonderful work over this last 11 months that he has been with us, and the performance has certainly shown.
Oh wow, I'm not sure if that carried or if that was just short of first slip, but just showing there Vishwa a little bit of a way swing to the left-hander, and as I say, by the way that the fielders have responded, it looks like it just didn't carry to first slip. But bowling nicely here, Vishwa, after a long time out of the game with a stress fracture after the Australian series. An exciting prospect who does something with the ball, very much out of the Chaminda Vast mould, and very pleasing to see him going well in this tournament.
Well, absolutely. Dimut Karunaratne not looking very confident out there. Leaves the next delivery alone, wide outside the off stump. So Vishwa Fernando certainly angling that ball. It has been declared wide.
Looked a little bit harsh. That only looked like it was close to the line, not necessarily outside the line. So umpires being very strict on the wides in this competition. So you know, bowlers have got to be really disciplined.
Absolutely. Maybe you have only about so Lyndon Hannibal and Deepal Gunawardhan is the on-field umpires today. Prageet Rambukwala is the TV umpire. Krishanta Rodrigo is the fourth umpire who is on standby. And then, of course, Ravi Punchiheva is the match referee today.
Yeah, he's building pressure here, Vishwa. He's just offering a little bit away from the left-hand batsman here. So it looks like that the two batsmen really are looking to bat the 50 overs. They're not looking to go out early here, go hard. I think they believe that if they can get through this new ball, that there are plenty of runs are going to come during the middle of the innings, and then hopefully wickets in hand, they can go hard in the last 10.
Vishwa Fernando, ball in hand, comes running in. Smooth rhythmic approach and a lovely delivery stride as well. The youngster looks very strong, and you said he certainly was going through some serious injury problems, so he seems to be through all that now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it's one of the downsides to being a fast bowler. You do get injured, and Vishwa's had some stress fracture issues over a number of years, but you know, he's worked tremendously hard with our support team and physiotherapists to get back, and hopefully we're now seeing the rewards for his efforts.
Well, absolutely. Here he is. This time plenty of width, but Dimut Karunaratne certainly not cashing on it. Or is it Upul Tharanga? Yes. Yeah. There was a single in the previous delivery. There we see the end of the third over. Galle CC winning the toss. I beg your pardon, Galle, not Galle CC. And Galle winning the toss, elected to bat on this wonderful flat track, has got to 6 for the locks of 1 wicket. And the man out is Sadira Samaravikrama for 3 runs.
Just an observation, but the ball doesn't look like it's flying through to the wicketkeeper. So looks like it might be a little bit touch on the slow side. So probably bowling quite straight on this pitch is going to be key. And as I say, any width, and the batsmen have got a licence to really throw the bat at it and try and make the most out of it.
Well, you're certainly right. Let's see what the wily old Sachitra Seranaka is going to do as he tosses the next delivery. And the batsman comes down the track, drives it. Batter pad very close together. Good technique indeed from Dimut Karunaratne. He plays spin pretty well. And right now it's early days, so he's taking a very good close look at the bowling and trying to make sure that he sizes up the wicket, the conditions, the turn on the wicket. Some deliveries are certainly going through. There is a quicker deliveries, and as I said earlier, the lower trajectory deliveries as well from Sachitra, virtually a square arm deliveries. He certainly has adjusted himself a lot. I know he went through a very bad patch when he was called in Australia some time ago. And then there was plenty of people who rallied around, including the Sri Lanka Cricket Board. And Jerem Jayaratne, I thought he did a fantastic job with the young man. And at that time, I was also sort of involved in certain activities in the board. And I knew the amount of work that was put in. And there was Ranjit Fernando and so many other people who got together. And today we see Sachitra Seranaka playing good cricket again.
I think that's one of the biggest pluses of Sri Lankan cricket is whenever there's a few issues, people stick together and try and help each other out. And certainly in my short time here, when bowlers have had some challenges, the board have certainly gone out their way and tried to get whatever means of support for the player, whether that's technical advice, even emotional advice sometimes, because it can be tough for a player when you're called for allegedly chucking the ball. So for me, the players are very lucky to have that support, and I know they appreciate it.
Absolutely. The next delivery, maybe perhaps a little bit too close to play the type of shot that Dimut Karunaratne did, almost on the off stump. Had to squeeze it off on his back foot there. Maybe made a little bit of a movement to his leg side to get that space that he wanted, but couldn't find the placement, though the timing was right. The intention certainly was to pick up that single through the gap, but the execution perhaps a little awry. Whichever the case, 8 or is it 9 runs on the board? 9 runs on the board. 4 overs have been completed, and Galle has progressed to 8 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah, definitely looks like some old school cricket here at the moment. Looks like they have decided to not take any major risks in this first 10 overs. Maybe it's because Sachi's opening up. Maybe they see him as one of their key bowlers and just want to play him through. And maybe they're going to target 1 or 2 other individuals to go hard at. But so far, the Colombo side have started really well with the ball.
Absolutely. Vishu Fernando comes past the umpire,
Lovely
and
shot.
that has been beautifully played. Yes, batter pad very close together. Upul Taranga driving the ball handsomely down towards the extra cover region for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a massive strength of Upul there. Through that extra cover region, any width, and he really does like playing that shot. So just a little bit out on length there, the bowler. If he could just drag that length back a little bit, then who knows, it might bring first slip into play.
Well, you're certainly right. There is first slip in play. There's a gully, there's a point, a short extra cover, a little bit of a change in the field now. And Dinesh Chandimal switching the fielders. The short square leg fielder was changed, and he was put into short extra cover.
Yeah, I think the captain realised there that he had the wrong person in a key position to Upul. That's one of the things that captains have got to realise, is that you've got to have your best fielders in the busiest areas. And Chandy put his hand up there, obviously realised it and made that change straight away.
Offside field, a slip in place, a gully, a wideish gully, a third man. There is a point, an extra cover mid-off, and on the leg side there is a mid-on. And there's a short square leg or a short fine leg, and also deep square leg on the boundary line. So Dinesh Chandimal sporting number 7 on his shirt, behind the wickets, keeping wickets.
Tough job for him today. It's a really hot day. They've lost the toss. They're in the field. He's keeping wicket, and he's got to do the captaincy. So, he's really going to need the support of his senior players here from a tactical point of view, because ultimately he's got to make sure that he takes the ball and takes the edges as and when they come. So little things like field placings or angles of players in particular positions are going to be crucial, and it's really important that either the bowler or senior players give him that support today. And if he's missed something, then that they raise the issue. It's going to be tough for him today.
Absolutely. Simon, for the benefit of our viewers and also our listeners, could you tell a little bit about the role that you play in Sri Lanka cricket?
Yeah, no problem. Ultimately, it was a new appointment 11 months ago by the board, and since I've come in, really it was to try and look at connecting the national team with everything else that goes underneath. You know, a lot of focus over the years has gone into the national team, and maybe for whatever reason got a little bit complacent about, you know, developing players for the future, making sure that we've got players to come into the national team when maybe players retire or have long-term injuries. So my role was to come in, look at what we do well, not just what we do badly, and try and come up with structures and implement programs that allow us to have long-term success, not just the here and now. So, you know, it's been a really busy 11 months. It's been great meeting people from all over the country. We've restructured the whole high performance department, which was challenging, and people who've been in roles for a long time, we've had to, you know, identify where their best fit is. So, you know, there's been a little bit of change, but all in all, you know, everybody's bought into where we're trying to go. Everybody's working hard, and you know, this provincial tournament, as I say, is another great example because all our coaches are from the high performance department, and there's good competition between everybody. So it just adds a little bit of spice to the whole occasion.
Absolutely. So 5 overs completed, 13 on the board, and for the loss of 1 wicket goal, and 5 overs have been completed, there will be change in voices. We'll go back to the studio, and when you come back, there will be Sajid Fernando and Malindu Varnapura.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Simon and Ashley. Welcome all to the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium for this exclusive Super Interprovincial tournament conducted by Sri Lanka Cricket. I think this is a great thing which is being done by Sri Lanka Cricket. We need more quality tournaments like this if our cricket to proceed and go to the top. Malinta, good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Galle winning the toss and 13 for 1 in 5 overs.
Well, it's a very crucial match for Galle since they are in the bottom of this league. They need a win here if they want to get close to that winning this championship. And also it's a revenge time for Colombo since they lost the match to Galle in the previous encounter.
Upul Taranga, the Galle captain. Batting with Dimut Karunaratne. 2 national players.
As usual, Sachitha Senanayake, we all know how experienced and a good bowler he is, opening the bowling from one end for Colombo, keeping it quiet and calm in the power play overs.
Quick single for Dimut Karunaratne. Well backed up.
Well, we have had some good games in the previous games, which one has been a tie, and also some close games for some matches been won in the last wicket, scoring about 60-70 for the last wicket partnership and winning.
Very well placed by Upul Taranga through extra cover for 4.
Yes, a little bit of room, and knowing Upul, he likes the ball coming wide of his off stump, put away nicely to the boundary. These two batters will need some time in the middle to put a decent partnership so that the latter can go and get a decent total where they can defend, because it's a, like Simon said in the morning at the pitch report, this is a brilliant wicket. No grass at all. It's hot and humid, and anything over 275, 300 will be a good total to defend.
Wish for Fernando to continue. Ishan Monobiri, the third man fielder, couldn't stop that ball, and that's 4 runs. 4 more to Dimut Karunaratne, first ball of the over. Poor fielding by the cover fielder, then again by Ishan Monobiri, the third man.
Definitely, Malin, the poor fielding. This is what Sri Lanka cricket is trying to upgrade as a fielding unit, because they are doing a lot with the Sri Lankan cricketers and the domestic players to raise the standards in Sri Lanka cricket. Fielding has let them down certain games, so they're doing a lot to upgrade the Sri Lanka cricket fielding so that we can compete at the highest level. Malinta, what do you think about this tournament?
As you said, I think everyone was waiting for this. I'm sure this is one of the best tournaments that everyone was waiting, because after the club tournament you should always plan and think of a provincial tournament where you get the best players and 4 teams playing day night under lights, and I'm sure this is a great experience for many young players, and also for some of the club players who have played many years, have not played any day night games.
Definitely. Just a single in that occasion, no room given. Yes, like you said, Malinta, I think a day-night game which a domestic player hardly plays, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for them, and good work by Sri Lanka cricket to play some day-night games. The other one is currently being played at Dambulla against Dambulla and Kandy province. So it's a good thing for all these players to showcase their talents, especially since the Champions Trophy is coming and the selection is just around the corner, because you need to select your squad just 1 month before the Champions Trophy. So I think already I saw Australia's squad. So many countries have already named their squads for the Champions Trophy. So Sri Lanka is around the corner. Sooner or later they will name the squad, and this is a good tournament to showcase their talent and be eligible to be selected.
Great opportunity for these young guys. Very well bowled, Wish Fernando. As you said, we've seen a few players who represented Sri Lanka not played a single day-night game, and suddenly they've been named in the Sri Lankan side. I'm sure this will be a great day for some of these young guys to represent their province under lights, and they'll have that confidence, they'll have that experience whenever they represent the country. And as you said, the Champions Trophy is around the corner. A very good chance for whoever do well in this tournament will be definitely have a very good chance of getting to the Sri Lankan side.
Another single. And the 7th over been done by. Yeah, it's a kind of a preparation as well for the players who will be in the squad. I doubt there'll be a lot of changes from the just finished series against Bangladesh. But I hope there'll be 1 or 2 changes, and so the other lads, it's actually a good preparation tournament, and the guys who are just around the corner to play for Sri Lanka, like I said, they can go out there, showcase their talents, and show that they are eligible to be in the national side and also compete at the highest level, because this is the highest level you could ever play in Sri Lanka.
Sachitra Seranaka to continue, and once again over extra cover for 4 for Upul Tharanga.
Yeah, great inside out shot by Upul Tharanga, realizing that it's up and a little bit wide, and nicely executed over the extra cover field for boundary.
This is Upul Tharanga. He didn't try to hit it hard, just wanted to clear the fielder. Sachitra Seranaka bowling with short fine leg, short square leg, deep mid wicket, mid on, and long off. There are 2 fielders out of the 30-yard circle. That's long off and mid wicket. Very good batting with Upul Tharanga.
It's all about experience, isn't it? Upul being there for a long period in the national side and done very well at the highest, knowing the importance he being at the wicket and scoring some runs for his province goal.
Once again a quick single. Dinesh Chandimal trying to hit the ball, but it's a leg by.
Yeah, Dimut, I think Dimut will want to hang out as well and get a partnership with Upul. 2 left-handers. And Chandimal, knowing that, 2 left-handers, keeping Sachitra Seranaka from one end.
Once again, Seranaka, not much turn with the new ball. Another great experienced player. Sri Lanka, T20 specialist, ODIs. Quick single to be done. Munovira comes in. End of the 8th over. 31 for 1.
It's very hot and humid out there, and that's one reason I think the toss-winning captain Upul chose to bat as well. It's easy to feel in the night under lights. And Mali, you were with Upul and Chandimal. What did they share with you?
You could see the wicket, and I'm sure any of the captain who win the toss will definitely want to bat first when you see that surface. And
yeah. Actually, you and I should have batted.
We would, yes. It was a very nice wicket, the Prevadasa. And change of bowling, it's ThePapare.
Yes, we could say the best all-rounder going around in the world, and also for Sri Lanka, ThePapare. I always say this guy is oozing with talent, and he's one of those guys who has not performed to his potential, but he's a wonderful player, wonderful all-rounder. You know, he could win you games, but unfortunately he has not. He could do many more than what he has already done for Sri Lanka cricket. Hopefully he'll come good in the future.
Shot outside the off stump, straight to Sachitra Seranaka at point. Yes, you said about ThePapare, very good all-rounder. Any captain would like to have him in his side, but as you said, didn't perform. expectations, and he is a very talented player, especially for Sri Lanka. When he's a club player, presented goals.
Well, I think we all know about Upul and his stroke play. He's very powerful on his offside, and that's why they're having two cover fielders on the off, and Upul is trying his best to get those gaps on the off, but Chandimal, knowing him best, having two fielders there and covering all those shots.
This is a bowling with deep square leg, and third man, short fine leg, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket and mid on. And as you said, on the offside, two cover fielders, extra cover and mid off.
Played to the deep square boundary just for a single, not giving any room to Upul Malinta.
He was bowling on one line. You could see he was. You all know that Upul Taranga is waiting for that outside off stump. He's very strong, and ThePapare just continuing that line, midland leg to Upul Taranga.
Well, let's see what Dimut can do here. Same ball, and just another single, and 9th over finished and goal, 34 for 1 wicket. Well, Manit, the unfortunate thing happened in the morning where Angelo Pereira at training injured his ankle, and he's out of the playing 11 today. He was named to play today, but unfortunately he injured himself at training, and Ravindu Gunasekara was included to the side. Ravindu Gunasekara has represented Canada. He's Sri Lankan though. He's come back and I think trying his best to get into the Sri Lankan team. All the best for him. And yes, if you perform, there's a good chance of coming to a squad. There are plenty of squads going around. Sri Lanka A, Sri Lanka under 23 emerging, under 19 squads are touring now. So all good things are coming into place for Sri Lanka cricket. We get a lot of exposure. Change of bowling. Another off spinner comes, Chyan Jayasuriya. It's purely because I think left-handers, like you and me.
Dinesh Chandimal continuing another off spinner.
Another very well talented player, Chyan Jayasuriya, has been doing well, but for some reason at the international arena, he has not done to his expectations. Another quick single. Safely home, Upul Taranga. I think that's what they should do, you know. They shouldn't panic, because those were the days where Sanat Jayasuriya and all went in the 10th over, the power plays, got 70, 90 runs in the 10th over. But now you just play, because there are two new balls from both ends. You just bat for a while, keep wickets to go at the end.
Yep, this is Upul Taranga. As long as he's batting in the middle, I'm sure a goal will be safe, and you don't want him to throw out anything, and as long as he's there in the middle, get a good partnership with Dimut Karunaratne.
Upul Taranga will be kicking himself for that. Half pitch delivery. Tried to cut straight to the fielder's hands.
He's a single to Upul.
There's a boundary ball delivered to you every over, what I see, but the batters should know to execute it with a boundary and couple of singles, then you're getting your run rate going. Well fielded there. Another the 10th over is over, and 37 for 1. Well, you'll be joined by Simon and Ashley for the rest of the commentary.
Thank you, Sajid, and also Malin Tawarnapura. Lovely to have you two on board. And well, Galle has progressed to 37 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 10 overs. 3.7 is the run rate. And there have been quite a tidy bowling so far from Colombo. Hardly any extras. In fact, no extras at all so far. Well, there is 3. There have a couple of wides, yes, I do remember. But apart from that, they have been quite disciplined as far as the no-ball factor is concerned.
Absolutely. I think it's pretty even Steven at the moment. You know, experienced bowler in Tisara Pereira on from the top end here. But the batsmen are just starting to get themselves in and just starting to get that scoreboard ticking along a little bit easier.
Well, I was saying maybe a little bit too early that there shouldn't be any extras.
Commentator's curse, is it?
Well, commentator's curse, most certainly, yes. And oh my goodness, Dinesh Chandimal would want to hear that it was me who was on air at that time. And ThePapare comes and sprays one down, way down the leg side. Taken on to fall into the right, Dinesh Chandimal. No buys considered though, but only 1 extra, which was a white ball. Well, interestingly, ThePapare did not bowl in the NCC game.
Yes, I think, and that's probably just down to the conditions on the day. You know, I was there for a little bit of the game, and it looked pretty much spinner friendly, quite tough for the seam bowlers. So, you know, maybe on that particular day, the captain just felt, you know, he wasn't required, and others could do a better job.
Well, certainly right arm round the wicket he comes.
Interesting field he's got here. Fine leg, third man, deep cover, and deep square leg. So that kind of suggests he's looking to hit the pitch hard, trying to get the batsman playing more on the back foot than on the front foot here. So just trying to get the ball to go past the top half of the bat on the front foot, I would suggest is the perfect length.
Well, you're certainly right. He takes the edge. Good looking delivery on mid and off. Perhaps a little bit of swing, late swing for ThePapare Pereira.
Yeah,
and
well, there was no the wickets as well. Yes. Good running there. They run hard, put the fielder under pressure because he got around the boundary quickly there to stop the 4. But yeah, already batsman feeling the heat. Helmets come off, just looking for a little bit of air, a little bit of time to get his mind back onto the next ball. But you know, today in this heat, if a batsman does bat for a long period of time, you know, they're going to have to make sure they rehydrate well before they come back out into the field later in the day.
Well, yes, Simon, earlier you were describing to us some part of the role and responsibilities that you do carry on your shoulders. The continuity, the looking after the players, is it all those also do come under your responsibilities?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what we've got to look to do is make sure we have enough quality players who are ready to play international cricket at any stage, so that if we have injuries, if we have different formats of the game, or even retirements, as past history will tell you, we make sure we've got players to fill those positions. And that's probably a little bit of the problem in the past, is that when players have retired or been injured, we haven't had the depth of player to come in for international cricket. And, you know, apart from the playing schedule, there's a lot of other stuff that needs to go in, and physical fitness is one area that we've really focused on. Our trainers have worked hard with players. So if you're not in the national team, but you are in our national performance squad of 30 players, you're always getting your training needs, whether that be technical, physical, or whatever else. So that when your opportunity does come, that you're ready to go in.
Well, that's the second occasion Dimuth Karunaratne was squared up by ThePapare. Good looking deliveries, perhaps a little bit too short in terms of length, but he certainly has the batsman in trouble on both occasions, the ball taking the outside edge.
Yeah, we're just seeing now that there's no slip in place, no real close fielders. So if the ball does do anything, it tells me that it's doing it slowly. That's why the ball went down to third man, so the batsman can just adjust slightly.
So perhaps it's the angle that is bowling, also bowling right over the wicket and angling the ball to the left-hander. And perhaps he is nipping the ball back in again, which is why the left-hander is been squared up as well, trying to play that ball defensively and cover the line as well. So there's good thinking on the part of ThePapare. But of course, he's a very seasoned campaigner who has been in the scene for quite a long time. But since of late, his bowling has not been that penetrative as one would like it to be.
Yeah, he's played a lot of T20 cricket around the world. So he's only bowling 4 overs in a match. So when it comes to the longer format in ODI cricket, 50 overs, maybe sometimes he's just a little bit undercooked. So it's an area that we've been trying to identify with him. So when he's with us, we make sure that he gets his bowling loads in place so that he's ready for the 50 over game as well. And recently obviously the Bangladesh series and now this, hopefully that will get him some good amount of bowling conditioning to give him confidence to bowl at international level in the future.
Absolutely, very good work indeed, Simon, and that's very good news indeed for most of our viewers as well. ThePapare has been a very strong part of the Sri Lankan squad, but of course one would want him to be a little bit more mature in his approach, have a little bit more stability in the way he comes into the game, his conduct and so on and so forth, and that perhaps has been the negative part. And then, well, let's see how it goes. Players do mature in time, as we see a little bit of a misfield out there at sweeper cover. The fielder running about 10 yards to his left, didn't pick up cleanly, and allowing the batsman to cross over the second. The total moves to 46 now. We are in the 12th over. So Galle perhaps now accelerating a little. You could see the runs are coming a little bit more freely, but of course both batsmen have been there for some time. Tharanga has got to 21. And well, Shehan Jayasuriya certainly has been bowling with a little bit of an angle, and a quicker delivery seems to be troubling Tharanga. Played and missed twice.
Yeah, I think the key as a spinner here is to continually change your pace. Keep the batsman guessing, because if you bowl the same pace, then the batsman knows what's coming. And that's certainly what they're trying to do here. Also trying to bowl very tight to the stumps, not allowing the batsman any width through the covers. So, even though Galle are only 1 down here, I wouldn't be too disappointed as the Colombo skipper. His bowlers are doing exactly what they've been asked to do. So now it's just really making sure that the boundaries don't come along, and that sooner or later the batsman takes a chance and maybe gives it away. So just stick to the plan here for me is the Colombo group. Because I think anything around 4 and over, you're doing pretty well.
Absolutely. Dinesh Chandiwal making a little bit of a change. Perhaps that playing and missing on 2 occasions, enticing him to bring the slip fielder. Well, he's throwing the slip fielder back again towards the point region and getting ThePapare a little bit more square, almost into short third man position. One would certainly have loved to see a slip fielder out there. Shehan Jayasuriya did have Tharanga playing and missing on a couple of occasions. The ball just kissing the outside edge, but not touching the lips of the outside edge, so to say, enabling Tharanga to survive. And the next delivery, it is Dimuth Karunaratne who pushes that ball down towards the point region, picks up a single. The total moves to 48 now, 11.4 overs completed. Karunaratne is on 16, Tharanga on 24. Tharanga certainly looking very good now, setting himself up for a longer innings. And as he drives with his customary elegance down towards the extra cover region, very strong on the offside, Simon. I've seen him playing some wonderful innings for Sri Lanka, especially against England a few years ago when he partnered with Sana Jayasuriya, and there were some wonderful partnerships that was put together by both the left-handers. And he certainly seems to be continuing on the same lines.
Yeah, obviously, when I first arrived in Sri Lanka, Upal was kind of just getting back into the one-day side in England. Had been out of the international team for a while, and it's full credit to him really. When you get to his age, you're not quite sure if you're not in the team whether you're ever going to play. And he worked really hard when I first got here, and when the opportunity came along, he certainly grabbed it. And he's got a couple of hundreds for the national team, and has gone on to captain his country.
Well, congratulations to the young man. Certainly making sure the faith that was laid on him has paid dividends to Sri Lanka cricket. And taking a quick look at this Super Provincial Limited Overs points table so far, Kandy's way in front. They got 8 points in 3 matches, having won 2, lost 1. And well, Colombo, well, they have come back very strongly after that win against Kandy in the last outing at NCC grounds. They have played 3, won 1, lost 1, and there was a tie as well. They got 7 points in 3 matches. Dambulla has played 3, won 1, lost 1, and a tie as well. They got only 6. Well, Galle certainly is lying right now at the bottom, having played 3, won 1, they lost 2. They have only 5 points. So it's a must-win game for Galle today if they're going to have some sort of an opportunity to continue in this tournament.
Yeah, and they've got a great opportunity here. Obviously, winning the toss and batting first, post a big total and put Colombo under pressure. So, they're going about their business well here, and a lovely 4 through mid-wicket there. Again, just a touch too straight by the bowler, and the batsman clipped it through the leg side.
Absolutely. That again, I believe, as I said earlier, the length ThePapare is bowling a little bit too short on that occasion, and also it helps Galle to post a 50 as well, which has come in the 13th over. So this is wonderful stuff indeed by both the left-handers, Taranga and Dimut Karunaratne. And as you very rightly said, 2 straight, and then also got the length wrong on that occasion, allowing the batsman to rock onto his back foot and punch that ball, punch it beautifully indeed. And Dimut Karunaratne, as much as Taranga is strong on the offside, he's very much stronger on his leg side.
Yeah, again, he knows his areas, Upal. He knows the areas that he can make his boundary options, and a half volley on leg stump is certainly one of them, and he just showed there what a beautiful shot it was.
Absolutely. So both batsmen complementing each other on the strengths that they possess. One very strong on the off, the other one very strong on his leg stump as well. Easily clipping the ball whichever that is directed to his pads. ThePapare right above the wicket, and then once again attacking on mid-line leg. And this time Dimut Karunaratne covering the line beautifully, very defensively played, using the crease well. Now, this is the hallmark of good batsmen, when they use the space that they have in the crease, whether you move forward or whether you move back, Simon. They have so much of time, and then to place the ball to any position that they like, as when looking at the gaps as well.
Yeah, I think that's the key word you just said there. All the great players, when they're in form, have time, and that ultimately comes from clear decision making. And if you're confident in judging length, then you're more likely to use the depth of your crease or get right out to the pitch of the ball. And there's a few batsmen in this tournament that have got runs, and certainly today now these two are starting to grow in confidence, and their feet start to move, and they start to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So for me, always a sign of a confident player is how much they're using the depth of their crease or get into the pitch of the ball.
Well, you're certainly right. 13 overs completed. Galle has moved to 56 for the loss of 1 wicket. The man out is Sadira Sabarabekram. He made only 3, a disappointment for the young man. But Upul Taranga certainly realizing he is a captain and taking on the responsibility, he has to make sure that he pushes his team to a winning position today. They won the toss and certainly called right in the first time, and now he will want to make sure he carry home the advantage, put up a decent score, and then have Colombo, well, under a little bit of pressure. Playing second under lights certainly will have certain amount of disadvantages as well.
Yeah, this is a crucial time for me now, because both batsmen are giving themselves some time to get in. Both have got into the 20s. The young lad that got out early in the innings, anybody can get out for a single-figure score. But once you get in, for me, it's really important that someone here goes on and gets a big score for their team. It's no good you spending time in the middle, getting 30s, 40s, 50s. You've got to go on and really make the most of these good conditions. And for me, as a coach sitting here, I'm expecting one of these two to get 100 today.
Well, you said right. Dinesh Chandimal, the captain of the Colombo team, has so far tried 4 bowlers. And Mrs. Shehan Jayasuriya back into the attack again. And, well, if he had that slip fielder there, the batsman certainly would have been walking back to the pavilion. Nupul Taranga, shaped to play a cut shot, realized the ball was a little bit too close to him and taking the top edge and just going into no man's land. There is no close-in fielder in the slip region. And certainly a chance going a biggie.
Yeah, just holding in the surface a little bit. It looks like to the spinner. It's not quite coming on. So looking for the cut shot there and just held in the wicket, and batsman threw his shot a little bit early. Just caught the outside edge. So, captain will be frustrated there because he's trying to guess where the catching opportunities are. He chose to have the man on the drive and unfortunately went through the slip region.
Well, the next delivery has been pedal swept beautifully and to good effect down towards the fine leg region, 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's great to see. Obviously the bowler will be disappointed. He's probably just come a little bit too straight there after the last delivery. But for me to see the batsman coming down there using the sweep is very encouraging because, I know how much work has gone into that shot by these guys. It's not a natural shot for them as opening batsmen, but, it's great to see it when it comes off.
Well, Simon, I belong to the old school of cricketers, and this type of improvisations, when you are very strong, when you have got a good start, for me, maybe I belong, as I said, to the old school. doesn't really work to the type of cricket that I like to see. Whichever the case, it had brought in 4 runs, and the next delivery, well, that's more of a cricketing shot that one would like to see. Dancing down the wicket, Dimutkara, the get into the pitch of the delivery. Now, once again, this is a good sign when a batsman is in good nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowler will be frustrated here now because he's starting to hit him 360 degrees. So he's going to start questioning his ability. And the batsmen are looking really confident. So, tough time here now for Colombo because Galle are just starting to take a hold of this situation.
Certainly right. 62 and Shehan Jayasuriya certainly causing a few problems to Upul Taranga out there. And with this situation, I'm a little bit of surprised that Dinesh Chandimal does not want to employ that point, the slip field. Maybe he should have somebody a little bit more closer to bring in that little bit of doubt to the batsman's mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's going to be the crucial thing for us in the Champions Trophy is we need to try and find a way of taking wickets in those middle overs. Because otherwise the scoreboard will just get away from you. The best way of keeping the run rate down is taking wickets, and that's the challenge that Chandy's got now as captain. He's got to think about a way of taking a wicket.
You're certainly right. Well, 14 overs completed, 63 for 1, and there's a little bit of a stoppage of play for the water, and players are taking a little bit of a breather and having a swig of water and refreshing themselves. Please. I don't hear anything. Mali pulana apite kiyanne please. Commercial side අපේ කිසි දෙයක් ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ මයික්‍රොෆෝන් වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ මේ මයික්‍රොෆෝන්ස් නෙවෙයි headphones අපිට නෑ පුතා එන්න එකේ පස්සේ ඉවර කරනවා දැන් අපි මේ water
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින් රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, you know, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, you know, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, you know, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, you know, reading about the game and so I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, you know.
Come back, 14 overs have been completed. The players looking a little bit fresher after that breather, taking a swig of water, maybe a little bit of energy drinks. I don't know whether Simon loves any energy drinks. We give it to our players.
Yeah, they do. They do have a little bit of electrolyte to help them through the session.
Okay.
Really important in heat like this. So, but just watching the body language here, it's going to be crucial, I think, the next 10 overs.
So ThePapare back into the attack, holding on to the same line, and this time a little bit more on the off stump, driven carefully and along the ground, very watchfully. A half-hearted shot, not much power there. Cannot beat the short extra cover field anyway. No runs added, 63 for 1. 15th over in progress. From this point onwards, Simon, well, what would you think the target goal would be having in mind?
Well, as I say, the next 10 overs for me are pretty crucial because just after that drinks break, the Colombo team walking away, the body language told me that they weren't convinced there was going to be a wicket coming. So for me, as a batting team, I'd be saying if I can get another 40 to 45 runs off the next 10 overs, not lose a wicket, then we're really in a good position to go hard for the second half, as it were. So, you know, Colombo have got to really dig in deep here. It's hot. They've already played a number of games, so physically they're going to be tested here.
So 20 runs, maybe about 110 runs. Certainly will set the pace for Galle to go on to much bigger score as well. Well, they do have good batsmen in their ranks as well. In fact, there are 2 batsmen who are in the top 10 as well. And there is Dasun Shanaka, who has aggregate of 162 runs. And also there is Malinda Pushpa Kumar. Well, he has wickets, to his credit, he has 7 wickets. In terms of batting, there is Dasun Shanaka, who is on the top 5, who has 162. So certainly Galle with Tupul Taranga coming through, and then Dimut Karuratne also playing a very workmanlike innings today. Certainly both batsmen have now moved to 28. That is Karuratne on 28 and Taranga on 30. They will be set for a much bigger score as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we say, there's some quality players in both sides here. So, you know, all the way through the team, you're expecting someone to come off. So, that's a great piece of fielding at backward point there. Sachi, one of the best fielders in the country, top of his game, and you know, just showing the quality.
Absolutely lovely anticipation indeed at point. Moment he saw the ball being dropped short by ThePapare and the batsman setting himself for that cut shot, moving to his left, diving to his left as well, and pulling off a wonderful save. ThePapare once again, let's see whether he will adjust the length. Well, yes, this time a little bit more closer to the batsman, but still on midland leg. And Taranga playing it down towards the mid-wicket region, cannot beat the field. 15 overs have been completed. Galle moves to 65 for the loss of 1 wicket. And with that, there will be a change of voices. It will back to Malindu Varnapura and Sajid Fernando.
Thank you, Ashley. Galle proceeding slow and steady, keeping intact their wickets. Upul and Dimuth building a slow partnership. Yes, great hit by Dimuth over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. Valiant attempt by the fielder there, but he could do nothing but watch the ball sailing over the boundary line. Well, I think Dimuth had to take a chance there to take a risk and go for a boundary, and he got it. And yes, this is all about experience, just taking the single again after that big boundary. Malinta?
Steady partnership with Dimuth Karunaratne and Upul Tharanga. Steadying the ship. 72 for 1. Upul Tharanga on 30 and Karunaratne on 34.
Well, it's good to have Simon Willis, the high performance manager of Sri Lanka cricket, in the commentary box. We can get a lot of input from him about Sri Lanka cricket, what's going to happen, what's their planning, what's their thinking. So hopefully Sri Lanka cricket will use him to the maximum and get our standards raised.
They have also planned a Sri Lanka under-19 provincial tournament. It started last year. Was a very successful tournament.
And also, yeah, we'll talk about it later. It's 73 for 1 after the 16th over. Yes, Malinta, talking about all these provincial tournaments, it's a good thing, like we spoke earlier. You know, all these players get to showcase their talents. And also, we should give credit to ThePapare.com for showing this live telecast, because a lot of people in Sri Lanka have only heard of certain names of these domestic players and they haven't seen them by person, so they get to see the person as well and their talents, which is showcased in these tournaments. Also, I just heard by the Sri Lanka cricket media manager that they are also going to live telecast the under-19 provincial tournament from semi-final onwards. So all good things happening. Now the boys should come into play and showcase their talents and show that they are eligible to be in this league.
Quick single to Dimuth Karunaratne. Currently the Sri Lanka under-19 team in Australia. They had few good tours to South Africa earlier, and then they are getting ready for the under-19 World Cup next year.
Yeah, like I said, now if you are under-19 player, you get to tour at least 3-4 times a year and play around the world.
Well fielded. Sachitra Seranayake at point.
That's the sort of fielding we need in Sri Lanka cricket. Raise the standards of fielding and to compete with the world, because cricket is changing every day. The standards are going higher and higher. If you watch the IPL, which is ongoing at the moment, you see some great fielding efforts by the players and also the fitness levels, which has really gone up. So there's a lot of expectations from players. And yes, as a player, as a professional player, as an international player, you got a lot of sacrifices to do. And also a lot of pressure to handle.
Players like Sachit Senaik always lift that game. They'll give confidence to the bowlers with that effort. Not only bowling, when you play as a batsman can be a bowler, but when you're in the middle as a fielder, you could give something more.
Definitely, you know, all players need to be good fielders, a good fielding unit. When they first met previously, Colombo lost to Galle. Actually, Colombo beat Galle, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why this is a must-win game for Galle.
That's right.
Shahan Jayasuriya to continue. Out of 16 overs, 75 for 1. What do you think of the partnership, Upul Taranga and Dimut Karunaratne?
Well, there are two experienced players who plays for Sri Lanka. Of course, Dimit doesn't play the one-day version now, but the skipper is in the other end. I'm sure they have a good plan. Also, they have players like Sikuge Prasanna, Dasun Shanaka, who can, go big. So these guys are consolidating partnership and making a good base so that the big hitters can come and play their natural game.
This is the 18th over where you have seen this is called the second power play. The first power play you could have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and from 10 to the 40th over you can have 39th over you can have 4 fielders. You could see 4 fielders sweep a cover, long off, long on and mid wicket. Down to long on for another single.
Yes, these two batters are happy, Malinta, to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Like I said, it's all about experience. You just wait for that loose delivery to go big. Played and nearly a miss. Just got an inside edge, but he was lucky not to hit the stumps.
Once again, he swept well. No field at square leg. That's 4 more to Dimut Karunaratne.
Yeah, slightly down the leg side, Malinta, and Dimut knowing it. No, actually, it's out of the off stump, and he had no risk there because even if it hits the pad, it would have been outside the off stump. So he just goes for it and get the full use of it and get a good boundary for Galle. You know, this sweep shot is very essential nowadays. Actually, river sweep, paddle sweep. You know, we see the slog sweep. So these things are the modern game cricket shots which will get you runs. And all players now, you need to master this because if not, it's not going to be easy at the highest level.
These two off spinners, Sachit Senaik and Shahan Jayasuriya, started from this end. Couldn't do much for Colombo. They were trying to get a wicket or 2 because 2 left-handers were batting. But now they have taken the leg spinner, Jeffrey Vandese.
Yeah, Jeffrey Van der Sey is a great bowler. He's playing for Sri Lanka, but at a crucial time he got injured, and now he has come back, played a couple of games. I think he need more match practice and some good quality bowling spells to be back in the national team. We see a lot of leg spinners nowadays doing well for their countries. Actually, if you see Malinta in the IPL and all these Big Bash, Caribbean League, Premier League and everything, leg spinners are doing very well. The one reason is like all the commentators and the big players say. I heard Kevin Peterson was saying the other day that it's because they can bowl the googly, the wrong one, and their leg spin. So it's glided down the third man. Sachit Senanayaka giving chase, and batsman will cross for 3 runs. Like I said, Kevin was saying the ball is spun both ways. They can bowl the googly, the wrong one, and also their leg spinner. Like the off spinners who bowled Dusra earlier days was very difficult to pick. So now Dusra is banned from cricket. You can't. No bowlers who are bowling Dusras are playing at the moment. So the leg spinners are very hard to pick because they can bowl. They can turn the ball both ways. So the batsman can't be ready, or you can't. You can't keep a plan. You have to watch the ball and watch the turn and play.
Quick single once again. Not a good return from Shayan Jayasuriya. Yeah, as you said, we've seen a few good leg spinners. Rashid from Afghanistan, Sampa from Australia, Imran Tahir, and few others from India as well.
Amit Mishra.
Short delivery from Van der Sey. Down to square leg for a single.
These two batters are very happy to take the single and keep the scoreboard ticking. I'm sure they have a plan. Like I said, they have players who can go big. So these two guys need to make a good platform so that they can come and go for that big hitting shots, which they are quite capable of.
End of the 19th over. 87 for 1. Timut Karunaratne on 41 and sorry, it's 45 and Pultaranga on 34.
Yes, we could see another change of bowling. Dilshan Munawira coming into action. Another off spinner. Chandimal is using all these off spinners since there are two left-handers batting in the middle.
Is this end is only for off spinners?
Well, I think all these three off spinners which have been operating from this end, they don't turn the ball. So that's one advantage the two left-handers got.
Easy single for Karunaratne to start the over. Dilshan Munawira with the same field, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and sweeper for Pultaranga. Dilshan Munawira represented Sri Lanka in the last T20 against
dashing opener, big hitter. Very useful in the power play overs. Goes big. And quite experienced guy in the domestic level as well.
Very useful player in Bangladesh as well. BPL. And he recently represented Sri Lanka against Bangladesh and Australia. The T20s.
Well, he was out of the national team. He represented first, and then he was out for a couple of years, and came back in the last T20 series in Australia. Did well there. His strike rates are better. That's what you need in the T20 version. Glided down towards the third man, and Upul Taranga scores 4 runs.
A faster delivery from Munuvira. Upul Taranga managed to put it down to third man. Very well played. That was Tisara Pereira.
Yeah, it's not all about hard hitting, which is Upul is famous for as well, but some cricketing shots will get you runs as well. Like you saw, Upul glides, use the paces of the bowler and glides down to the third man boundary.
End of the 20th over.
Well, change at the mics. Ashley and Simon again to take over.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you, Malinda. The scoreboard has pushed up the goal total to 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. The man out, Sadira Samaravikrama, for 3 runs, fell in the first over or the second over of the innings to the bowlings of Sachitra Siranayaka when he was caught in the slips. A lovely looking catch indeed. And since then, both these batsmen have been settling themselves for a very big score indeed. Both have now moved into 40s. Simon Taranga is on 41 and Dimut Karunatha has, well, he has gone past him. He has got to 47.
Yeah, they're both playing beautifully. You know, they're weighing up the situation. They're playing very low-risk cricket at the moment, but because the pitch is so good, you know, it's runs are coming very, very easily. So, you know, it's a tough challenge here for Colombo. You know, they really need to find a way of trying to take a wicket. The captain might have to take the odd chance. He might just have to have an attacking field. Or just bring someone on that's going to do something different here, because, you know, double spin, the batsmen don't seem to be challenged at all at the moment. So very much in Gaule's favour.
Well, you're certainly right. Full credit to the incumbent president of Sri Lanka Cricket, Mr. Thilanga Sumathipala, the deputy speaker of Sri Lanka as well, and then also the executive committee for scheduling and also setting up this Super Provincial tournament, and certainly we have seen some wonderful players coming to the front, and we have lots of youngsters as well. Simon, in addition to this Super Provincial tournament, is there anything else up the sleeves of the Sri Lanka cricket in terms of introducing new cricket?
Well, absolutely. I think the whole provincial concept is an important one going forward. So this year we identified the 50-over game as a much-needed tournament in preparation for the Champions Trophy. But going forwards, I know there's an appetite certainly to play 4-day cricket and T20 at this level as well. So we need to look at the domestic season as a whole, because obviously you've got club cricket as well to schedule in, to make sure that the players' workload is manageable and not ridiculous. So that's something that we'll be doing at the conclusion of this tournament. But very exciting times, and as I said earlier, this tournament has already shown what can be achieved. So it's full credit to Talanga and the management committee of Sri Lanka.
Well, yes, with that wonderful looking shot, Upul Taranga moves to his 50 half century as he made a little room for himself and punched that ball and got it over the 30-yard circle and also the infield down to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, once again, you know, his favourite area, extra cover, making the most of length and punishing the bowler accordingly.
Well, yes, and then also pushing for a quick single.
And now the bowler's going to be very, very disappointed there. Last ball of the over. He's just been pumped for a 4 over extra cover and not wanting Upal to get down to the striker's end. So body language there between bowler and fielder. You could tell he wasn't too happy.
And Galle also posts the 101 now for the loss of 1 wicket. 21 overs have been completed. And Taranga has moved to 50. And Dimut Kanaratna. So Chaminda De Silva, our statistician, tells no, there is a change in the scoring. He has not got to his 50 yet, though the digital scoreboard shows Upal Taranga has got to his 50. So perhaps a little bit of a mismatch in the numbers, but we'll soon have his 50 being scored. Upal Taranga, I'm sure, we'll be looking forward to it.
Well, I think Colombo might have something to say about that, because captain's made an important change here. He's brought his experienced bowler back on, Sachi coming on here, and also brought a slip in. So that tells you his intention. He knows he needs a wicket now, and they've gone on the attack.
Well, you're certainly right. Dilsha Munivara has been brought into the slip position as well, putting a little bit of pressure. I wonder a little bit too late now. Whichever the case, it's Sachit Srilanka who's back into the attack now. Picked up the only wicket to fall so far. Bowled 4 overs for 16 runs and picked up the wicket of young Sadira Samaravikrama.
Yeah, nothing silly here really for the batsman. They'll know that he's only going to come on and bowl 2 or 3 overs at the most, possibly. So just to play him out and then wait for one of the lesser bowlers to get the boundaries. So there won't be any panic in the camp here from Galle. They're playing beautifully.
Well, you're certainly right. They're certainly seized up the conditions out there, the pace on the wicket, the bounce, the carry, and both batsmen have settled in well. Dimut Karunaratne, after that initial shaky start, didn't look very comfortable, looked very tentative as he started his innings, but since then he has now started to open up, plays very confidently, as you saw from that shot. Footwork immaculate, and the bat coming down very straight, middling the ball well, and he certainly seems to be in good condition, good nick as well.
Confidence is showing. The helmet's come off and the cap is on. Not many players nowadays that bat in a cap, so it's nice to see, but just shows you how confident he is, because he's been playing the sweeps, and there's always the danger of getting the top edge, maybe into the head region. So it tells you a lot about where the player's mindset is at the moment.
Certainly right. The next delivery gently played with soft hands into the gap in the point region and takes off immediately. Dimut Karunaratne. He moves to 49 now, just one shot of a very well deserved century. Good innings so far from both the batsmen. Hardly any chance to the fielding side. There was one chance though, which fell in when there was no close-in fielder in the slip region. That was off Upal Taranga, off the bowling of Shehan Jayasuriya. And there we see the end of the 22nd over. Galle moves to 104 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, both batsmen here just starting to get towards their half century. Probably chatting in the middle here about small targets along the way. They'll have the bigger picture, but they'll be looking at little targets, say at 25 and 30 overs, just to keep them focused. But also being aware of what kind of score they would like to get on the board here after 50 overs. So, 2 experienced players, so expect them to be communicating regularly from here on.
Certainly right, Simon. They got to 104 for the in the 22nd over. A trifle slow than what we anticipated and what we predicted. We perhaps thought that they might get to about 110, 115 or so. And certainly Colombo is pulling this game a little bit towards them now, maybe holding the Galle batsmen back a little, pegging them down a little with some good accurate bowling and good field placements as well from Dinesh Chandimal. As we see the next delivery, a little short of length, the batsman on the back foot punching it down the ground, a sweet looking shot, and with that Dimut Karunaratne gets to his 50.
Yeah, very well played. It's a fine knock there from Dimut. Came in early, as you said, just a little bit hesitant in the first few balls, but got through that, and now is starting to show his quality, scoring runs all round the wicket.
Dinesh Chandimal making a few adjustments to the field As with the next delivery outside the off stump, the batsman maybe perhaps the Mutkaranda trying to play that a little bit too hard. Maybe a little bit of bottom hand coming into play as well. Chopping the ball down. No chance of a run being taken. Total remains on 105. And this time he gets a gap. A fine shot indeed. Played very late. Waited for the ball to come to him. Using the pace. Simon, this is wonderful cricket indeed. Waited for the ball, as I said, using the pace into the gap. He got the placement right, down to the boundary bit.
Yeah, I think it was said earlier by the previous commentators that, you know, the game isn't all about power hitting, and, you know, Upal's done it 2 or 3 times now there. It's a beautiful guided late cut, saw the gap and you know, punished the width. So fine batting from Upal, and another batsman who's got to his 50.
Well, yes, absolutely. And this time the bowler comes back a little bit more strongly. Quicker delivery through the air. Though the width was there, the ball came a little bit too quicker off the wicket. A good length as well.
Yeah, the bowler here getting away with it a little bit. He's the last 3 balls he's just been a little bit short on his length, and giving Upal the chance to cut him. He's really got to get that length further up to the batsman.
Dilshan Munawira right arm round the wicket, allowing Upal Tharanga to use the space that is provided to him. There's a yawning gap between extra cover and the point fielder. As the next delivery, he plays to the gap and takes off immediately, and Galle gets to 110 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 23 overs.
Yep. From here on in, really, they'll be looking to try and go at a runner ball, I think. You know, these 2 batsmen now, they're well set. If they can go at a runner ball for the next 7 overs, that gets them up to the 150 region. And then really you're looking to double the score from there. So anything around 300 would be a really good score here, I feel. So, you know, the water boys are running on at the moment, keeping their batsmen fully hydrated, because that's going to be the biggest challenge for the batsmen here. Is this heat is going to really tell later in the game. So for them to bat the majority of these overs, they've got to keep the fuel topped up so that the concentration is 100%. So you know, those 12th men today will be earning their money for sure.
Absolutely. Well, viewers, if you're thinking of taking that Saturday afternoon snooze, well, I'm afraid you don't have the opportunity. You're watching some wonderful cricket indeed, coming courtesy from Sri Lanka Cricket, this Super Provincial Cricket Tournament, giving a lot of exposure to many youngsters as well, some unknown names, and you're seeing them on your screens now. And this is some fantastic cricket that has been played. This has been a wonderful tournament. There have been a tie in this tournament as well, showing the intensity of the players, some wonderful performances as well. As I said, Harsha Kure leads as the most runs. Now, Harsha Kure's name does not feature in some of the top ranks of Sri Lanka cricket. He has got 249 aggregate of 249 runs, representing Dambul. And Dambul had a close match in the last occasion, winning that last match in Dambul by just 1 run.
Yeah, and they've got a tough game today. They're playing a good Kandy team. So once again, you know, you'll find out the quality of the players on show. But you know, that young man has come into the tournament, a name, you know, not really known to me. And prior to the tournament, you know, I asked about him, and you know, a few of the coaches, you know, spoke highly of him. So it's great to see him taking his opportunity.
Absolutely. Sajid Sri Lanka back again, using his wile and guile, and this time tossed up delivery. The batsman coming down the track and driving it down towards the long on region. And well, even Dinesh Chandimal has been put into 2nd position by Harsha Kure. There's Chamara Kapugidar now. This is one batsman, exciting cricketer. I certainly am a very close follower of him and believe that he has much more to offer than T20 cricket, and he has been playing with a lot of intensity as well and trying to make a name for himself and maybe get into the 50 over squad as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Kapu's been in fine form. He played some great knocks in the 2020 overseas series recently, but come back into this provincial tournament and carried it on. So very pleasing for a very talented individual, and I totally agree. You know, a player who should be aspiring to play in other formats of the game at international level.
Well, you're certainly right. A loud appeal, more in hope, and maybe the umpire forgetting about the wide delivery. Let's see what the umpire will do. The two umpires out there in the field today. Deepal Gunawardana. Well, Deepal Gunawardana forgot to stretch his arms and say that was a white ball. So the appeal certainly unsettled him. Dinesh Chandimal winning the battle, and so does Sachitra Senanayaka. Well, this is the tactics that is employed in today's game. Unsettled the umpire. He was thinking of the decision and forgot that it was a white ball. And it certainly didn't touch the bat or the pad.
Okay, so that's all I was thinking, was maybe it clipped something on the way through other than the bat. That's why he didn't give it as a wide, and maybe why the fielders went up. But no, you know, they've got to have to try and do something here, Colombo. So the old tricks from behind the wicket there, the wicket keeper going up, but not to be on this occasion.
Absolutely. 23 overs completed. Galle has got to 113 for the loss of 1 wicket. And both batsmen into their 50s. Pultaranga leading the way, the captain. He has got to 55 now. And in this 55, he has how many boundaries? Shaminder? He has 6 boundaries. And then also we have Dimut Karunatha, who has 51 to his credit as well. 4 boundaries and a 6 to his credit. So that's the next delivery. Sweetly timed drive on the front foot. And gets down to the long off region. Pultaranga picks up another single. Certainly looking very good out there. Well, Simon, we spoke about this tournament, and then you spoke about some of the new tournaments that Sri Lanka cricket will be certainly looking at. The T20 format, as we see the next delivery. Yes, that's a big hit. All right. Yes, it has cleared the boundary. Went down on his knees, and he got under it and swept it wonderfully indeed, down towards the mid-wicket region for 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a strong shot of Dimmott's. You know, the slog sweep, he's played it a number of times, and he's hit that sweetly, well over the boundary. And I think this is a bowler that they're looking to target. There's no doubt that they've shown him less respect than the other spinners today. And this is going to be a tough challenge for the young man against these two informed batters.
Absolutely. Dishan Munira, well, let's see what he's going to do. Maybe a quicker ball, maybe the arm ball will be his reply. Let's see how that will be, as there's a few changes being made. Deep mid-wicket fielder being pushed down to the boundary now, as he calls on the long on fielder into the 30-yard circle. He can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There is a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and there is a sweeper cover and a long off as well. And in the 30-yard, there is a short fine leg. There is a short third man, a point, an extra cover, standing quite square. And then, of course, the mid-on fielder, Thisara Perera. As I said, it's a quicker delivery through the air and off the pitch as well. And pushing Dimut Karunatha on the back foot, but managed to get his bat down quite well into the gap and takes a single.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge for the bowlers now. You know, it's just to stop the boundaries. If they're not going for boundaries, then for me they're doing their job during this middle period. So run a ball you'll probably be comfortable with. But as we say, wickets are required here because the scoreboard's just starting to tick away from the Colombo team.
Well, you're certainly right, Simon. And this next delivery, well, that has been misfielded by Sachitra Senanayaka. A very strange one indeed. Virtually went through him and fell to his left but couldn't cover the line. And the ball speeds towards the point region for 4 runs.
Yeah, this is starting to prove an expensive over for Colombo. You know, 6 and a 4, starting to get into double figures. So, you know, it's going to be a challenge for these bowlers for the next 10-15 overs for sure here.
Absolutely. Some quick runs coming through now. 124 on the board as the next delivery. Yes, it has been declared wide by umpire Hannibal as he stretches out his hands. And, well, certainly that was very wide indeed. Pushes the score up to 125. Munavera comes and bowls, and this time fielded well on the follow-through. And there we see the end of the 25th over. Galle has moved to 126 for the loss of 1 wicket. And with that, there will be a change of commentaries. And we will have 2 singular commentators coming in. Yes.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි ඇෂ්ලි සයිමන් මේ පිතිකරුවන් දෙදෙන හොඳ පිතිආරම්භයක රෙදි සිටිනවා ගාල්ලට ඔවුන්ගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඔවුන් රඟ දක්වනවා.
නැවතත් දිමුත් කරුණාත්න සමගින් උපුල් තරංග තාමත්ම හොඳ සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගොඩනගමින් ක්‍රීඩා කරන ආකාරය තමයි අපි දකින්නේ. ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාම අර්ධ ශතක දෙකක් වාර්තා කළා. නැවතත් සචිත්‍ර සේනානායක පන්දුවීම සඳහා කැඳවා තිබෙනවා. බොහෝ අවස්ථාවල අපි දැක්කා වමත් පිටිකරුවන් දෙදෙනාට දඟ පන්දුවවන්නන් මොනවීර සචිත්‍ර සේනානායක සහ ශහන් ජයසූරිය යොදවන ආකාරය.
ඔව් මලින්ද ඔබ කිව්වා වගේ මේ අන්තයෙන් පිටදඟ පන්දු යවන්න විතරයි දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් යොදාගෙන තියෙන්නේ. පිටිකරුවන් දෙදෙනාගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හොඳින් පෙනෙනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේ. කලින් විකටුවක් වැටිලා තියෙන අවස්ථාවක දිමුත් පිටිය මැදට පැමිණ ඔහුගේ නායක උපුල් තරංග සමග හොඳ සමබරතාවයක් ගොඩනගලා තියෙනවා ගාල්ලට.
අද දිනේදී ක්‍රීඩා කරන කණ්ඩායම් දෙක ගාල්ල සහ කොළඹ. මෙහිදී ගාල්ල නායක උපුල් තරංග කාසිය වාසිය ලබාගෙන මුලින් පන්දුවට පහර දීමට තීරණය කරා. මේ වනවිට පන්දුවර 25ක් අවසානයේදී වුන් ලකුණු 130ක් ලබාගෙන එක් කඩුල්ලකට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා.
මොවුන් දෙන්නාගේ සම්බන්ධතාවය තවත් ගොඩනගා ගන්න ඉදිරියට යන එක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට කරන්න පුළුවන් හොඳ දේ මේ පිටිකරුවන් දෙදෙනාගෙන්. මොකද මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න දර්ශන් ශානක ධනංජය ඩිසිල්වා වැනි ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටිනවා මොවුන්ට ඉක්මනින් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න හොඳ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලකුණු පූරේ දමන්නට.
මෙතන තීරුවේ අපි දැටුවා වේග පන්දියවන්නන්ට කිසිම සහයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසාම තමයි කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයන් දෙදෙනාම සඳහන් කරා කාසිය වාසියේදී මුලින් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නට තිබුණා නම් හොඳයි කියන අදහස. එහිදී ඔබ දැක්කද යම් දඟ පන්දු යවන්නන්ගේ එහෙම නැත්නම් පන්දු යවන්නන්ගේ මේ වන විටත් කිසිම තර්ජනයක් එල්ලවන ආකාරයක් අපි දැක්කේ නැහැ.
ඔව් අපි දැක්කා පිච් රිපෝට් එකෙත් සයිමන් ඔව් කීවා මේ හොඳ විකට්ටුවක් තනකොළ කිසිත්ම නැතුව ඒ වගේම තමයි අවුරු රශ්මිය ගොඩක් මේ විකට්ටුවට ඇදහැල්ලා ගොඩක් ඩ්‍රයි විකට්ටුවක් තනතිල්ලක්. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ පන්දු යවන්නෙක් වුණාම මේ වගේ හොඳ විකට්ටුවක ඔබ දැනගන්න ඕනේ පන්දුවේ වේගය අඩාල කරන හැටි, යෝක පන්දු දාන හැටි, ලෙන්ත් එක වේරි කරන හැටි, ඒ වගේ දේවල් තමයි අපි හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්ගෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ මේ වගේ හොඳ විකට්ටුවක් ලැබුණාම. මං ඒව දැක්ක හරි අඩුයි මලින්ත අද. හැබැයි ඒ වගේම කියනවා නම් වේග පන්දු යවන්න හරි අඩුවෙන් තමයි පන්දු යව්වේ අද.
තාමත්ම අලංකාර පහරක් උපුල් තරංග එක්ස්ට්‍රා කබ ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට උඩින් එල්ල කරනවා. ඉතාමත්ම අලංකාර පහරක් ලකුණු 4 ජෙෆ්රි වැන්ඩර්සගේ පළමු පන්දුවෙන් තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් එක්වනවා ගාල්ලට.
ඔව් කියනවා නම් උපුල් තරංගගේ ආස පාරක් මේක. ඔහු ඉදිරි කකුල පොඩ රූම් ලබාගෙන එල්ල කරන පාරක් මේක. කිසිම පන්දු රකින්නෙක් නැහැ ඒ ස්ථානයේ. ඉතින් ඔබ 30 yard circle එකේ ඉන්න පන්දු රකින්න උඩින් පහර එල්ල කරොත් අනිවාර්යෙන් ලකුණු 4ක් ඔබට ලබාගත හැකියි.
එවර පන්දු රැකීමේ වෙනසක් සිදු කරා උපුල් තරංගකට. පොයින්ට් සහ ෂෝට් තර්ඩ් මෑන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් රඳවා තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ස්වීපර් ක්‍රීඩකයා හතරේ සීමාව අසල.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ වගේ දේවල් තමයි මේ නවීන ක්‍රිකට් වල අපිට ගොඩක් දැක ගන්න ලැබෙන්නේ. අපි කියනවා මේක thinking out of the box කියලා. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි හැමදාම දකිනවා එක්ස්ට්‍රා කවර් ෆීල්ඩ් කෙනෙක් රඳවලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් මේ උපුල් තරංගයේ පාර හින්දා එක්ස්ට්‍රා කවර් ෆීල්ඩ් එක පල්ලෙහාට තල්ලු කරලා අපි මේ ෂෝට් තර්ඩ් කවර් ෆීල්ඩ් එක යොදාගෙන තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ වගේ දේවල් අපි අර කියනවා පොතේ ක්‍රිකට් නෙවෙයි. අපි හිතන්න ඕනේ out of the box හිතන්න ඕනේ. තම එක එක ප්‍රතිකරුවන් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී පන්දුවට පහර දෙද්දී එක එක පන්දුවට පහර දෙන ප්‍රතිකරුවන්ගේ ආසාවල් ඒ කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත්ස් තියෙනවා. ඒ අනුව තමයි ෆීල් කරන පන්දු රැකින්නන් යොදා ගන්න ඕනේ.
දණ්ඩිසගෙන් වේගයෙන් පන්දු ඇදී ආවේ දිමුත් කරුණාරත්නට.
ඔව් ඒ වගේ මං හිතන්නේ මං ඉස්සෙල්ලත් කිව්වා වගේ පන්දුවේ වේගය අඩාල කරන හරි ඉක්මනින් යවන හරි ඒ වගේ වේරියේෂන් එකක් තමයි මේ විකට් වල හොඳ. මොකද එතකොට තමයි බැට්ස්මන් ප්‍රෙඩික්ට් කරන්න බැරුව ඔහුගේ සුපිරිදු පාර එල්ල කරන්න බැරි වෙන්නේ.
අවසාන පන්දු දෙකම ෂෝට් ෆයින් ලෙග් කලාපයට ඇදියන්නේ ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නේ නැහැ. තාමත්ම හොඳ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම මේ වෙන විට. ලකුණු 135ක් තව තරඟේ හරි අඩක් පමණ ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා. ඔබ හිතන ආකාරයට ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම මොන වගේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් දැනට තියාගෙන ඇතිද මේ තරඟයේ නිමා වෙද්දී?
මම උපුල් තරඟයක උදේ සාකච්ඡාවකදී දිද්දිත් උපුල් කිව්වේ ලකුණු 275ක් එහා තමයි ඔවුන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එක. නමුත් ඔහුගේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා ප්ලෑන් එක ඇවිල්ලා පළවෙනි ඕවර් 10 15 සෙල්ලම් කරලා එන සංඛ්‍යාව අනුව එතනින් ප්ලෑන් කරනවා කියලා මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි හරි දේ. ඒක තමයි අපි කර යුත්තේ. තරුණ ළමයි ඉන්නවා නම් දැන් ක්‍රීඩාවේ නියලී ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉන්නවා නම් පාසල් ළමුන් ඉන්නවා නම් ඒක තමයි කරන්න ඕනේ. හැමදාම සමහරලාට කෝච් කෙනෙක් පන්දුවට පහර දෙනවා තික් එජ්ජක්
දැඩි උත්සාහයක් දරනවා අවස්ථාවේදී පන්දුව රැක ගන්නට 4 සීමාව අසල
ලකුණු දෙකක් ලබා ගන්න උපුල් තරංග අර කිව්වා වගේ මලි අපි හැමදාම කියනවා මෙච්චරක් අපි සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. නමුත් හරිදී ඇවිල්ලා ඔව් ලොකු ටෝටල් එකක් තියෙනවා වගේම හැම ඕවර් 5න් 10ටම සෙල්ලම් කරලා බලන්න ඇනලයිස් කරන්න ඕනේ තමන් ඉන්න ස්ථානය. තමන් සමහරලාට හොඳ තත්ත්වයකදී හොඳ නැති තත්ත්වයකදී ඉතින් ඒ අවස්ථාවට උචිතව තමයි පිතිකරුවන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ දැන් මේ වෙලාවේ ගන්නවා නම් උපුල් තරංගයේ 275ට වඩා අනිවාර්යෙන් හිතනවා මේ ලකුණු 300 320ක් අතර විතර තමයි මං හිතන්නේ මේ දෙන්නගේ එතන තියෙන ඔවුන් බැට් කරන අනුව ප්ලෑන් එක.
උන් තවමත් බලා සිටිනවා පන්දු 4 සීමාවේදී කලින් රැක ගත්තාද යන්න. කිතුරුවන් විතානගේ තමයි පන්දුව රැක ගන්න ක්‍රීඩකයා ඔහු පන්දුව
ඔව් මලින්ද මේ තරඟාවලියේ තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකරු යොදාගෙන තිබෙනවා. ඉතින් මැද ඉන්න අම්පායර් තර්ඩ් අම්පායර්ට යොමු කරලා තියෙනවා ඔහුගේ ඩිසිෂන් එකට. ඔහු ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා උපුල් තරංග.
තුන්වන විනිසුරුව ප්‍රගීත් රඹුක්වැල්ල ඔහු තීරණය කරා කිතුරුවන්ගේ අත 4 සීමාවේ වදිනවා. කෙටි පන්දුවක් නැවතත් ශහන් ජයසූරියගෙන් හරියාකාරව පිටේ වැදුනේ නැහැ. උපුල් තරංගගේ වේගයෙන් එල්ල කරන්න උත්සාහ කරා කෙටි පන්දුවක්. තාමත්ම වේගයෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. පන්දු යවන්න අසලින්ම යදී යන්නේ ලොං ඕන් කලාපයෙන් ලකුණු 4ක් දිමුත් කරුණාරත්නට.
ඔව් දිමුත් ඉදිරියට පැන පහර එල්ල කරන්නේ කිසිම ක්‍රීඩකයෙකු යොදවා නැහැ. පහසුවෙන් ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න. හොඳ පහරක්.
දීපල් ගුණවර්ධන විනිසුරුවරයාගේ හිසට අසලින් පන්දු වැදී යන්නේ. ලින්ඩන් හැනිබල් සහ දීපල් ගුණවර්ධන අද තරඟයේ විනිසුරුවරුන් දෙදෙනාම පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයන්.
ඔව් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. ඔවුන්ට අවබෝධයක් තියෙනවා ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ගැන.
ප්‍රගීත් රඹුක්වැල්ල එයා සමානව නාලන්ද කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරමින් අද තුන්වන විනිසුරු හැටියට කටයුතු කරනවා.
මැච් රෙෆරි හැටියට කටයුතු කරනවා රවි පුංචේවා මාතලේ දිස්ත්‍රික්කයෙන් සෙන්ට් තෝමස් මාතලේ නියෝජනය කරපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. මේ හොඳ දේවල් මලින්ත අපි දකින්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගෙන ඔවුන් තවමත් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ නොඑක් අංශවල වලින් නියෝජනය කරනවා.
මේ හැම දෙයකටම පෙරමුණගෙන තිබෙන්නේ one team one nation ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේ තරගාවලිය ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින්
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහර ලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and understanding. So I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results and news, that's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
සිසිල් පැන් පාන සඳහා තරඟේ නතර කරා පන්දුවර 28ක් අවසානයේදී ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම ලකුණු 146යි කඩොල්ලකට මේ වගේ සිසිල් පැන් පානයක් මම මේ කණ්ඩායම ඉතාමත් වැදගත් වෙනවා මේ අවු රශ්මියත් එක්ක මොනවා වගේ දෙයක් කතා කරන්න ඇතිද මේ අවස්ථාවේදී?
ඔව් ඇත්තෙම පන්දු යවන්නන් සමග මම හිතන්නේ චන්දිමාල් ලොකු සාකච්ඡාවක් තිබ්බා ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන්. මම හිතන්නේ ඔවුන්ගේ එකම අරමුණ විය යුත්තේ මේ සම්බන්ධතාවය බිඳ දමන්න වලින්ත. නැත්තම් ඔවුන්ට ලොකු ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් කරා හඹා යන්න වෙනවා දෙවනුවට බැට් කරද්දි. ඒ හින්දා ඔවුන්ගේ එකම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ එක විදියක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ප්‍රෙෂර් බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්ට ප්‍රෙෂර් දාන විදි තියෙනවා. එක විදියක් තමයි ගොඩක් ඩොට් බෝල යවන එක. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඕවර් එකකට ලකුණු 2-3කට වගේ සංඛ්‍යාවකට ඕවර් 3-4ක් තියාගත්තා නම් බැස්මන් කෙනෙක්ගෙන් පිතිකරුවෙක්ගෙන් ලොකු පහරකට ගිහිල්ලා වරදක් කරන්න පොළඹව ගන්න පුළුවන්.
පළමු පන්දුවෙන්ම ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ලොං ඔන් කලාපයට පන්දු වැදෙන්නේ උපුල් තරංග. හැකිතාක් තමන්ගේ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීම වැදගත්. ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමේ තරඟේ ජයග්‍රහණය කළ යුතු වනවා. ඔවුන් මේ තරඟාවලිය රැඳී සිටින්නට. තිමුත් කරුණාරත්නට පන්දු රකින්නන්ගේ වෙනසක් නැවතත් එක්ස්ට්‍රා කවර් හි ක්‍රීඩකයා ආරම්භවනවා.
ඔව් අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්ව පරිදි පිතිකරුවන් දෙදෙනාට දෙවිදියකට තමයි පන්දු යවන්නන් සහ පන්දු රකින්නන් යොදවන්නේ. ඒක හොඳ දෙයක්. මොකද දෙදෙනාට ආවේග වුණ ශෛලී තියෙනවා, ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත්ස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අපි ආය දකින්න උපුල්ට වෙනම ෆීල් එකක් තමයි යොදවලා තියෙන්නේ.
එක්දින තරඟයකදී කඩලු අතැතිව ක්‍රීඩා කිරීම ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්. ක්‍රීඩාගාරයේ සිටින ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒ වගේම ඊළඟට එන්නට එන්න පිතිකරුවන්ට දැඩි විශ්වාසයක් ගෙන දෙනවා මෙවැනි සම්බන්ධතාවයක්. ලකුණු 149යි. කඩුල්ලකට මේ වගේ සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගොඩ නැගෙද්දී බොහෝ අවස්ථාවල පන්දු රකින්නන් සහ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට දැඩි පීඩනයක් එල්ලවනවා.
ඒ වගේම තමයි පිතිකරුවන් හොඳට අඳුරගෙන ඇති මේ විකට්ටුව ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා කතා කරනවා ඇති. ඔව් 150 ලබා ගන්නවා ගාලු කණ්ඩායම. ලකුණු 147ක සම්බන්ධතාවයක් මේ පිතිකරුවන් දෙදෙනා අතර රඳවාගෙන තිබෙනවා.
දැවැන්ත පහරක් උපුල් තරංගගෙන් මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට ඉහළින් ලකුණු 6ක් වාර්තා වෙනවා. 150 වාර්තා වූ වහම උපුල් තරංග ක්‍රියාත්මක වුණා. දැවැන්ත 6 පහරක් මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට ඉහළින්.
ඔව්ලා අපි කවුරුත් දන්න පරිදි ඔව් උපුල් තරංග එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක යොදාගෙන ඒ පන්දුවට පහර දුන්නා. දැවැන්ත 6 පහරක් මලී කිව්වා වගේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි ඔවුන්ගේ සම්බන්ධතාවය 150 ලකුණු 150 පාසු කරනවා.
උපුල් තරංග සමගින් දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් දෙන්නම NCC කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් මද විරාමයක් හම්බ වෙනවා උන් දෙදෙනාට. මොනවා කියන ඇද්ද චන්දිමාල්?
ඔව් මං හිතන්නේ චන්දිමාල් උපුල්ට කියන ඇති ඉක්මනින් අවුට් වෙන්න කියලා. අර මං ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ උපුලුත් දිමුතුත් දන්නවා මේ විකට්ටුව හොඳ විකට්ටුවක්. ඒ හින්දා ඔවුන් දන්නවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමෙත් හොඳ පිතිකරුවන් ලයිස්තුවක් සිටිනවා. ඒ හින්දා කිසිම අවස්ථාවක ඔවුන් ලේසියට ගන්නෑ. ඔවුන් උපරිම ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් යොදා ගන්න තමයි ඔවුන්ගේ අරමුණ විය යුත්තේ ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට. තවත් ඕවරයක් නිමා වෙනවා. ලකුණු 156ට තාමත් කඩුළු එකයි ගාලු කණ්ඩායම. ඒක කඩුල්ල සදීර සමරවික්‍රම ලකුණු 3කට දැවී ගියා. සචිත්‍ර සේනානායක ඒ පන්දුවකට ස්ලිප් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ අතට උඩ පන්දුවක් ලබා දී. සදීර සමරවික්‍රම ගැන කියනවා නම් ඔහුත් ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ලකුණු අතර සිටින ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරලා ලකුණු බොහෝ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් රැස් කරගත් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඒ වගේම under 23 කණ්ඩායමත් සමග බංග්ලාදේශයේ පැවති youth Asia Cup ටූර්නමන්ට් එකෙත් ඔහු හොඳට ලකුණු අතර සිටිය ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. නමුත් අද දවසේ ඔහුගේ බලාපොරොත්තු සුන් වෙලා ගියා සචිත්‍ර සේනානායක යොදපු පන්දුවකට.
පළමු වතාවට විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු මේ අන්තයෙන් එම නැත්නම් දඟ පන්දු යවන්නන් තිදෙනා පන්දු යවූ අන්තයෙන් පන්දු යවන්නට සූදානම්. ආරම්භක පන්දු යවන්න හැටියද තරඟයේ පන්දු යවූ ක්‍රීඩකයා විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු. පන්දු ඕවර 4කදී ලකුණු 14ක් ලබා දුන්නා. යම් වෙනසක් සිසිල් පැන් පානෙන් පසු
ඔව් පළවෙනි වතාවට තමයි මේ තරඟේ වේග පන්දු යවන්නෙක් මේ අන්තයෙන් යොදාගෙන තියෙන්නේ දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්. මම හිතන්නේ ඒක හොඳ තීරණයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මේ වගේ වෙනස්කම් කරන්න ඕනේ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් බ්‍රේක් කරන්න.
ඔවුන් බොහෝ වෙලා දඟපන්දු යවන්නට ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් සිටියේ. නැවතත් දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට ඉහළින් කරනවා ලකුණු 4යි.
ඔව් මේ විකට්ටුවේ හොඳකම පේනවා ඒ පහරින්. දෙමුත් තුලට ඇදියා පන්දුව. ඔව් මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට උඩින් පාර එල්ල කරලා ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. මේ විකට්ටුව එන්න හොඳ වෙන පාටක් තමයි පෙනී යන්නේ පිතිකරුවන්ට.
නැවතත් පුල් පහරක් තවත් ලකුණු 4යි ස්ක්වයර් ලෙග් ක්‍රීඩකයා අතරින් විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුගේ මදක් හෙමින් යවූ පන්දුවක්. නමුත් දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් පන්දුව බේරාගෙන ලකුණු 4ක් වාර්තා කරනවා දීප් ස්ක්වයර් ලෙග් කලාපයෙන්.
ඔව් කෙටි පන්දුවක් හොඳ පන්දුවක් කියන්න බෑ විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුගෙන්. දිමුත් මැනවින් එල්ල කර පහර ෆයින් ලෙග් සහ ස්ක්වයර් ලෙග් ක්‍රීඩක පන්දු රකින්නන් අතරට පහරදී ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. එක ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි දකිනවා නායකයාට තවත් පීඩනයක් වෙනසක් කරන්නට උත්සාහ දරද්දී වේග පන්දු යවන්නෙක් කැඳවාගෙන පළමු පන්දුව ඉන්පසු පන්දු දෙකේදීම 4 පහරවල් දෙකක් එල්ල කරනවා දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න. ඉතින් ඇත්තම නායකයා අසරු තත්ත්වයකට පත් කරන අවස්ථාවක්. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මලින්ද නායකෙක් පන්දු රකින්නන් ඒ ස්ථානවල රඳවලා පන්දු යවන්නාගේ අතට දෙද්දී පන්දු යවන්නා දැනගන්න ඕනේ නායකත්වයේ විශ්වාසය තියාගෙන ඒ පන්දු යවන ආකාරය. නමුත් අපි ඒක දැක්කේ නැහැ විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුගෙන්. විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ නියෝජනය කරලා තියෙනවා.
බොහෝ අවස්ථාවල ශ්‍රී ලංකාව කණ්ඩායම සමගින් නියෝජනය කරමින් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ නැති වුණත් එංගලන්තය සහ බංග්ලාදේශ වගේ සංචාරවල එදී සිටියා. ඉන් පසුව තමයි ඔහු ටෙස්ට් තරඟයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. අධ්‍යක්ෂින් බහුල ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. අලංකාර පහරක් උපුල් තරඟගෙන් ෆුල් ටොස් පන්දුවක් හැරියට කෙල්ම පිත්තේ පන්දුව ලබාගෙන කව ක්‍රීඩකයා පොයින්ට් ක්‍රීඩකයා පසු කරමින් ඉතාමත්ම පහසුවෙන් ලකුණු 4ක් 4 පහරවල් 3ක් එල්ලවනවා ඒ පන්දු ආරේ තුලදී. දුර්වල පන්දු යැවීමක් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී. ලකුණු 169යි පන්දු ඕවර 30ක් අවසානයේදී ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම. පන්දුවල 30ක් අවසානයේදී ලකුණු 169යි ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම. සචිත්‍ර සේනානායක නැවතත් පන්දුවේම නිරත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපිත් සමගින් එකතු වෙනවා මේ මොහොතේදී ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තේරීම් කමිටුව නියෝජනය කරමින් කෝල්ස් කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරමින් ක්‍රීඩා කළ එරික් උපශාන්ත සුබ සන්ධ්‍යාවක් ඔබට.
සුබ සන්ධ්‍යාවක් මලින්ත.
මුලින්ම අපි දැනගන්නට කැමැති ඔබෙන් මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයෙක් හැටියට අපිත් සතුටු වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම තීරීම් කමිටුවේ නිලධාරියෙක් හැටියට ඔබ මේ තරඟාවලිය දකින්නේ කොහොමද?
ඇත්තටම මලින්ත ලංකාවේ සිටින හොඳම ක්‍රීඩකයන් 60 දෙනා තමයි මෙතන තරඟාවලියට සහභාගී වෙලා ඉන්නේ. එතකොට හොඳ අපි හිතනවා හොඳ කණ්ඩායම් හොඳ තනතිලි ඒ වගේම ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉතා උසස් මට්ටමින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. එතකොට මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියකින් දස්කම් දක්වන ක්‍රීඩකීන් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔවුන් සුදු සම්බවට පත් වෙනවා තීරම් කමිටුවේ. එතකොට හොඳ තරඟාවලියක් හැටියට තමයි දකින්නේ. මොකද සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් සියලුම දෙනා සහභාගී වෙලා මේ තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වන මේ එක ගැන.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන්ම අපි දුටුවා තන තීරුව අපි දවල් කාලේ දැක්කා ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ තන තීරුවක්. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්ගේ අතේ පන්දුව වදිනවා යම් ආබාධයකට ලක්වන ආකාරයක් අපි දකින්නේ. වයිට් පන්දුවක් හැටියට සලකුණු කරා. ඒ වගේම පන්දුව පායින දෙසින් ඇදියා පන්දුව කෙලින්ම චන්දිමාල්ගේ ඇඟිල්ල වදිනවා. යම් අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණා ස්ටම්ප් කිරීමකට. නමුත් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී හරියාකාරව පන්දුව රැකගත්තේ නැහැ. නැත්නම් දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න දැවියන ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඔබ සඳහන් කළ ආකාරයට මේ තරඟාවලියේ ප්‍රමිතිය ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්. අපි දකිනවා පුල් තරඟ සහ මේ වන විට ක්‍රීඩා කරන දිමුත් කරුණාරත්නගේ සම්බන්ධතාවය ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ සම්බන්ධතාවයක්. ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක්. මොකද ඔබ දකින්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා ක්‍රීඩා කරන ආකාරය?
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔවුන් පළපුරුද්ද අතින් ඉතාමත් ඉහළයි. ඒ වගේම තාක්ෂණය අතිනුත්. ඉතින් මෙවැනි ඔබ කිව්ව අන්දමට තනතිරු ඉතාමත් පන්දු යවන්නන්ට සහ පන්දු පිටිකරුවන්ට ඉතාමත් යෝග්‍ය ලෙස තමයි හදලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් මම දකින විදිහට ඔවුන්ගේ තියෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක පළපුරුද්ද යොදා ගනිමින් ඉතාමත් මනමින් පන්දුවට පහර දෙනවා.
ඔව් ඒ වගේම මේ තරඟාවලිය ගැන කතා කරද්දී ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායම මේ වන විට ඉන්නේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ. ඒ වගේම මෑතකදී ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමක් බංග්ලාදේශයේ තරඟ සංචාරයක් කරා. එහිදී ඔබ තීරීම් කමිටු නිලධාරියට සංචාරය කරාද බංග්ලාදේශයේ?
ඔව් අපරින්ත.
ඔව් ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමට හැකියාව ලැබුණා තරඟාවලියේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නට, විශේෂයෙන්ම ඉන්දියාව, පාකිස්තානය වගේ ප්‍රබල රටවල් සමග ක්‍රීඩා කරමින්. මොකද ඔබ දකින්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අනාගතයේ එමත් නැත්නම් වයස 23න් පහළ ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් පමණයි සහභාගී වුණේ මේ තරඟාවලියට.
ඇත්තටම මලින්ත ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඔබ කියපු මේ විදිහට 4 දෙනෙක් සහභාගී වුණා. නමුත් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉතාමත් දක්ෂ ලෙස ක්‍රීඩා කරා. එහිදී අපි ඔබ කිව්ව අන්දමට බංග්ලාදේශ, පාකිස්තාන් සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා මේ පරාජය කරා කණ්ඩායම්. ඒ වගේම එහිදී විශේෂයෙන්ම චරිත අසලංක තරඟාවලියේ ක්‍රීඩකයා හොඳම ක්‍රීඩකයා, ඒ වගේම තරඟාවලියේ වැඩිම ලකුණු ලාභියා වුණා. ඒත් එක්කම කිව්වොත් වනිදු හසරංග, අසිත ෆර්නෑන්ඩු වැනි නවක ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉතාමත් දක්ෂ ලෙස විශේෂයෙන්ම සඳහන් කරන්න ඕනේ මලින්ත එම තරඟාවලියේ අපිට දිනන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ වුණේ අපේ පන්දු රැකීම ඉතාමත් ඉහළ තත්වයක තිබ්බා. ඒකින්ද තමයි අපිට තරඟාවලිය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ.
ඔබ සඳහන් කළා ක්‍රීඩකයන් කීප දෙනෙක් විශේෂයෙන් වනිදු හසරංග, ඒ වගේම ක්‍රීඩා කළ කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා රිච්මන්ඩ් කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරේ අවුරුදු 19න් පහළින් පස්සේ අසිත ප්‍රනාන්දු, ඔහුත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායම් නියෝජනය කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයන්. මේ වගේ කණ්ඩායමක් තෝරනකොට එමත් නැත්නම් මේ වගේ අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමක් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ඒ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වන විට හොඳින් දස්කම් දක්වනකොට ඔබ අනිවාර්යෙන්ම සතුටු වෙන්නට අවශ්‍යයි ඔබ කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට කරන තීරීම් පිළිබඳව.
ඇත්තට මලින්ත ඔබ කිව්ව ආකාරයට එම ඒ 19න් පහළ සහභාගී ක්‍රීඩකයන් එතන හිටපු ඒ කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් 15 දෙනාගෙන් මම හිතන්නේ 12ක් විතර මෙම තරඟාවලියේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ඒ වගේම ඉතාමත් දක්ෂ ලෙස ඔවුන් මේ තරඟාවලියේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. එතකොට ඔබට උනත් හැඟෙනවා ඇති ඔවුන් එතන ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම දස්කම් දක්වනකොට ඒ වගේම මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක හොඳම ක්‍රීඩකයන් 60 දෙනා අතරට ඇවිල්ලා ඔවුන් දක්ෂකම් දක්වනකොට ඔබ හිතනවා දන්නවා ඇති ඔවුන් සෑහෙන උසස් මට්ටමකින් ඉන්නේ. ඔවුන් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. දැන් අවුරුදු දෙක තුනක් ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් තමයි ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔවුන්ගේ නවක ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉතාමත් සන්තෝෂයි කියන්නේ ඔවුන් ඉතා අපිට අවශ්‍ය ආකාරයට මේ ඉදිරියේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා.
විශේෂයෙන් මේ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි නම් සඳහන් කළපු ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වන විට ඊට කලින් ඔබට මතක ඇති කුසල් මෙන්ඩිස් එහා සමානම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා අවුරුදු 19 පහළ කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කළා. ඔහු නායකත්වය දැරුවා. මේ වෙන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ අංක 3 ස්ථානයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් රසක් මේ වෙන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ඒවත් නැත්නම් ඒ කණ්ඩායම අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරා. මෑතකදී අපි දුටුවා මේ අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් රසක් විශේෂයෙන් ලහිරු කුමාර ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ ටෙස්ට් ආරම්භක පන්දු යවන්න හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා.
ඇත්තටම මලින්ත නව ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට සෑහෙන අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. මොකද ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් 3-4 දෙනෙක්ම ක්‍රිකට් වලින් සමුගත්ත නිසා. එහිදී ලහිරු ඔබ කිව්වා අන්දමට ලහිරු කුමාර ඒ වගේම අසිත ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙන චරිත අසලංක වැනි ක්‍රීඩකයන් දුන්න උන්ට ලැබුණ අවස්ථාවේදී නැත්නම් උන්ට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායමේ 19න් පහළ ඒ වගේම ඔය අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ ඒෂියා කප් ඒ වගේ තරඟාවලිදී උන්ට හම්බෙච්ච අවස්ථාවෙන් ඔවුන් උපරිමය දස්කම් පෙන්නනවා මමත් හොඳයි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න කියලා. එතකොට ඇත්තටම තියෙන අන්දමට මේ නවක ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මේ තරඟාවලියට සහභාගී වෙලා හොඳට මේ දස්කම් දක්වනවා.
ඒ පන්දුවර නිමාවන්නේ සචිත්‍ර සේනානායකගේ පන්දුවර දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් ලාභාදයකට ලක් වුණා ඔබ දුටුවා. ඒ වෙනුවට දැන් කිතුරුවන් විතානගේ Taman සුපුරුදු පරිදි ඔහු මීට කලිනුත් අපි දැක තිබෙනවා කඩු රකින්න ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට SLPL තරඟාවලියේදී. ඒ වගේ මේ අවස්ථාවේදීත් ඔහුට හිමිවනවා ඒ අවස්ථාව ගන්නට දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් වෙනුවට කඩු රකින්න හැටියට. ඒ වගේම මේ වන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ අපි මේ බොහෝ වෙලාවට කතා කරන්නේ අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ඒ වගේම පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලිය බොහෝ දෙනා සඳහන් කරන දෙයක් තමයි මේ පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලිය මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තිරියුම් කමිටු සභාපති සනත් ජයසූරිය මේ හැම දෙනාම මේ තරඟාවලියට විශේෂත්වයක් දක්වනවා.
ඇත්තට මලින්ද මේක මොකද අපි චැම්පියන්ස් ට්‍රොෆි කණ්ඩායම් තාම තෝරලා නැහැ. තෝරන් ගමන් ඉන්න ගමන් තමයි මෙවැනි තරඟාවලියක් යන්නේ. ඉතින් විශේෂයෙන්ම තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයන් තරඟ බලනවා අන්තර්ජාතික තරඟ වගේම මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් මේ වගේ තරඟත්. ඉතින් මේ වගේ දස්කම් දක්වන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ විශේෂයෙන්ම අවධානයට ලක් වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ වගේ තරඟයක් විශේෂයෙන් බලන්න ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ.
ඔය තාමත්ම කෙටි පන්දුවක් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි දකිනවා ශයන් ජයසූරියගෙන් උපුල් තරංග කිසිම අවස්ථාවක් ලබා දෙන්නේ නැහැ දුර්වල පන්දු වලට. ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා පළමු පන්දුවෙන්. ශයන් ජයසූරිය නැවතත් පන්දු යවන්නේ. ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ සමදතාවයක් මේ සමදතාවය දිගින් දිගටම වැඩි වෙනවත් සමගම ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමට ලොකු පහසුවෙන් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඉතාමත්ම පහසු ඊළඟ පිතිකරුවන්ට මේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව එයා සමානව ලකුණු ලබාගෙන මේ වේගය රඳවා යන්නට පුල් තරංග නැවතත් වේගයෙන් පළවෙනි ලකුණ සඳහා දෙව ගියා 1 ලකුණයි. බොහෝ දෙනාගේ කතා කරන දේ තමයි අපේ පළමු පෙළ තරංගාවලිය පිළිබඳව. කාලයකට පස්සේ තමයි අපි දකින්නේ මේ වගේ තරංගාවලියක් එහෙම නැත්නම් සංවිධානය වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපි අද දිනේ ආරම්භයේදීත් සඳහන් කළා සජීවීව තරංගය නරඹන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම දිවා රාත්‍රී තරංගයක් ලෙසින් තමයි මේ තරංගය පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. මේ අත්දැකීම මොන වගේ වටිනාකමක් ගෙන දෙයිද මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට?
ඇත්තට මලින්ත අන්තර් සමාජ ක්‍රීඩා අතර තරඟාවලියේදී කණ්ඩායම් ගොඩක් සහභාගී වෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබ කියන අන්දමට එතකොට කණ්ඩායම් ගොඩයි එක දිගටම තරඟ යනවා. එතකොට අර ඔබ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන තනතිලි හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකේ සමාජයෙන් සමාජ මේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ අන්තර් සමාජයේ තරඟාවලියේදී ඒ වගේම මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියකට ආපුවාම ඒ කියන්නේ අවධානය ගොඩක් ලොකු මේ යොමු වෙනවා තනතිනි වලට. එතකොට ඕන් කියනවා මේ වගේ තනතිනි තමයි ඕනි කියලා. එතකොට ඒට වෙනමම කණ්ඩායමක් ඉන්නවා තනතිලි බලන්න. එතකොට අපිට ලේසි ඒ වගේ මොකද තනතිලි දෙකයි හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම සියලුම තරඟ හොඳ අන්තර්ජාතික මට්ටමේ පවතින කෙත්තාරාම දඹුල්ල එවැනි මේ ක්‍රීඩාංගන තමයි පවත්වන්නේ. එතකොට මේ තරඟ තමයි ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟක් පවත්වන්නේ. එතකොට මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් මේ වගේ විකට්ටු තුල ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේවා තමයි අපි අර බලාපොරොත්තු වන තනතිලි බලාපොරොත්තු වන ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ. මොකද විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔබ මේ තරඟාවලිය පුරාම බැලුවොත් සියලුම කණ්ඩායම් එක තරඟයක් දෙකක් කරෙන්න අනිත් සියලුම තරඟ ලකුණු 250ට වඩා ලබා ගත්තා. ඒ වගේම 340ක් ගහලා සම වුණා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ 300ක් ගහලා ඒ වගේම දෙවනි කණ්ඩායම 300ක් ගහලා දිනනවා කියන්නේ විශේෂයෙන්ම ක්‍රිකට් එක හොඳයි කියන්නේ. ඉතින් විශේෂයෙන්ම සන්තෝෂ වෙනවා මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් ඒ වගේ අන්දමට පවත්වන එක ගැන.
ඒ වගේම අද දිනේ තවත් තරඟයක් පැවැත්වුණා ගාල්ල ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී ඒ දඹුල්ල ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී දඹුල්ල සහ නුවර කණ්ඩායම් දෙක අතර ඒ තරඟයක් දිවා රාත්‍රී තරඟයක් ලෙසින් පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. පන්දු යැවීමේ වෙනසක් සිදු වෙනවා. වනිදු හසරංග කැඳවා තිබෙනවා පන්දු යවන්නට. ඔබ සඳහන් කළ ප්‍රමිතිය ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් අපිට මේ අවස්ථාවේදී දක ගන්නට පුළුවන්. මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාගේ වගේම හොඳ තනතිරුවක පන්දු යැවීමේ හැකියාව තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයන් හඳුනා ගැනීමටත් හැකියාව තියෙනවා. මොකද ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ තනතිරුවක් ඔබ කිව්ව ආකාරයට ලොකු සහායක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ දඟ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට. ඒ වගේම වේග පන්දු යවන්නනුත් පන්දුවර කිහිපයක් පමණයි අද දිනේදී යවා තිබෙන්නේ. කෙලින්ම කඩුල්ලට එල්ල කරනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න දැවි යනවා. මිඩ් ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයා පන්දුව ලබාගත් වහම එල්ල කරා කඩුල්ල වෙතට. දෙවන කඩුල්ලයි මේ බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ. ඔහු 12 වන ක්‍රීඩකයා එමත් නැත්නම් දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් වෙනුවට පැමිණි අතිරේක ක්‍රීඩකයා. මිඩ් ඔෆ් කලාපයට පන්දුව එල්ලවන්නේ වගේම පන්දුව ලබාගත් සැනින් ඔහු යොමු කරා කෙලින්ම පන්දු යවන්නාගේ අන්තයට තුන්වර විනිසුරුවරයාට යොමු කර තිබෙනවා. අපි බලා සිටිමු ඔහුගේ තීරණය මොකක් වේද කියලා. ඔහු කෙලින්ම පන්දුව කඩුල්ලේ වදින්න ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පන්දු රැකීමක් විශිෂ්ට සහායක් ඔහු ලබා දුන්නා ඒ දැවැන්ත සමදතාවය බිඳ දමන්නට. ලකුණු 177 දී තමයි දෙවන කඩුල්ල බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ. වනිදු හසරංග තමන්ගේ පළමු පන්දු ඕවරේ දෙවන පන්දුවෙන් සමදතාවයක් බිඳෙලන්න සමත් වෙනවා ඒ දුවද්දි දැවියාමකට හසු වීමෙන්. ඔබ සඳහන් කළා විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ පන්දු රැකීම පිළිබඳව බංග්ලාදේශයේදී අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රැකීම එයා සමානම පන්දු රැකීමක් තමයි අපි දකින්නේ.
ඇත්තටම මලින්ත මත මේක මොකද විශේෂයෙන්ම 11 දෙනාම තරඟයක් තුලදී පන්දු රැකීම කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් තරඟයක් දිනන්න බෙහෙම ඉවහල් වෙන්නේ බැටිං බෝලිං වලට වැඩිය ෆීල්ඩින්. ඉතින් එතකොට පන්දු රැකීම ඉතාමත් උසස් මට්ටමක තියන්න ඕනේ. ඔබ කුමන පිටිකරුවෙක් හෝ පන්දු යවන්නෙක් වුණත් ඔබගේ අතින් ලකුණු 7ක් 8ක් ගිලි වුණා කියන්නේ තරඟයක් තීරණය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන් අවස්ථාවක්. ඉතින් ඔබ විශේෂයෙන්ම පන්දු රැකීම පිළිබඳ අවධානය යොමු කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් තමයි මේ තරඟයක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න රන්ස් 10ක් 15ක් නැවැත්තුවා කියන්නේ. ඒ දවස් රන්ස් 10 15 විශේෂයෙන්ම ඉවහල් වෙනවා තරඟයක් ජයග්‍රහණය සඳහා.
නවක පිතිකරුවා ධනංජය ඩිසිල්වා නැවතත් උපුල් තරංගගෙන් පාරක් ඉතාමත් මලංකාර ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් රඳවා නැහැ. එක්ස්ට්‍රා කවර් කලාපේ මිඩ් ඔෆ් සහ ස්වීප කවර් අතරින් තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් වාර්තා වෙනවා උපුල් තරංගට. ඉතාමත්ම මැනවින් යම් පාලනයකින් යුතුව තමයි උපුල් තරංග ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. කිසිම පන්දු යවන්නෙක්ට අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. හැම දුර්වල පන්දුවක්ම 4 සීමාව වෙත යොමු කරනවා. දැන් පන්දු රැකීමේ වෙනසක් ෂෝට් මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයා එක්ස්ට්‍රා කවර් කලාපයට කැඳවනවා. ක්‍රීඩකයන් තිදෙනෙක් රඳවා තිබෙනවා. කවර් පොයින්ට් සහ ෂෝට් තර්ඩ් මෑන්. ස්වීපර් කවර් හි ක්‍රීඩකයා මිඩ් ඔෆ් ලොං ඔන් ඩීප් මිඩ් විකට් සහ ස්ක්වයර් ලෙග්. තාමත් පහසුවෙන් ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ධනංජය සිල්වා ශ්‍රී ලංකාව නියෝජනය කරමින් දස්කම් දැක්වූ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. පිටිය සකසන ආකාරය අපි දකින්නේ long on, deep square leg, short fine leg, short mid wicket, short extra cover සහ long off sweeper cover. හොඳ පන්දුවක්. නිමාව දකින්නේ 33 වන පන්දු ඕවරය. ලකුණු 179යි. කඩු 2යි. මෙම තරඟාවලිය සංවිධානය කරන්නේ one team one nation අධීක්ෂණය යටතේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අධීක්ෂණය යටතේ. ඒ වගේම අපි සඳහන් කළා තේරීම් කමිටුව පිළිබඳව සනත් ජයසූරිය, රොමේෂ් කළුවිතාරණ, එරික් උපශාන්ත සමගින් රංජිත් මදුරුසිංහ කටයුතු කරන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තේරීම් කමිටුවේ සමාජිකයන් හැටියට. කට් පහරක් ඉතාමත්ම පහසුවෙන් තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා උපුල් තරංග. කෙටි පන්දුවක් පිට ඉන්නට එළියෙන් පතිත වූ පමණයි උපුල් තරංග පසුපස පාදයට යමින් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ස්ථානගත කිරීමක් කරනවා. තාමත්ම අලංකාර 4 පහරක්. ලකුණු 99ක් ලබාගෙන පන්දුවර 32ක් තුල ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ඉනිමක් ක්‍රීඩා කරා නායකයෙක් හැටියට. ඔහුගේ ශතකය වාර්තා කරනවා උපුල් තරංග. ඉතාමත්ම අගනා ශතකයක් වාර්තා කරන්නේ තමන්ගේ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්, ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. ලකුණු 187යි. ඒ වගේම මුල් ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ඉතාමත්ම අගනා ශතකයක් වාර්තා කරලා උපුල් තරංග. ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තරඟාවලියේ විශේෂත්වය වන්නේ චැම්පියන්ස් කුසලානේ සඳහා කණ්ඩායම තෝරන්නට යද්දී යම් අවස්ථාවක් තියෙයිද මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට? ඒ වගේම එමත් නැත්නම් තේරීම් මේ වනවට කරලා අවසන්ද?
මනිත් තාම තේරීම් කරලා අවසන් නැහැ. අපි 25ට කලින් තමයි කණ්ඩායම් නම් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඊට කලින් තමයි මේ තරඟාවලිය සැලසුම් කරලා මේවා කරේ, සූදානම් කරේ. මොකද එහිදී මෙම ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අපිට විශේෂයෙන්ම අවධානය යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ලංකාවට ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට සියලු දෙනාටම අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙනවා මෙතන ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඔවුන් සමග තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයනුත් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔවුන්ගේ දස්කම් මැනවින්ම බලන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට කණ්ඩායමක් තෝරද්දී අපිට සසඳ ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මොන තැන්වලද මොන තත්ත්වෙද. මොකද විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ එංගලන්තේ චැම්පියන්ස් තරගාවලිය. ඉතින් ඒ රටේ තනතිරි වලට අවශ්‍ය වෙන විදිහට තමයි පුළුවන් තරම් ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් තෝරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් තාම අපි ඔබ කිව්වා වගේ තාම කණ්ඩායම අපි මේවා කරලා තෝරලා නැහැ. හෙට හෝ අනිද්දා දවස් දෙකක් ඇතුළත කණ්ඩායම අපි නම් කරනවා.
ඔව් ඒ වගේම අපි දන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම මේ වෙනුවට කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. නමුත් අවස්ථාව නෙමෙයි නැත්නම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් කී දෙනෙක්ට මේ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙයිද? අලුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් කීප දෙනෙක්ට ලැබෙයිද? එමත් නැත්නම් ඔබ දන්නා ආකාරයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් කීප දෙනෙක් කියලා කිව්වොත් කෙනෙක්ද දෙන්නෙක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද?
මලින්ත මේ වගේ මොකද වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකට පස්සේ තියෙන තරඟාවලිය තමයි මේක. එතකොට විශේෂයෙන්ම ක්‍රීඩකයන් 15ක් නැත්නම් 17ක් නම් කරන්න අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට දෙන්නෙකුට එම අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම මේ තරඟාවලිය ඒ කියන්නේ බංග්ලාදේශ තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඒ වගේම වුන් දක්වපු දස්කම් ඒවා ඔක්කොම සංසන්දනය කරලා තමයි කණ්ඩායමක් තෝරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ.
මට මතකයි ඩිල්ෂාන් මුණවීර SLPL තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න වරම් දිනාගත්තා. ඔව් මෙන්න පහරක් කෙල කරනවා කෙලින්ම මිඩ් ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයා අතරයි උපුල් තරංග දැවි යනවා. ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ උඩපන්දුවක් නැවතත් රැකගන්නේ කසුන් මදුසංක අතිරේක ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔව් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ සේවයක් ලබා දෙනවා කණ්ඩායමට. ඒ වනිදු හසරංගගේ දෙවන පන්දුවරේදී උපුල් තරංග දැවි යනවා. ලකුණු 101ක් ලබා සිටියේදී ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමේ තුන්වන කඩුල්ලයි බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ. හොඳ උඩපන්දුවක්. හොඳ උඩපන්දු රැකීමක් ඒ වරත් කසුන් මදුශංකගෙන්. ඒ වගේම ඔබට නැවතත් කියන්නට තියෙන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් ලැබී තිබෙනවා චැම්පියන්ස් කුසලානේ සඳහා ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නට. තවමත් කණ්ඩායම නම් කරලා නැහැ. ඒ වගේම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ලකුණු 4ට එන ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හැම කෙනෙකුටම ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා. කලින් සඳහන් කළේ ඩිල්ෂාන් මුණවීර මේ හා සමානම තරඟාවලියකින් පසුව වරම් ලබාගත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නියෝජනය කරන්නට. ඒ වගේම අපි සුබපතනවා මේ කණ්ඩායම එම නැත්නම් මේ තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් 60 දෙනාට නවක ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හෝ දෙන්නෙක්ට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නට හැකියාව තියෙනවා. චැම්පියන්ස් කුසලානයක් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීම මා හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට ඉතාමත්ම විශාල බලාපොරොත්තු තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ එහෙම නැත්නම් ආසාවෙන් ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩා තරඟාවලියක්. එහිදී අපි දැක්කා මේ කලින් ක්‍රීඩා කරපු නායකයන් බොහෝ දෙනෙක් නම් කරලා තිබුණා නායකයන් හැටියට විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට. ඔවුන් එහිදීත් සඳහන් කළා මේ වගේ චැම්පියන්ස් කුසලාන තරඟාවලියක් Taman ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නට බලාපොරොත්තුෙන් හිටියා කියලා ගොඩක් කාලයක්. නිසා ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබීමේ අවකාශ තිබෙනවා මේ තරඟාවලිය ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. ඒ වගේම ඔබටත් අපි සමානව ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා අපිට සමග එකතු වීම පිළිබඳ. ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා තේරීම් කමිටු සභාපති ඇතුළු කණ්ඩායමට ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ඒ වගේම ඒ කණ්ඩායම් අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ 19න් පහළ මේ වගේ කණ්ඩායම් තෝරද්දී ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දක්ෂතම ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නට වරම් ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. එමත් එක්කම එරික් උපශාන්ත ඔබට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා අපත් සමග එකතු වුණාට.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි මලින්ත.
මෙවන විට තුන්වන කඩුල්ලයි දැවි යන්නේ උපුල් තරංග ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. වනිදු හසුරංග පන්දු වීමට එක්වුවත් සමගින් පළමු කඩුල්ල බිඳ වැටුණා. ඒ දුවද්දි දැවි යාමක් දිමුත් කරුණාරත්නගේ දෙවන කඩුල්ල. ඉන්පසු ඊළඟ පන්දුවරේදී උපුල් තරංග දැවි යනවා කෙලින්ම මිඩ් ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයා අතට උඩ පන්දුවක් ලබා දීමෙන්. චතුරංග ද සිල්වා නවක ක්‍රීඩකයා ශ්‍රී ලංකාව නියෝජනය කරා එක් දින සහ 2020 තරඟවල. ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා සහෝදරයන් දෙදෙනෙක්. චතුරංග ද සිල්වාගේ සහෝදරයා තමයි වනිදු හසරංග. ඔහුට පන්දු යැවීමට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙනවා අද ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ ගාල්ල සහ කොළඹ. තාමත්ම හොඳ පන්දු යැවීමක් ඔහු මෙවර CCC කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරමින් පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලියේ පවා තාමත්ම හොඳින් දස්කම් දැක්වූ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ලකුණු 4 සිටි ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාම දැවි යනවා. ඒ දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න ලකුණු 78ක් ලබමින් ඒ වගේම උපුල් තරංග ලකුණු 101ක් ලබා ගනිමින් සිටියේදී තාමත්ම හොඳ රිවර්ස් ස්වීප් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු පන්දුව රැගෙන බාර කරනවා. ලකුණු 2ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. තාමත්ම වේගයෙන් දිව ගියා ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා. ධනංජය සිල්වා සහ චතුරංග මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාටත් දැන් වගකීමක් එකතු වෙනවා. තවත් පන්දුවර 15ක් ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා මේ තරඟේ. ඒ 35 වන පන්දුවරයි නිමවන්නේ. 192යි කඩලු 3කට පන්දුවර 35ක් අවසානයේදී.
So Simon, quite a long break for the two of us. As we come back, Galle has moved to 192 for the loss of 3 wickets. 35 overs completed. The final 15 overs of play, the final quarter of the match coming into play now. And, well, Galle certainly within sight of a 300.
Yeah, absolutely. Galle probably be disappointed to lose both in batsmen within 2 overs there. Upal looked really well set for a 150 plus, but you know, good catch at mid-off, and you know, 2 new batsmen in the wicket here. So Colombo will be looking to squeeze them as much as they can to keep the runs down at this stage.
Absolutely. So big thank you to Malinda Warnapura and Sajid Fernando. Wonderful cricketers they were, and then also they showed their ability, the multilingual ability as well, taking the microphones and keeping all our singular listeners and viewers up to date on the proceedings here. You're listening to these ball-by-ball commentaries as we bring you in this Super Provincial cricket tournament between Colombo and Galle, the 7th match that is being played in this series. A very important match indeed for Galle, lying bottom of the table at the moment, and it's a must-win situation for them. And Upal Taranga certainly led the way, scored 101, and Dimuth Karunatha also scoring a magnificent 78, with a partnership of almost 178 for the opening for the second wicket, after the first wicket fell when the total was only 3. 174 runs. Yes, Dimuth Chaminda De Silva corrects me. It's the Chaminda. Thank you very much, the statistician.
I think it just shows though how important fielding is in the one-day game. You know, both players look set, and there's a wicket. There we are.
Well, yes, playing across the line, and that ball was pitched on middle off. Didn't ball sort of kept low, went for a cross-batted pull and missed the line completely, and completely castled.
Yep, and the game has changed again. From around 180 for 1, they're now 195 for 4. But as I was just saying, it just shows you how important fielding is in this modern game. 2 batsmen well set. Dimuth, you know, going for a quick single, turned around, and a fine piece of fielding to hit the stumps direct, followed by a great catch. You know, so that those two situations have changed the course of this score. Whereas they were looking at well over 300 at one stage, you know, now Colombo will be looking to keep them anything that's close to 280 as possible, and thinking they've got a chance to win the game. So psychologically, this game has changed quite remarkably in the last 3 overs.
Well, you're certainly right, and certainly, Simon, I believe even 280 on this wicket will be quite a substantial score, and Colombo will be mindful of the fact they'll be batting under lights and might want to keep it a little less than that. 250 would what they want to keep, or rather peg Galle too. But Galle, on the other hand, it's certainly in with a chance of getting up to 300. Dhananjay De Silva is still out there.
Yeah, they've, you know, informed batsmen coming in now in Dasun Shanaka. So, you know, still plenty of batting to come, and plenty of guys that can stick it over the ropes. But you know, never easy to come in and score boundaries from ball 1. And that last dismissal probably just showed that. So, you know, if I'm Colombo here, I'm looking to get through as many overs as quickly as possible, trying to catch these batsmen on the hop, so that, you know, not too many runs are scored on the board.
Well, you're certainly right. Shehan Jayasuriya finally rewarded for his consistency. He did trouble Upal Taranga on many occasions. Before Upal Taranga opened up, he played some beautiful inside-out shots as well. It was in fact delightful, the couple of fours he got through the extra cover region.
Yeah, I think you know, if the bowlers analysed Upal Taranga's wagon wheel from his scoring regions, they'll probably be a little bit disappointed. Probably too many runs through the backward point area and extra cover area for my liking. And not enough through mid-on, so that would be something they'll reflect on at the end of this innings.
Well, you're certainly right. Shehan Jayasuriya bowling right arm round the wicket to the right-hander, and this time the ball pitched on mid-line leg, bowling wicket to wicket. So he's keeping things straight, certainly not getting that much of spin, and it's all about length and also the variation. As we see the end of the 36th over, 197 for 4.
Yep, probably time to reassess as a batting unit here. 4 wickets down, 15 overs to go. These two probably looking to say, look, we'll just bat here for 10 overs or so, and then we can go big for the last 5 overs with wickets in hand. Very easy to score 10 and over in the last 5 overs. So, still a target of 300 plus is achievable, but it's very dependent on how many wickets down they are going into those last 5 overs.
Well, you're certainly right. There's a couple of big hitters. They still have Galle Sekuki Prasanna is there. Well, Dhananjay De Silva certainly can also wield the willow to quite good effect. He certainly can swing it as well. And Dasun Shanak is also out there in the middle. And, well, there is Chaturanga De Silva and the Chamika Karunaratne to follow as well.
I'm going to say the game's changed slightly since this leg spin has been on. I've been quite impressed with the way he's gone about his business, changed his pace, changed his angle of approach, and hasn't bowled too many bad balls, but there just off his length, a nice cut shot for 4 runs there from Dhananjay De Silva.
Well, Simon, commentators cursed that time on you. He said he was bowling pretty well. Jeffrey Van der Say. Wanidu Hasalanka, I beg your pardon. Yes, the young man turning his arm quite well and bowling his leg spinners. Yeah, that time it was way outside the off stump. Plenty of width for the batsman. He just had to get some bat there and beat the point fielder, and that's what he did very effectively.
Yep, and definitely the Galle bowlers can learn a lot from watching how Colombo have gone about their business. Width is the key here. As a batsman to score runs, you need width. Not been too many drives down the ground past the bowler for 4. So getting your length and line right and having your field set pretty straight would be what I'd be telling the team going out to bowl this evening.
Well, you're certainly right. So Galle posts their 200 with that single, and they're now 201 for the loss of 4 wickets as the next delivery has been hammered down towards the mid-wicket region. Has he cleared the boundary or is it one bounce? No, the umpire has raised his hands, Lyndon Hannibal, and he signals 6 runs.
Really has been the commentator's curse, hasn't it? His last 3 deliveries have been shocking, but that just shows you what pressure and confidence in this game is all about. And one bad ball released the pressure, and now it's all back on the bowler.
Absolutely. So icing on the cake for Dhananjay De Silva. Very gleefully accepted the full toss. His eyes opened out. And just one stride forward and full swing on the bat. Wonderful follow through indeed over the mid-wicket fence, sailing into the stands. That was a couple of good shots indeed by him.
It's a fine shot. Lovely shot there.
Yes, once again, and this time inside out, making a little room for himself. Tossed up delivery on the off stump and punches it a little bit in the air. Played uppishly but purposely down towards the long off region. And yes, that's wonderful indeed. And also a little while ago, we had Eric Kupashanta here as well. A wonderful bowler who played with distinction for Sri Lanka. I remember when he picked up the wicket of Brian Lara long years ago. I'm sure that must be a feather in the cap of Eric Kupashanta. I don't think he'll ever forget that. I have never forgotten that. When he caught and bowled Brian Lara long years ago, I think that was in the Middle East. I believe it was one of these one-day matches down there.
Yes,
I'm an old man, so my memory fails now what exactly the match was, but it was a wonderful piece of bowling by him. As we see the end of the over, and Galle 210 for the loss of 4 wickets. Oh, Simon, just imagine somebody takes a wicket of Brian Lara or Sachin Tendulkar. You'll remember that till you go down to your grave, I suppose.
Absolutely. What a legend of the game he certainly was, and what a beautiful man to watch when he was at his best in the middle. So
yes. Well, it goes for us also. We also had some wonderful prodigies also, so to say. Aravinda De Silva, there was Arjuna Ranatunga, there's Hashan Tilakaratne. Well, he is one of the managers here as well, and he's down here, I think. And there's Upul Chandana, who played with a lot of gusto as well. Very, very strong cricketer. There was Kumar Dharmasena, never gave up, almost fighting to the last 10. And of course, we had 2 wonderful gentlemen here as well, Sajid Fernando and Malinda Varapur, great cricketers as well, who has served this country in unbelievable in way. And certainly we appreciate very much the contribution by them over the years for a very long time.
Yeah, I think that's the attraction of this great game, is that there's not one way of doing anything, and you know, it's exciting to see the different talents on show and the different techniques. You know, you haven't got to all do it the same way, and I think, you know, someone like Malinga has certainly shown that for Sri Lanka over a number of years. And
well, talking about Malinga, he will want to forget the match he played yesterday. He was hammered for 58 in the IPL. Oh goodness, he was thrashed all over the park.
Well, I think it just shows that you're human at the end of the day, and everyone can have a bad day.
Hashim Amla raced to that century in just 52 deliveries.
Yeah, he played very well, and you know, Mumbai to chase down those runs was a bit special as well. So, but it's, you know, it's great inspiration for the youngsters nowadays to watch cricket like that, and just to show you that you're never out the game.
Well, you said it right. So that perhaps has been the inspiration. Sri Lanka has not been having a very competitive T20 structure as well. So you said, yes, Sri Lanka is looking at introducing a T20 competition and also the 4-day game version as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when I arrived, we were certainly off the pace with regards to T20, and that's just because our players haven't been playing enough of it. You know, if you go back to the start of the IPL competition, we probably would have had 10 players playing in that league at that stage, whereas now we've only got 2 or 3. So probably a reflection on where Sri Lankan cricket has gone with T20. But I know there's a big appetite, and we've played a number of T20s in recent months to change that and get our players playing top cricket in all formats of the game.
Well, you said right, Dhananjay De Silva trying to drive that ball, beat the short extra cover fielder there, not getting hold of it. The intention was right, perhaps didn't get his foot across to the ball the way that he should have, could have easily beaten the field. There's only one man out there, and the next delivery is short, and he pulls it brilliantly down, but there's cover as the deep mid wicket fielder runs about 10 yards to his right, picks it up, sends a good return. So good cricket all around, good bowling, good batting, good fielding as well, as we see the end of the 37th over, and Galle moves to 213 for 4.
Yeah, I think that's the fielding side of things has been pretty encouraging today from what we've seen, and throughout the tournament. You know, I've seen 2 or 3 games so far, and you know, it's an area that we've highlighted, and the message has got out to the players. And you know, they've certainly been working hard with national fielding coach Nick Pothas and his team of coaches. Prior to the tournament, we had 2 really good days where all 4 provinces came down and did some sessions with the fielding team. So it's encouraging to see it in the match, because, you know, sometimes people don't always realise how much hard work goes in behind the scenes, and these players are very committed.
Well, you're certainly right, as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries live from the Ketharam International Cricket Stadium. And this is the Super Provincial Cricket Tournament, which has been played with 4 teams, and the 4 teams have been drawn from the 4 provinces: Colombo, Kandy, Galle and Dambulla. In fact, there's another match happening in Dambulla right now. We will have some scores of that in very short while for you. But right now here in Ketharam International Stadium, a very important match happening between Colombo and Galle. A must-win situation for Galle, and they've got to a very, very strong position right now. 213 for the loss of 4 wickets. The 39th over in progress. 4 batsmen have already made their way back to the pavilion. But Upul Taranga, the captain leading from the front, has got to 101. And Dimut Karunaratne also came up with a superlative knock, where he made 78 with 6 boundaries and a 6 in that innings of his. And after that, there were a couple of spate of wickets which fell, but still for all, they're in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, I think this is a really good move here to bring the seamer back, because if they could take a couple of wickets now, that would really put Galle on the back foot. So you know, a really positive move, rather than just trying to think I'll keep the runs down. You know, they're trying to take wickets, which is the best way to do that.
Well, yes, Chaturanga De Silva and Sadira Samaravikrama, the 2 batsmen who couldn't cash in on the situation, and also the flat wicket that is out there. Well, Simon, you did take a look at the wicket. You did predict it's going to be a feast of runs. At feast of runs we are seeing at the moment. Well, it seems the ball is now keeping a little bit slow as well, maybe coming a little bit slow off the wicket. We don't see that same intensity as far as the pace and the bounce is concerned. Do you think it's slowing down now?
I think it's probably the condition of the ball, to be fair. You know, we've we've had 38 overs gone, so the ball's starting to get a little bit older, softer, and we might see a little bit of reverse towards the latter overs. So the run rate might just come down a little bit. It'd be interesting to see.
Well, you are certainly right, Simon. We will certainly want to see the second half of this match under lights. It's already getting a little cloudy out here. Not certainly rain clouds. And if you're in the vicinity of the Kettarama International Stadium, do make your way in. This grand stadium, which has an electrifying aspect about it when it's full to its maximum capacity. Well, I have seen it like that, with 35,000 people on their feet shouting and cheering their players on. Well, today we have only about 100 or 150 yet, so there's plenty of seats available for you. If you're here, please do come and encourage these youngsters. Certainly you're watching them and you're seeing some wonderful names, new names coming to the fore as well. We need to support them, need to support Sri Lanka cricket. One team, one nation. That is a concept that Sri Lanka cricket is promoting, and that is our duty as well as people who are part and parcel of this game, wonderful game, to support these young players as well.
Fine shot there again. Bowler just short on his length, a little bit of width to the right hander and cut away. Thankfully, fielder quick on his feet, got round the boundary there to save the 4.
Well, Simon, a lot has been spoken after the new manager has taken over the Sri Lanka national team duties as well, Asanka Gurusinghe, about improving the fielding of the national team as well. We did see a remarkable improvement in the final 2 T20s and the one-day match with the Bangladeshis. Well, we see them on the screen now. Avishka Gunawardena, there's Sanat Jayasuriya, there's plenty of other national cricketers who are part and parcel of the cricketing selection committees as well as the coaching committees. I believe they certainly have a lot of focus on the fielding now.
Yeah, it's got to be there. Unfortunately, it's not us dictating it; it's the game dictates it. As we said earlier, IPL is where everybody wants to be as a player, and some of the fielding that goes on in that competition now is quite outstanding. So the players are aware of that, and I think anybody that aspires to be a top international player now has to be a good fielder. You might get away with poor fielding for a little bit, but eventually you will get exposed when your other skills are maybe going through a lean period.
Well, you're certainly right. Dhananjay De Silva has moved to 13, and Dasun Shanaka is also in double figures. He has got to 10 now. And Galle has now moved to 216 for the loss of 4 wickets. They have only 11 overs left, and in this 11 overs, certainly they will be at least looking for 70 to 80 runs and to push the score close to 300. As the next delivery taken on the full and hammered down handsomely. One bounce into the fence for 4 runs.
Yeah, big full toss there. Disappointing from the bowler at this stage, but pressure is starting to kick in. We're starting to get into that crucial stage of the game, the last 10 overs, and this is really where either team could really take hold of this game. If the bowling side get on top, then realistically they could keep them to 280, but if they let it go, then anything from 300 upwards is going to be posted.
Well, you're certainly right. Jeffrey Vandesay, well, certainly a little bit of a disappointment. He perhaps couldn't grip the ball. Well, the conditions are looking absolutely magnificent out here. Dry. There's a strong wind across the ground as well, keeping the players cool as the next delivery has been played down towards the short fine. There's an attempt to run the batsman out at the non-striker's end, but he has made his ground safely. Yes, he has. Dhananjay De Silva very quick across the turf. Young man.
Absolutely. The non-striker there was very quick out the blocks with the short 45 on the 1. And I think Dhananjay wasn't expecting the run and ended up having to dive in to save his wicket, as it were.
If it was a direct hit, it certainly would have been curtains for him, no question about it. But the ball having to be collected by the bowler and take the bails off, perhaps a little bit of a delay. That's what all this is about. It's very strange indeed that sometimes when you watch these replays, if the ball hits the stumps direct, that split second causes such a big contribution to run a batsman out.
Yeah, absolutely. So much focus now on hitting the stumps rather than throwing it over the top, because it just, a couple of frames makes a difference.
Yes, Vandesay comes and bowls the next delivery, and this time it has been punched handsomely, and cannot be the fielder. A little bit of a diving, sprawling effort by the short extra cover fielder there. To good attempt, did cut the single off. Simon, I also need to ask, there's plenty of good young cricketers in the England side as well. They're playing some magnificent cricket. I saw them, many of them are in the IPL as well. And I'm sure England is certainly in a resurgent mood and they're playing some magnificent cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's been a lot of investment by the ECB with regards to development over a number of years now. Over a decade, there's been a lot of money put into the system, and I think they're reaping the rewards of that, consistently competing against the best teams in the world. But you know, I think, you know, the Champions Trophy, they're going to be one of the favourites in their home backyard, as it were, and they'll be tough to beat. So any team that beats them knows that they're playing good cricket.
Well, you're certainly right, Simon. I certainly am a very keen follower. Well, there's break for water. Break for water. Must be running some commercials.
Yeah, no problem. It really has clouded up, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Galle, Candy, the bowler, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best. Go head to head. In the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
Bowling. Thank you. And as you come back, well, dark clouds across the ground, Simon, but the lights are coming on. It's a wonderful spectacle indeed, pushing the clouds away and bathing the playing area with thousands of lux. And it certainly is illuminating and lighting up the whole place. Daylight streaming back again.
Absolutely. There's nothing like day-night cricket. And this stadium, as you said earlier, once it's full with a full crowd, it's an amazing atmosphere. So, you know, players very lucky to play here. It's a wonderful ground and wonderful facility.
Well, you're certainly right. Galle 222 for 4, having won the toss. And Taranga Upul Taranga, winning the toss and elected to bat, has pushed Galle to 222 for 4 and a personal contribution 101 from him. As we see the next delivery taken on the full and hammered handsomely into the stands by Dhananjay De Silva as the ball soars in the air. Dasun Shanak, I beg your pardon, and goes over the ropes for 6 runs.
Yep, well, there's certainly the intent shown there after the drinks break. Maybe a few messages coming out to say what type of total they need, you know, but definitely looking for 300, so requiring about 8 and over here for the last 10 overs.
Well, you're certainly right. Opening the broad shoulders, that ball was there to be hit, tossed up, came up at almost at a wonderful length for him. Had to just get his foot across and hammer that he did with a wonderful follow through as well. Simon, you had some scores from Dambul as well coming your way. So we can have all our listeners as we see the next delivery once again goes down on his knees and sweeps it brilliantly and handsomely once again into the stands for 6 runs.
Yep. Dambula, there's an interesting game going on up there.
That is between Dambula and Candy.
That's correct, yeah. And Candy batting first. We're 176 for 4 was the last score that we had. Danushka Gunatilaka 75, Dilhan Kurai 43, and Asham Priyanjan 4 for 32. So a useful contribution with the ball from him.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a very interesting game. And that game also is played under lights. So it's going to be fantastic indeed. In the meantime, Dasun Shanaka has now probably got some signals from the final 10 overs. And the 4 deliveries has already been bowled. I see the final delivery of the over 41st over. 2 sixes in that over. Galle 235 for 4. And we will now have a change of voices. It will be over to Sajid Fernando and Malinda Warapura. Well, Simon, it seems Sajid and Malinda is making their way here yet. Oh, here they come. The two wonderful cricketers, and they will also show their multilingual capability as well.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Simon. අපි දැක්කා හොඳ පිටිහරඹයක් දර්ශන් ශානකේ මං අතරමඟදී සඳහන් කර පරිදි උපුල් දරංග සහ අදිමුත් කරුණාරත්න ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක යන ගමන් මං කිව්වා මොවුන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා දර්ශන් ශානක සස්සිගේ ප්‍රසන්න ඔවුන්ට ලොකු පාරවල් හෙල්ල කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඒ වගේම දර්ශන් ශානක ඇවිල්ලා ඒ වගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලොකු 6 පාරක් ලබා ගත්තා මීට ප්‍රථම ඕවරේ අලින්ද
ඔව් දනංජ සිල්වා සමගින් දර්ශන් ශානක සඳහන් කළා වගේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාටත් වගකීමක් තිබෙනවා හොඳ සම්බන්ධතාවක් ගොඩනගා ගන්නට ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා සේම දර්ශන් ශානක ඔහුගේ සුපුරුදු පිටිහරඹය ක්‍රියාත්මක කළා දැවැන්ත 6 පාරවල් කීපයක් සමගින්
මේ ප්‍රතිහරඹයට මූලික වුණේ උපුල් සහ දිමුත්ගේ සම්බන්ධතාවය ඔවුන්ගේ ඒ අත්තිවාරම නිසා තමයි මේ පසුපෙළ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට බියක් සැකක් නැතුව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන්
තවත් පන්දුවර 9ක් ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා මේ වුණේ ලකුණු 237යි තාමත්ම හොඳ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් කඩලු 4ක් පමණයි දැවී තිබෙන්නේ
ගාලු කණ්ඩායම පොඩි පසුබෑමකට ලක් වුණා ඕවර් දෙකක් අතරතුරද කඩලු දෙකක් පැටීමෙන් මේ තරඟේ
ඒ උපුල් තරංග සහ දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාම ඉතාමත්ම පළමු ක්‍රීඩකයා දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න දුවද්දී දැවියාමකට හසු වුණා. ඒ වගේම ඉන්පසු උපුල් තරංග මිඩ් ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයා අතර උඩ පන්දුවක් ලබා දුන්නා. නැවතත් ලේට් කාඩ් පහරක් තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් ඒ ධනංජය සිල්වාටයි පන්දු යවන්නන්ට කිසිම සහයක් අපි දකින්නේ නැහැ. දඟ කැවීමක් අපි දුටුවේ නෑ. නමුත් මදක් කෙටි පන්දුවක් ඕස් ස්ටම්ප් එකෙන් එළිය පතිත වූ පන්දුව ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ස්ථානගත කළා. ඉතාමත් හොඳ පහරක්, ලේට් කට් පහරක්, තවත් ලකුණු 4ක්.
ඔව් අපි දන්නවා ධනංජය දිසිල්වා කොතරම් හොඳ ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ද කියා. ඔව් එය මැනවින් එල්ල කරපු පහරක්. කිසිම කඩලු කිසිම පන්දු රකින්නෙක් නැති ස්ථානයක් බලා වූයේ මැනවින් පහර එල්ල කරා. ඒ වගේම තමයි මලින්ද මේ අවුට්ෆීල්ඩ් එක අපි ගැන මේ
යරතේ සීමාවෙන් එපිට.
ඔව් මං කියන අවුට්ෆීල්ඩ් එක අපි කියනවා ලයිට්නින් ක්වික් වැනි, ඒ කියන්නේ ඊටාම වේගෙන් පන්දුව ගමන් කරනවා. ඉතින් අපි කියනවා වැලියු ෆර් ෂොට්ස්, කියන්නේ තමන් එල්ල කරන පහරට නිසකයෙන්ම හොඳ පහරක් එල්ල කරොත් ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව් ඒ සහය තිබෙනවා පිටිකරුවන්ට. ඊටාත්ම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩාංගනේ දකින්න ඊටාත්ම හොඳ තත්වයක තිබෙනවා. ඔබ කිව්ව ආකාරයට තන තීරුව, ඒ වගේම පිටිය. පන්දියමේ වෙනසක් විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු නැවතත් කැඳවනවා පන්දියවන්නට. දසුන් ශානක උඩ පන්දුවක් හැටියට රැක ගන්නවාද, දැඩි ඉල්ලීමක් කරනවා වූ දැවිගිය ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ලෙස ලින්ඩන් හැනිබල් විනිසුරුවරයා තම තීරණය ලබා දෙනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ නායකයා කරපු හොඳ දෙයක් තමයි ඔහු තේරුම් ගත්තා දසුන් ශානක දඟපන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඉතා ප්‍රබලයෙන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙනවා කියලා. එම නිසා විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු කැඳවගෙන එතරම් හොඳ පන්දුවක් නෙවෙයි, නමුත්
කෙටි පන්දුවක්. කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ කඩලු රකින්න
දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් වෙනුවට. දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් ක්‍රීඩා භූමියේ නෑ. ඔව් ගේ අතේ පන්දු වැදී ඔව් ක්‍රීඩාගාරයට ගොස් තිබෙනවා. අපිට කිසිම තොරතුරක් ලැබිලා නෑ ඔහුගේ ඉන්ජරි එක පිළිබඳව. එම නිසා තමයි කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ කඩලු රකින්නේ.
ඔබ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් සඳහන් කළා, ඒ දසුන් ශානක ඉන්පසු සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න කියන ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා. දැන් පිටියට පැමිණ තිබෙන්නේ සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න. ඒ හා සමානව වේගයෙන් පන්දුර පහර දීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙන ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. හොඳ පන්දු යැවීමක්. ඔබ දන්නවා දඟ පන්දියවන්නන් දෙදෙනාට ඉතාමත්ම පහසුවෙන් පහරවල එල්ල කරන දසුන් ශානක. ඒ නිසාම තමයි මේ විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුගේ කෙටි පන්දුවක් තරම් හොඳ එල්ලයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. නමුත් වාසනාවකට උඩ පන්දුවක් හැටියට ක්‍රීඩකයා දැවි යනවා ඒ විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දුගේ පන්දු යැවීම. එයා සමානම කෙටි පන්දුවක් ෂෝට් මිඩ් විකට් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ හිසට ඉහළින් නැදී යන්නේ සිකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නට. පළමු පන්දුව කෙටි පන්දුවකින් ඔහු පිළිගන්නේ.
ඒ වගේම තමයි මලින්ද මේ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ මෙහෙම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී සමහර වෙලාවට ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරන ඔබේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන මිතුරෙක් සමග ඔබ ඒ කියන්නේ against සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. එතකොට ඔබගේ හැම හැකියාවක්ම, ඔබගේ දුර්වලතාවයන්, ඔබගේ ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත්ස් හැම දෙයක්ම ඒ අනිත් ක්‍රීඩකයා දන්නවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ වෙලාවක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න එතරම් පහසු දෙයක් නෙවෙයි.
ඔව් එයා සමානම තමයි ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් සහෝදරයන් දෙදෙනෙක් ක්‍රීඩා කළා. චතුරංගද සිල්වා, ඒ වගේම වනිදු අසරංග, අයියේ මල්ලි.
අයියේ මල්ලි නමුත් කණ්ඩායම් දෙකකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ. හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක්.
සහයක් දරනවා තිසර පෙරේරා. නමුත් රැක ගැනීමට හැකියාවක් නැහැ.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නට කෙටි පන්දු යොදවන්න තීරණය කරයි. මොකද අපි හැම වෙලේම කියනවා ලේට් ඕඩර් පිතිකරුවන්ට එතරම් කෙටිපන්දු එතරට පහර දෙන්න එතරම් ලේසි නෑ කියලා. අපිට පේනවා පිටියත් ඒ විදියට සලසනවා නායක දැනට ඉන්න නායක තිසර පෙරේරා. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේක කෙටිපන්දුවක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
තරම් හොඳ එල්ලයක් නෙවෙයි ස්වීපර් කවර් කලාපයට එල්ල කරන්නේ පාස් වෙන්ම ලකුණක්.
කෙටි පන්දුවක් නමුත් එතරම් ඉහළ නැග්ගෙත් නෑ. ඉලක්කෙත් එතරම් හරි නෑ. නමුත් ඒ පන්දු රකින්නන් යොදවපු ආකාරයෙන් යම්කිසි අයිඩියා එකක් ලැබුණා. මේ වගේ පන්දුවක් තමයි පන්දු යවන්න යොමු කරන්න හදන්නේ කියලා.
ලංකාර පාරක් මිඩ් විකට් කලාපයට පන්දුව රැක ගන්නවා ලකුණු 2ක් ධනංජය සිල්වට. පන්දුවර 43ක් අවසානයේ 247යි මුළු ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව කඩලු 5කට.
ඔව් ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට තමන්ගේ ඉලක්කය 300 පසු කරගෙන යන්න නම් මොවුන් දෙන්නාගෙන් හොඳ සේවයක් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ලැබෙන්න ඕනේ. මම හිතන්නේ ධනංජය ඩි සිල්වා තව ඕවර 4ක්වත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඕනේ. සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න තමන්ගේ සුපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩාව නියැල ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඔහුගේ සුපුරුදු පහරවල් එල්ල කරන්න ඕනේ. මොකද අපි හැම වෙලේම කියනවා සමහරලාට අපි හිතනවා 275ක් 280ක් ඇති කියලා. නමුත් ඔබට පුළුවන් නම් 300 පසු කරන් යන්න. මේ අවස්ථාවේ හොඳම අවස්ථාව එක පිතිකරුවෙක් පහරවල් එල්ල කරගෙනත් අනිත් පිතිකරුවා ඉතුරු ඕවර් ටික සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ප්ලෑන් කරන එක.
කෙටි පන්දුවක් නැවතත් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ඩීප් මිඩ් විකට් කලාපයට යොමු කරනවා. තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නට.
ඔව් කෙටි පන්දුවක් වැන්ඩසේගෙන්. ඇත්තම මලින්ද වැන්ඩසේ තරම් හොඳට පන්දු යවලා නැහැ මේ තරඟේ.
බොහෝ බලාපොරොත්තු තිබූ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව නියෝජනය කරා. ඒ වගේම බොහෝ දෙනා ඔහු ගැන බලාපොරොත්තු තබාගෙන හිටියා. නමුත් අපි දැක්ක මේ තරඟයේත් ඒ වගේම මෑත කාලයේත් ඔහු තරම් හොඳ පන්දු යවීමක නිරත වෙලා නැහැ.
ඔව් වුණා. අපි ඔබ කිව්වා වගේ හොඳ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වලට හොඳ අනාගතයක් තිබ්බ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. නමුත් මෑත කාලේ වුණ ඉන්ජරි එකක් නිසා ඔහු ක්‍රිකට් වලින් මාසයක් දෙකක් ඔහු ඉවත් වෙලා හිටියා. නමුත් නැවත පැමිණි ඔහු එතරම් හොඳට පන්දු යවලා නැහැ. මට හිතනවා ඒ ඉන්ජරි එක හින්දාද කියලා, ඇඟිල්ලේ වුණ ආබාධයේ හින්දාද කියලා ඔහුගේ මේ පන්දු යවන්න හොඳට පන්දු යවන්නේ නැත්තේ.
සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නත් එයා සමානව පාදක පන්දු යවන්නේ. දැන් ධනංජය සිල්වා සූදානම්. ඔබ සඳහන් කළ ඉලක්කය ලකුණු 300ට එහා ඒ සඳහා දැඩි සේවයක් උපුල් තරංග සහ දෙමුත් කරුණානත් ලබා දුන්නා තමන්ගේ කණ්ඩායමට. ඒ වගේම මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාටත් ඒ වගකීම දැන් බාර වී තිබෙනවා. සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න සහ ධනංජය සිල්වා මන් ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා. කෙලින්ම පන්දුව එල්ල කරා. නමුත් ඒ වන විට සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න ඉතාමත්ම ඉක්මනින් කඩු රකින්න අන්තයේ වෙත යමු දිවගේ සමාරයි.
ඒ වගේම තමයි මලින්ත ලකුණු 300ක් හරි ඊට එහා ලබා ගන්න වුණොත් ඉතාම අමාරු කාර්යයක් වෙනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට. මොකද අපි දන්නේ දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා, පිතිකරණය දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා තාම ඔහුගේ ආබාධය තාම අපි දන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔහු තමයි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට හොඳින් ලකුණු රැස් කරන සිටින පිතිකරුවා. ඉතින් ඒකත් ඔවුන්ට ලොකු බලපෑමක්.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන්ම හොඳම පිතිකරුවා. නමුත් ලකුණු 300 ඕනම කණ්ඩායමකට විශාල අභියෝගයක් වෙනවා. වේගවත් පාරක් ඉහළින් නැදී යනවා ලොං ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයාගේ අතටම එල්ලවන්නේ අවස්ථාවේදී සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න දැවි යනවා. අපි සඳහන් කළා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයා රැඳී සිටීම ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත් කියන දේ. නමුත් කෙලින්ම ලොං ඔෆ් ක්‍රීඩකයා විතරයි පන්දුව එල්ලවන්නේ. අවස්ථාවේදී වැන්ඩසේ එක් කඩුල්ලක් ලබා ගන්නවා. 6 වන කඩුල්ල බිඳ වැටෙනවා ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමේ.
ඔව් සීකුගේ දැවි යනවා. ඔබ කිව්ව ආකාරයට මලින්ත මං හිතන්නේ ඕවරේට ලකුණු 6ක් ලබාගෙන සිටියා. තවත් ලොකු පහරවකට පෙළඹුවා පන්දු යවන්න. නමුත් හරිය ආකාරයෙන් ඔහුගේ පිත්තේ වැදුන්නේ නැහැ. 6 සීමාව කරා ඇදී ගියේ නැහැ පන්දුව. කෙලින්ම ලොං ඔෆ් පන්දු රැක්ක වනිදු හසරංග අතටමයි පන්දුව ගියේ. ඔහු ලේසියෙන්ම ඒ උඩ පන්දුව ලබා ගත්තා. හොඳ පන්දුව රකින්නෙක් වනිදු හසරංග. පොඩ්ඩක් ඉක්මන් වුණාදෝ කියලා මට හිතෙනවා මලින්ත සීකුගේ.
මොකද ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා දුන්නා. මේ මැදපෙළ පිතිකරුවන්ට තිබුණා මීට වඩා වගකීමක් මේ කණ්ඩායමේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ඉහළට ගෙන යන්න. මේ වනකොට කඩලු 6ක් බිඳ වැටී තිබෙනවා. ඉතින් ඉතාමත්ම අවාසනාවන්ත තත්ත්වයක් මුදු පුල් තරංග සහ දිමුත් නැවතත් ඒ සමදතාවයෙන් පසුව එතරම් හොඳ සමදතාවයක් ගොඩනගා ගන්නට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට හැකි වුණේ නැහැ. දසුන් ශානක වේගවත් ලකුණු 25ක් ලබා ගත්තා. නමුත් වැදගත් වන්නේ අර සමදතාවය. නවක ක්‍රීඩකයා චාමික කරුණාරත්න
තවත් හොඳ ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. බංග්ලාදේශයේ පැවති අවුරුදු 23න් පහළ යූත් ඒෂියා කප් තරඟාවලිය හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ශාමික.
ඒ වගේම බැඩ්මින්ටන් පරපුරකින් පැවතෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩකයා නිලූක කරුණාරත්න. ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක්
ඔහුගේ සොහිරු තමයි ශාමික.
ඒ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක්ගෙන් පසුව බැඩ්මින්ටන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් 30 දෙනෙක්ින් පස්සේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් අපිට හමු වෙනවා. දක්ෂතාවය රසක් ඔහුටත් බැඩ්මින්ටන් ක්‍රීඩාවේ යෙදෙන්නට පුළුවන්. කොළඹ රාජකීය විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරමින් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් දස්කම් දක්වූ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. 19න් 15 ඒ වගේම සඳහන් කළා වගේ අවුරුදු 23න් 15 බංග්ලාදේශ තරඟ සංචාරයේදීත් ඔහු හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කළා.
පන්දු ඕවර 6ක් ඉතිරි වී තිබෙනවා. ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට නැවතත් නැවතත් විශ්වපනාන්දු පන්දු යවනවා. අපි හිතුව පරිදි කෙටි පන්දුවක් තමයි එල්ල කරේ පිතිකරුවට. ඉල්ලීමක් කරනවා. නමුත් විනිශ්චයකරු හැනිබල් ඒ ලෙග් බයිස් එකක් කියා තමයි සඳහන් කරන්නේ. මාත් සමග එකව වෙනවා ඇෂ්ලි.
Thank you, Sajid, and a very good evening to all our viewers and our listeners. Yes, Sajid, but හිතනවා ගෝල් දැන් 256ක් අන්තිම පන්දු වාර 6යි තියෙන්නේ දැන්. විශ්ව ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ බෝල් කරන්න දැන් ලෑස්ති වෙනවා. මම හිතනවා ඒගොල්ලන් හිතුවට වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයකට ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වුණා කියලා.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඒකට හේතුව තමයි කඩළු බිඳු වැටෙන එක. ඉස්සෙල්ලා මම සඳහන් කර පරිදි ඕවර් දෙකක් අතරද උපුල් සහ දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න දැවී ගියා. ඒකෙන් ප්‍රබල පසුබෑමකට ලක් වුණා ගාලු කණ්ඩායම. ඒකම තමයි තිසර පෙරේරා දැන් නායකත්වයේ දරනවා අන්දිමාල් වෙනුවට. ඔහු ගේ පන්දු යවන්නන් ඔහු විකට්ටු ලබා ගත්තා. තව උඩ පන්දුවක් ඔහු දැවී යනවා. ශාමික කරුණාරත්න දැවී යනවා. උඩ පන්දුවක් කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ තමයි මේ උඩ පන්දුව රැක්ගත්තේ. කෙටි පන්දුවක් එල්ල කරා. මම ඉස්සර සඳහන් කර පරිදි අපි කියන ලේට් ඕඩර් පිතිකරුවන්ට මේ කෙටි පන්දුව තරම් නිසකවම පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න අමාරුයි. ඉතින් මැනවින් පන්දුව එල්ල කරා විශ්ව ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ. ශාමික කරුණාරත්න දැවී යනවා. ගාලු කණ්ඩායම ලකුණු 257කට කඩලු 7යි.
මම හිතන්නේ දැන් ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට යම්කිසි ප්‍රමාණයක ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණයකට යන්න පුළුවන් එකම තුරුම්පු වෙලා තියෙන ධනංජය ඩිසිල්වාගේ පැවැත්ම විතරයි. ඔහු දැන් ලකුණු 29ක් ලබාගෙන තිනවා සජිත්. නමුත් ධනංජයට දැන් එච්චර ස්ට්‍රයික් එක හම්බෙන්නේ නැති හින්දා සමහරකට මේක ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. ඉතින් නවක පිතිකරු සුරංග ලක්මාල් ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ධනංජය උත් සමග ඔහුට අවවාද කරයි එතරම් හදිස්සි වෙන්න එපා. තව අපිට බෝල 30ක් 32ක් විතර තිබෙනවා අපේ ඉනිමේ. ඉතින් එක ලකුණ ඒවා පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න මට ස්ට්‍රයික් එක ලබා දෙන්න කියලා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ අවවාදය සුරංග ලක්මාල්ට ලබා දෙයි.
ඒකම කැන්ඩි නුවර එහෙම නුවරයි දම්බුල්ල තරඟෙදී දැන් නුවර කණ්ඩායම 235 ලකුණු 235ට විකට් 5යි. 44 overs have been completed. They are 244 for 5 now. Quite a good score, and that's also a day-night game out there.
විශ්ව ප්‍රනාන්දු දැඩි සේවයක් කරලා තිබෙනවා මේ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට. ඔහුගෙන් මුල් මේ ඉනිමේ මුල ඌට එතරම් දායක වෙන්න බැරි වුණා පන්දුවෙන්. නමුත් මේ ඉනිමේ අවසානයේ ඌ හොඳින් පන්දු යවනවා පිතිකරුවන්ට. එක ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා සුරංග ලක්මාල්. ධනංජය සිල්වාට නැවතත් ස්ට්‍රයික් එක ලබා දෙනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි සුරංග ලක්මාගෙන් කෙරෙන්න ඕනේ. කෙටි ලකුණක් ලබාගෙන පුළුවන් තරම් ධනංජය ඩිසිල්වා ස්ට්‍රයික් එක ලබා දීලා. මොකද ධනංජය දැන් හොඳට බෝලේ දකිනවා. හොඳ පහරවල් වලටත් යන්න පුළුවන් දක්ෂ ප්‍රතිකරුවෙක්.
මම හිතන්නේ තව ඕවර් දෙකක් තුනක්වත් මේ විදියට ක්‍රීඩා කළ යුතුයි ධනංජය සිල්වා. ලකුණු 300කට අඩුවෙන් තිබ්බොත් මම හිතන්නේ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම පොඩි ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලබා ගත්තා කියන්න පුළුවන් අවසාන කාලේ ගාලු ඉනිමේ අවසානයේ. මොකද අපි එක වෙලාවක් තිබ්බා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම 320ක් පමණ ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙලාවක්. නමුත් කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට පුළුවන් නම් ගාලු කණ්ඩායම ලකුණු 300ට වඩා අඩුවෙන් තියාගන්න මම හිතන්නේ පොඩි ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලබා ගත්තා කියන්න පුළුවන්.
ඇත්තටම සජිත් දැන් නම් පේන හැටියට දැන් තාම 259යි. කඩලු 7ක් දැවි අවසන්. මේ 45 වෙනි පන්දුවාරේ දැන් බෝල් කරන්නේ. 45 වෙනි පන්දුවාරේ ඉවරයි දැන්. එතකොට 254 7යි. මේ තියෙන හැටියට මට හිතෙන්නේ ලකුණු 280 ඉක්මව යන්නට අමාරු වෙයි කියලා.
ඔව් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක ඉතා විනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක්. ඒ වගේම ධනංජය සිල්වා පිතිකරණයේ යෙදී සිටිනවා. අපි දන්නවා සුරංග ලක්මාටත් පිතිකරණයේ යෙදෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි දැක්ක බංග්ලාදේශයට එරෙහිව වූ ලකුණු 30ක් 40ක් ලබාගත් අවස්ථාවල්. ඉතින් අපි බලමු ධනංජය සිල්වා සුරංග ලක්මාල්ව මැද තියාගෙන කෙසේ ක්‍රීඩා කරයිද කියලා. අපි බැලුවොත් බෝල 30ක් ඉතුරුව තියෙනවා. ඒ 30ට එක ගානේ ගත්තත් ලකුණු 30ක් එනවා. එතනම 290ක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ධනංජයට පුළුවන් නම් ඒ බෝල 30 සෙල්ලම් කරලා හතරේව දෙක තුනකුත් ලබා ගන්න අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ලකුණු 300 ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්.
So as we thank you Sajid, we invite Simon back again to the microphone, and as he comes we see 4 byes. The wicketkeeper misses the ball keeping a little low, and 4 runs. Well, Galle wouldn't mind how they come now as long as the scoreboard keeps on ticking.
Yeah, very difficult with a part-time wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Never easy keeping to the leg spinner, and yeah, unfortunately that ball just went straight through him, and 4 byes. So useful runs for Galle at this stage with only 3 wickets in hand.
Absolutely right. Jeffrey Van der Say certainly getting some bite off the wicket now, and bowling a little flatter, and then on occasions he tosses it up and gets some spin as well. The ball which defeated the wicketkeeper on that early occasion certainly did spin a lot, and there was bounce as well. And the next delivery on the other hand was the googly, which came in back and wrapped the batsman on his
well
pads.
Fielded there at extra cover, in tight on the one, and dive into his right there. Tisara, great stop, probably saved a couple of runs.
Well, he certainly did save more than a couple of runs. If that ball had missed him, it certainly would have sped to the boundary, no question about it. He had been quite athletic out there in the field today. ThePapare throwing himself around, tall man, standing well over 6 for sure, and certainly getting a beating out there as well.
Yeah, he certainly looked like he's enjoyed the captaincy as well since the injury to Chandimal. He's really in the game here, and you know, started to influence the game with the wickets as well. So looks like he's enjoying his captaincy stint.
You're certainly right. Jeffrey Van der Say making a few changes in the field, as the next delivery has been played late, waited for the ball to come to him. You see the pace on that occasion. Dhananjay De Silva couldn't beat the fielder. A valiant effort out there, third man, diving to his right, and certainly saving a couple of runs there.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the fielding's been very impressive today from this Colombo team. They've thrown themselves around, they've been quick to the ball, and they've pretty much taken every opportunity that's come their way.
You're certainly right. Lights certainly coming on in full swing now. Otherwise, the time reading almost 10 minutes to 6 o'clock in the evening. The dark shadows have been virtually taken away as the next delivery has been played down towards the mid-wicket region. The batsman scrambling, of course, for 2 runs. That's good running indeed. The throw came in from the deep, but the batsman safely in. 268 for 8 at the end of 45 overs.
Yeah, the big fast bowler there, Suranga Lakmal. You know, doesn't get too many opportunities to bat, so making the most of it and running pretty hard there for those 2 runs. But you know, 4 overs to go here. You know, you're really looking at trying to get 10 and over if you can. If not, but it's still looking like a total of around 300 is achievable here.
Well, you're certainly right. 268 for 7, and 46 overs have been completed. So we are down into the last 4 overs now. A quick look at the batting scorecard for Galle. Sadira Samaravekra made only 3. Upul Taranga made 101, I beg your pardon. Dimut Karanatha made 78. And Dhananjay De Silva is still out there. He's on 30 now. And De Silva made only 4 runs. And Dasun Shanaka making 25. Quick fire 25. He just came off 22 deliveries with 3 sixes. There were no 4s in that innings of his. So he only wanted 6s. And he did get 6s. A strike rate of 113.64. Sekuge Prasanna, I thought he'll swing the bat to good effort today, but not to be. Made only 5 with the solitary boundary. And Karunaratna also making 1. And Lakmal is out there on 1 as well, facing Vishwa Fernando.
Big full toss there, trying to get it full into the block hole. Just got it wrong, and Dhananjay whacked it over extra cover for 4 runs.
Well, yes, very loose delivery indeed. And they're bowling for Colombo. Visha Fernando has bowled 8 overs, given away 40 runs and picked up 2 wickets, economy rate of 5. Sachitra Seranaka, 8 overs, 26 for 1. Pick up the bowlers for me. I was wondering why he is not bowling anymore. But he still has 2 overs. ThePapare has gone for 20 off his 5. And Shehan Jayasuri, 58, quite expensive, picked up a wicket for 9 overs. Vandase, 9 overs, 53 runs for 1. And then, of course, Dhananjay, or rather De Silva, has picked up 1 for 37 of his 4 overs. And that has been the bowling so far. That was Vitanage, I believe, who has picked up, yes, he has bowled 4 overs, given away 37 runs and picked up 1 wicket. So there we see those improvisations to very poor effect. So not being able to connect it. If he had stood his ground, that was a short ball outside the off stump, he certainly could have thumped that down towards the extra cover region.
Yeah, just if you look at the field placings, though, it just gives him an indication of where the bowler's trying to bowl. He's got fine leg and third man up into the 30-yard circle, and then he's got the boundary riders pretty much straight at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So he knows that the bowler's going to go full. So it was, in his mind to try and, well, he reverse paddle swept it and missed it, but definitely be looking into those areas.
Well, you're certainly right.
Oh, there's a no ball. Front foot no ball, which is criminal at this stage of the game, which allows Galle a free hit here and some free runs.
So there you are. No ball signalled by the umpire Lyndon Hannibal, and also signals it's going to be a free hit as well. So that would be, as Simon said, a crime at this stage of the game. Certainly should have happened.
It's a really important part of the game here because, the last 5 overs of the game is a momentum swinger. And Colombo did really well to get back into this game after at one stage looking like chasing plenty over 300. So they must finish well here to go into that dressing room thinking they got a chance of winning the game.
Well, you're certainly right. 274 for 7 as an exterior once again taken on the full and tried to pull it down towards the mid-wicket region. Lakmal getting a leading edge but ballooning to the no man's land somewhere off the mid-off region, but the long off certainly couldn't come from the boundary to take that catch. Took it up in the second bounce. Lakmal picking up a single.
Yeah, just safe enough, I think. Hip height. But missing out on a good opportunity to get a boundary there, Saranga. So he'll be disappointed, but brings the in-batsman Dhananjay De Silva back onto strike, which is important at this stage of the game.
Certainly, Dhananjay De Silva, quick 536 so far to him. Looking good out there as he settles for the bat. A few changes being made by ThePapare, the stand-in captain. There's a short fine leg, a deep square leg. There's a short mid-wicket, a long on the leg side. There's an extra price, but hammered down towards the mid-wicket region. Yes, beat the man in the 30-yard circle. Played over him, uppishly, but in the air purposely. And down to the boundary, it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, he knows that Vishwa Fernando here is going to be bowling the ball full and tight to his body. And he's picked that up over mid-wicket beautifully. And the ball's raced away to the boundary.
Absolutely. Score moves to 279. The 300 certainly within sight now. 47th over in progress. And, well, this is all that happened after the first wicket fell with only 3 runs on the board. Second at 177. Third at 189. Fourth at 195. Fifth at 252. Sixth at 253. And the 7th at 257. And since then, these two batsmen has been putting together decent partnership with the runs coming up pretty quickly and pretty easily as well, much to the disappointment of the Colombo side. Visha Fernando at last, he gets it right. A good Yorker, squeezed off the pads by Dhananjay De Silva, picks up a single.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where you want the ball, right in at the batsman's toes. Really hard for him to do anything with that other than really probably go down and try and paddle sweep him. But, this stage of the game, batsmen are just happy to get runs on the board, whether it's singles or whether it's boundaries. And, ultimately it's about getting as many runs as we can at this stage of the game.
Well, you're certainly right. 47th over, one final delivery remaining. Vishu Fernando making a few adjustments to the field. ThePapare in consultation, the captain. Bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-hander.
4 runs.
And this time it had been cut, chopped down beautifully by Suranga Lakmal. Waited for the ball to come to him and played it late and got to the right of the point fielder and down to the boundary. It speeds 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the bowler was trying to do there. He's bowling to a lower order batsman. He just bowled a fine Yorker in at the toes. Last ball of the over, all you've got to do is close the over out for as minimal runs as possible. And he's just bowled a short ball wide of off stump, which has got carted away for 4.
Well, you said it right. That's perhaps what one could call unimaginative bowling. Didn't have a plan, didn't know exactly where he should put that ball, forgot about the line, the direction, and bowled it short and gave it width as well. And the batsman cashing in and hammering it down to the boundary.
Yeah, I definitely think that's an area of the game that we can improve in this country. Is our bowlers learning how to finish an over. You know, the amount of times I see balls 5 or 6 going to the boundary is pretty frequent, and so a challenge to our bowling department to try and develop that area of the game.
Well, you're certainly right, Simon. I believe so much of intelligence, this game has become that much more intelligent now. Players cannot take anything for granted. They have to sort of depend on their skill, their ability, their technical capability, and also their thinking prowess as well if they are to become good cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just not about skill nowadays. It's definitely about the top 3 inches, as I call it, between the ears. You know, you don't always have to be the outstanding player to come through if you're a smart thinker.
Well, you're certainly right. So it's ThePapare leading from the front, taking the ball. He has bowled only 5 overs, given away 20 runs, realizing he'll have to come and do the final finishes now. And up in Dambul, interesting score indeed, Simon. Candy batting first has got to 272 for 5 and still in the 47th over. And they are going very well out there. And so certainly 300 there for them as well.
Yeah, nice to see at this stage of the tournament, you know, good wickets being produced and scores of around 300 being posted. So that all bodes well for the tournament, and hopefully we can continue this standard of pitch all the way through to the final.
Well, you're certainly right. It's interesting indeed. And there is something in most of the wickets for the batsmen, more so in favour of the batsmen than the bowlers. But that's what all this game is all about. But here we could see ThePapare certainly holding his own, bowling using his head, using all the experience that he possesses as well, certainly cutting down on the speed on that occasion, bowling wicket to wicket, holding the ball back, and Dhananjay or Lakmal shaping to play a powerful shot, realizing the ball not coming to him, just dabbing it and playing it down for the bowler to pick it up on the follow-through.
Yeah, this is great to see Tisara as captain here, really taking responsibility for the last 2 overs from this end. He's noticed that some of the other bowlers haven't quite delivered what he wanted, so he's taken taken it on his own shoulders and said, okay, it's my turn now, and hopefully showing his experience and expertise at this stage of the game.
Well, you're certainly right. 286 goal, 48th over in progress. ThePapare streaming in. And Dhananjay waited for it and tried to pedal sweep it, missed the line, and the ball going to the wicket keeper. So there's a third man, there's a sweeper cover, there's a point, a short extra cover, and long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a short square leg, and a short fine leg is a field that have been employed. A very strange field indeed. There's lots of gaps out there as well, Simon. And if a batsman wants to improvise or maybe move around a little in the wicket, he certainly can easily pick up runs.
Oh, there we go. Disappointing that. Big wide ball outside off stump. Outside edge down to third man. Bowler thinking he's got a chance of taking a wicket, and then the fielder misjudges it and it goes through for 4 runs. So earlier complimenting the fielding, and there we go. Back end of the game, concentration and discipline just lacking a little bit there from the fielder down at third man.
Third man, yes. ThePapare certainly didn't like that. He was not happy at all. If the fielder couldn't come for the catch, he certainly could have stayed back and stopped the 4. And at this stage, the 4 runs absolutely costly and pushing the score to 290. He certainly had a few things to say, a couple of wild gestures as well. So this is a certainly when somebody comes and bowls, takes all the trouble, runs up about 10-15 yards, bowls and watches the ball going down to the field and misjudging and the ball running down to the boundary. That's not a good thing, good feeling at all.
No, but again, we're just talking about the 6th ball of the over going for a boundary, and he knows how crucial that ball was. You know, a 1 instead of a 4, you know, again puts the pressure back onto the batting side. But unfortunately, on this occasion, the batsman's a happy man.
Well, you're certainly right, Simon. Well, our predictions coming right. 300, we thought 310, 300, above 300, and certainly Galle is now almost there. 290, the final 2 overs. This is the 49, the penultimate over being bowled, and but importantly for Colombo, it's Suranga Lakmal on strike.
Yeah, so I think Suranga really should be just throwing the bat here. You know, still got wickets to go. Needs to get Dhananjay on strike, and there we go. Good example of not thinking the situation of the game. So Suranga there giving up his wicket to keep Dhananjay, the in batsman, on strike.
Well, yes, Suranga Lakmal going for a reverse sweep there. As Simon said, he should have just concentrated in playing the ball and just picking up a single, but trying to go for a big shot there. A reverse sweep as well. Hit it straight down towards the short square leg region and then tried to run, but there was no chance of getting across to the other side. And he has been run out. So Galle loses the 8th wicket with the total on 290.
Yeah, I think the important thing out of all of that was that Dhananjay De Silva's back on strike, and he'll be looking to take as many balls as possible here with only 2 wickets left for his team.
Yes, very interesting incident at the non-strikers end. The bowler, in his enthusiasm to take the ball, he knocked the bail off before the ball could reach him. So once the ball came to him from the fielder who stopped the ball, all what he did was uproot a stump and hold the ball to it. So all our viewers, if the bails have been has fallen off the stumps before you could take it off, and that's the way to run out a batsman. So I'm sure there must be plenty of viewers out there who wondered why the bowler had to take the stump out to run the batsman out. That is because the bails were off before he took the ball and ran the batsman out. As the next delivery has been cut and placed a late cut, maybe inside edge, ball running down towards the 3rd man region, not with that much power, picked up and sends a return, and Dhananjay De Silva is at the non-strikers in.
Yeah, very interesting to see Sachithra Sananaika not bowling out his allotted 10 overs here. You know, 8 overs, 1 for 26 has certainly been the pick of the bowlers from my point of view on this particular pitch, but the captain choosing to go with Jeffrey van der Sey at this stage.
Absolutely. So Akila Dhananjay comes into bat now and faces the first delivery. He plays it down towards the mid-wicket region, picks up a single. So one of the most important things in looking at some of the team structures and the names in some of the representations, Simon, is Sri Lanka cricket also has given the opportunity for cricketers like Akila Dhananjay, who was in the limelight some time ago and faded away, to make some sort of impression, come back. And this is one opportunity that has been given to him. The young man did come into the Sri Lanka side with a bang and did bowl brilliant against Australia. Then all of a sudden he was out of the scene, but here he is now again.
Yeah, and that's the whole purpose of this tournament, is to give players hope. You know, the club tournament is an important part of what we do, but the further you go up, you know, the closer you get into that national team. So for me, when players are playing in this particular tournament, they know that they're one step closer to their dream, as it were.
Well, you're certainly right, and it's a save with Lahiru Thirimanne as well. I watched him play at the NCC grounds the other day. He fell one short of a half century for 49. There we see the 49th over coming to an end. Galle 292 for 8. Dhananjay De Silva is still out there. He's on 48, 2 runs short of a half century, and with him is Akila Dhananjay.
Yeah, here really important for the new batsman to get off strike on the first ball and give Dhananjay 5 balls to Sara Pereira So be interesting to see what sort of field the captain has here. Is he going to give him an easy one, or is he going to bring an extra man into the ring and just try and keep him on strike for as long as possible?
Well, you're certainly right. ThePapare certainly gesturing, making adjustments to the field there. Akila Dhananjay on strike. He certainly will want Akila Dhananjay to be on strike, no question about it. What is going to be key here for ThePapare is going to be the length that is going to bowl to Akila Dhananjay. As far as the length is concerned, it's going to be the most important, crucial factor in keeping Dhananjay on strike. So there's a point, a short extra cover, and there is a short mid-wicket as ThePapare comes and bowls a full toss. And he runs it out. Dhananjay, or is it Akila Dhananjay has been run out? I believe that was Shehan Jaiswal who did the fielding out there. Jeffrey Van Der Say. I thought that was a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, from side on, he was tight in on the one there to make sure that the striker stayed on strike. Side on to the wicket, one stump to have a hit at, and he got it. Great piece of fielding from Jeffrey Van Der Say.
Oh, wonderful stuff we did. And in Dambulla, I just got a feedback. Chamara Kapugidara has scored a wonderful 85 runs. And well, he certainly has got into the runs again.
Absolutely, great to see as well. He's coming in at middle order batsman, sometimes under pressure, and again today 85. He's probably got his team up to a decent total of around 300. So very well done to Kapu.
So it's Dhananjay de Silva on strike, waits for the ball, and he hammers it, but straight down to the mid-off fielder. It's only one run. Thought of the second, must be kicking himself, but 295, 4 deliveries left, and certainly Galle will be able to go past the 300. A few lusty blows, maybe even to 310.
Well, you never know, but there's only one wicket left, so it could go the other way as well. So it only takes one ball for this innings to be closed.
Well, you're certainly right. It's Muthubalagi Pushpakumara who's facing, and well, opens the face of the bat and runs the ball down towards the third man region. Very intelligent indeed, the young man. Importantly, giving the strike to Dhananjay de Silva. He's on 49, so he probably will get his 50 now.
Yeah, he'll be itching to get a boundary here, though. I know he only needs one for 50, but he'll be looking to get as many runs off these last few balls as possible.
That's certainly right. ThePapare, what is going to be his length? Well, it's going to be a full touch. There's no length at all. It has been hammered down towards the right of the mid-off fielder, who sends a return in, and there is an appeal. Fantastic. Has Dhananjay made his ground there, Simon?
I reckon he's tight, but it was a fantastic throw from deep long off. He got round to the ball quickly, knew that Dhananjay was struggling at the batsman's end, threw it to the wicketkeeper. But given the reaction from the fielding team, I think they think he's made his ground.
Well, yes, and in the process he has got to his 50 as well. Even if he's run out taking the second run, he still would have got to his 50. As we watch the replays, it looks going to be very, very tight as it's taken by the wicket keeper. No, he has made his ground. A little bit wide the throw, maybe a trifle closer to the stumps, he would have been gone.
Very close.
Oh, I think he's gone.
Very close.
Oh, goodness me. Maybe one frame will tell us a story, Simon. As we watch the replay, I feel he's gone.
It's tight. It's when the bows come off for me is crucial. Might have just got in by one frame. It's very, very close.
Yes. Let's see whether the benefit of the doubt is going to be given to the batsman. The third umpire is Pragit Rambukwala, the TV umpire, still looking at it. And the longer it takes, the benefit generally goes to the batsman.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the key frame there. The bow's just come off and the bat is over the line. So it just shows how crucial a direct hit is compared to having to gather the ball and take it to the stumps.
Yes, we did speak about direct hit and the impact of direct hit and that fraction of a second that it takes to take the bails off and how a batsman can be run out. And we are seeing it now. And well, to me, I feel that one frame is a difference, but very, very close indeed. And the third umpire, Pragit Rambukwala, has his work cut out now. He has to take a very close look at it and has his signal saying the batsman is not out. Well, it looks like the fielders are impatient. ThePapare wants to bowl. He said, let's come on, get on with the game. If he's not out, he is not out. 298 for 9. And yes, he has been given out. We see the red light coming on. Yes, Dhananjay De Silva has been run out and given out by the third umpire, Pragit Rambukwella. It was a fraction that of a slight delay that we noticed. Oh goodness.
Seems he pressed the wrong button.
You will have to tell what exactly happened there. I saw the red button, so probably he pressed the wrong button there.
It seems that way. So Dhananjay lives another day here. So it showed that the fielders thought that he was in because they were in their places ready to go. So right decision made in the end, even though it was a little bit confusing.
Yes. Exactly, and also there's a little bit of a cross-section of information. The digital signboard said he's out, the light said green, not out, so a little bit of confusion. Yes, but now everything has been sorted out. Sanity prevails. Dhananjay De Silva is still out there, and we are enjoying all what is going on as well. And Thisara Perera is ready to bowl the final delivery of the 50th over. 299 for 9. Is it going to be 1 run, 4 runs, 6 runs? Whichever the way, is it going to be the 300 run?
Oh, wide.
No, it won't be declared a wide because he moved across the stump, Simon. Yes, so 299 it will remain. The innings has closed. The first half of the match comes to an end here at the Ketharam International Stadium. Galle winning the toss. Upul Taranga had no hesitation in wanting to bat first, and they have made 299 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Yeah, I think Colombo will be quite pleased with that in the end. After being 170 for 1, to keep them to 299, I think is a good effort, because at one stage I think they probably thought 320.
Yes, Simon, now we see the highlights of the innings, and we saw the first dismissal, and now some of the boundaries that have been scored as well.
Certainly set this innings up for Galle. Some fantastic batting, some natural stroke play, and subtle differences. Not all about power hitting.
Yes. Well, you are certainly right, Simon. It's how well the ball is timed, how the selection of the shots. It's wonderful cricket indeed that was played by both Taranga and Dimut Karunaratne.
Yeah, that was a crucial moment. The run out of Dimut. That certainly changed a little bit of momentum. Upul carried on throughout the innings to get a fantastic 100, and full credit to him. But he'll obviously be disappointed to get out soon after.
You're certainly right. And there we see some of the cross-batted shots that were played as well, and come some of the full swing shots which went over the boundary line for 6 runs as well. And a couple of inside out shots that were played by Upul Taranga.
The gloves on, the temporary wicketkeeper would be happy to report that, because they're never easy.
Well, you're certainly right. River sweeps, pedal sweeps, the traditional cricketing shots, you name it, all we've witnessed today, and all helped to push the Galle tournament, Galle score to 299, sitting a target of 300. And this is the Galle team batting squad.
Yep, so Upul Taranga leading the way as captain with a fine 100, well supported by Dimut Karunaratne for 78, and a useful little innings that guided the team to 299 by Dhananjay De Silva with 51 not out off 43 balls.
So that was a crucial contribution from Dhananjay De Silva, coming late down the middle order in helping Galle to get to 299 for 9. So Upul Taranga's 100 coming off just 103 deliveries, and Dhananjay De Silva's 51 coming off just 43 deliveries. And there were some cameos out there as well. Dashun Shanaka scoring his 25 off just 21 deliveries, which helped to swell the Galle score to 299 for 9.
So from here now, it'll be interesting to see how Colombo go about their innings. But before that, the bowling card with Vishwa Fernando taking 2 wickets at the top, having the toughest job, bowling with the new ball and at the death. 2 for 56 off his 9. The pick of the bowlers for me, Senanayake was outstanding in the power play, 1 for 26 off of his 8. The leadership of Tisara Pereira with 7 overs, 0 for 28 was impressive. And the spinners unfortunately were a little bit expensive in the lower part, with Shehan Jayasuriya going for 58 off his 9 overs.
And Vandase also going for 57 off his 10 overs. So now we have a live interview happening out in the grounds as well. It's Malintha Warnapura who will interview Upul Tharanga, the captain of the Galle team.
Galle කණ්ඩායමේ නායක උපුල් තරංග සිටිනවා මා සමගින් කාසිය වාසිය ලබාගෙන මුලින් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න තීරණය කරා. මුලින්ම උපුල් ඔබගේ ශතකයට අපේ සුබ පැතුම්. ඒ වගේම මේ ලබාගත් ශතකය ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලැබුණු සහාය දිමුත් කරුණාරත්නගෙන් මොන විදිහටද ඔබ දකින්නේ?
ඔව් අත්තර මම දන්නේ හොඳ මම දන්නේ දිමුත් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් බැට් කරා. මම දන්නේ මුල් ටිකේදී මට එච්චරම ටයිම් කරගන්න අමාරු නෑ. මම දන්නේ අවස්ථාවේදී දිමුත් මම දන්නේ ඔහු ලකුණු අතර සිටියා. මම දන්නේ මම ඒකෙන්ද ගොඩක් වෙලාවට දිමුට්ට අවස්ථාව දෙන්න බැලුවා. මම දන්නේ ඒකෙන් පස්සේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම 50න් පස්සේ තමයි මම දන්නේ මම හොඳට ටයිම් ගන්න ගත්තා. මම දන්නේ දිමුත් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් බැට් කරා.
මේ තනතිරුව පිළිබඳව සඳහන් කළා මුලින්ම පිතිකරුවන්ට උචිත තනතිරුවක් මොන වගේ සහායක්ද ඔබට ලැබුණේ තනතිරුවේ?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම දන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම මුල් පන්දු වර කීපේ මම දන්නේ විශ්ව හොඳින් පන්දුවා. මම දන්නේ පන්දු පොඩ්ඩක් දෝලණය වුණා. ඒ වගේම පන්දුවේ බවුන්ස් එක පොඩ්ඩක් අන්නිවෙන්න වගේ තිබ්බා. මම දන්නේ ඒත් එක්කම දඟ පන්දු යන්නගේ මම දන්නේ විශාල වශයෙන් දඟකීමක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. ඒකෙන්ද මම දන්නේ අපිට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම දන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් දිමුතුත් සමගත් මම දන්නේ අපි අර ආරම්භය ලබා ගත්තට පස්සේ මම දන්නේ මැද හරියදී අපිට ලකුණු වලට යන්න ලේසි වුණා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට.
ඔව් ලකුණු 299ක් ඔබ ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා මේ වන විට. ඔබ හිතනවාද මේට වඩා යම් ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලබා ගන්නට තිබුණා විශේෂයෙන්ම සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න වගේම දසුන් ශානක වැනි ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්න. ඒ වගේම ඉතාමත්ම අගනා ඉනිමක් ක්‍රීඩා කළ අවසානයේදී ධනංජය දෙසිල්වා.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මම දන්නවා අපි ලකුණු 20ක් 25ක් විතර අඩුයි කියලා මට හිතෙනවා. මොකද අපි ලබාගත් ආරම්භයත් සමගම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපිට තිබ්බේම අවස්ථාවට යන්න ආසනාවකට මම දන්නේ අපේ මැද පෙළ විතර තුන් දෙනාටම හොඳ ස්කෝර් එකකට යන්න බැරුණා. මම දන්නේ අපි කඩළු හතක් දැවි කියලා මම ධනංජය වක්කීම තේරුම් අරගෙන මම දන්නේ තාමත් උන් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. මම දන්නේ ඌ එම අර්ශතකයේ රැස් කරේ නැත්තම් මම දන්නේ අපිට 300ක් යන්න අමාරු වෙනවා. අර කිව්වාගේම අපි ලකුණු 20ක් 25ක් විතර අඩුයි කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
ඔව් ඒ වගේම මේ වන විට ඔබට තිබෙන ලකුණු 299ක්. ඔබගේ පන්දු යවන්නන් ඒ වගේම බලාපොරොත්තු තියෙන පන්දු යවන්නන් කවුද?
ඇත්තටම පන්දු යනකම් අපිට ගොඩක් ලාට සුරංග ලක්මාල් ඉන්න වේග පන්දුයන් ඒ වගේම චාමික් කරුණාරත්න මම දන්නේ උන් දෙන්න මේ තාම තුنين පන්දු යව. මම දන්නේ අපේ දඟ පන්දුයන් ඉතාමත් හොඳ දඟ පන්දුයන් සිටින විශේෂයෙන් මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර මම දන්නේ ඉතාමත් හොඳින් පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩා කර සිටින තරඟ ඒ වගේම සිව් ග්‍රේඩ් ප්‍රසන්න අකිල ධනංජය චතුරංග සීල මම දන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් ඉතාමත් හොඳ දඟ පන්දුයන් සිටින කණ්ඩායමක් කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්.
හරි බොහොමත් මේ ස්තුතියි පුල අප සමග සමවද වුණාට අපි ඔබට සුබ පතනවා.
2016 වසර ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් නැවත පුනර්ජීවය ලැබූ වසරක් ලෙස ඉතිහාසගත වන වසරකි. 2016 ජනවාරි 3 වෙනිදා ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් නව විධායක කාරක සභාවක් තෝරාපත් කර ගන්නා ලදී. ඒ වන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් මුහුණ පා සිටි මූල්‍ය ගැටලු සහ අක්‍රමිකතාවන්ගෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් නිදහස් කර ගනිමින් නැවත සංවර්ධනය කිරීම උදෙසා නව කමිටුව උපායශීලී වාණිජ්‍ය සැලසුම් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනු ලැබිය. අනවශ්‍ය වියදම් කපා හැරීම, උපායශීලී සම්පත් කළමනාකරණය වැනි යහපාලන ක්‍රියාමාර්ග එහිදී අනුගමනය කරන ලද අතර ඒ හරහා වසර ආරම්භයේදී ඍණාත්මක අගයක පැවතුණු මූල්‍ය වත්කම් 2016 අගභාගයේ වන විට මිලියන 300ක ධනාත්මක අගයක් දක්වා වර්ධනය කිරීමට සමත් විය. මෑතකදී ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කවුන්සිලේ ප්‍රධාන විධායක ඩේවිඩ් රිචඩ්සන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට පැමිණි අවස්ථාවේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය අගය කරමින් ඔවුන් අත්පත් කරගෙන ඇති ප්‍රගතිය පිළිබඳව සතුට පළ කරනු ලැබිය.
Record our congratulations really. Not long ago, Sri Lanka cricket was literally on the verge of suspension. We had the interim committee, and as you pointed out, there's some good people who were trying to help Sri Lanka cricket, I'm sure with good intentions. But there was a lot of uncertainty floating around, a lot of infighting, and to see that within a very short space of time, your team has done well, which sometimes can be fortuitous, but probably more importantly, you obviously have got from your from the presentation that you showed us earlier, a clear plan and a clear strategy for the years to come, which is probably the starting point for anything good. So well done on that, and I'm sure that the good planning and the good work that you've already done will bear even greater fruit in the years to come.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය විසින් ආරම්භ කරන ලද එක් කණ්ඩායමක් එකම ජාතියක් ගැන ප්‍රචාරණ වැඩසටහන අතිසාර්ථක වූ අතර ඒ ඔස්සේ මිලියන 20ක් වූ ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයින් නැවතත් නිල නොලත් ජාතික ක්‍රීඩාව වෙනුවෙන් ක්‍රීඩාංගණය වෙත කැඳවීමට හැකියාව ලැබුණි. එතෙක් නායකයන් 30 දෙනෙක් යටතේ මෙහෙයවුණු 20/20 එක්දින ජාත්‍යන්තර සහ ටෙස්ට් ඉසව් එක නායකයෙක් අතට පත් කර එහි නායකයා ලෙස ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස් පත් කරන ලදී. ප්‍රධාන පුහුණුකරු ලෙස ග්‍රැහම් ෆෝඩ්ද, ඉහළ කුසලතා කළඹනාකරු ලෙස සයිමන් විල්ස්ද, විශේෂඥ පුහුණු කණ්ඩායමක්ද පත් කරන ලදී. මේ සියලු කරුණු 2016 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ දක්ෂතාවලට හේතු විය. ඒ අනුව ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම එවකට ලෝකයේ අංක 1 කණ්ඩායම ලෙස නම් දැරූ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාව 3-0 වශයෙන් පරාජය කරමින් ඓතිහාසික ජයක් සටහන් කරන ලදී. එම ගම්මතාවයම තවදුරටත් ඉදිරියට රැගෙන යමින් වාර්තාගත 20/20 ජයග්‍රහණ දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවේදී සහ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදීද ලබා ගන්නා ලදී. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් සංවර්ධනයේ උදෙසා සිදු කරනු ලබන සියලු ක්‍රියාන්විතයන්හි කාර්යක්ෂමතාව සහ වගකීම් වැඩි වර්ධනය කිරීම සඳහා නව අංශ 6ක් ස්ථාපනය කර සියලු කටයුතු ඒ හරහා සංවිධානය කරන ලදී. ඒ අනුව ජාතික සංවර්ධනය සඳහා වූ අංශයේ නායකත්වය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට්හි ගරු සභාපති තිලංග සුමතිපාල මහතා දරන අතර ඔහුගේ දැක්ම වන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව තුළ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් නැවතත් නිවැරදි තැන ස්ථානගත කිරීමයි. තිලංග සුමතිපාල මහතාගේ දැක්ම අනුව විශ්වාස කරනු ලබන ප්‍රධාන කරුණ වන්නේ බිම් මට්ටමේ සිට විද්‍යාත්මක ක්‍රමවේදයන් යටතේ අවශ්‍ය තාක්ෂණික යටිතල පහසුකම් දියුණු කර යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් සංවර්ධනය කරමින් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉහළට ඔසවා තැබීමයි. ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් සංවර්ධනය සඳහා වූ අංශයේ නායකත්වය දරන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට්හි උපසභාපති ජයන්ත ධර්මදාස මහතාය. ඔහු වාණිජ ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ මෙන්ම ක්‍රිකට් ක්ෂේත්‍රයේද අත්දැකීම් බහුල පරිපාලකයෙකි. ඔහුගේ අත්දැකීම් වලට අනුව කනිෂ්ඨ සහ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ කණ්ඩායම් ආවරණය වන ක්‍රිකට් මෙහෙයුම් ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම සහ ද්විපාර්ශ්වීය තරඟාවලි සැලසුම් කිරීම, ක්‍රිකට් සංචාරක කටයුතු දියුණු කිරීම ආදී පිළිබඳ වැඩි අවධානයක් යොමු කර තිබේ. ඉහළ කුසලතා පිළිබඳ ජාතික අංශය සයිමන් විල්ස්ගේ ප්‍රධානත්වයෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක වේ. ඒ යටතේ පුහුණුකරුවන්ගේ පද්ධතියක් ඇති කරන ලද අතර ඒ සඳහා දේශීය පුහුණු විශේෂඥයින් වන රොයි ඩයස්, හේමන්ත දේවප්‍රිය, චමින්ද වාස්, හෂාන් තිලකරත්න සහ විදේශීය පුහුණුකරුවෙකු වන වසීම් අක්‍රම්ගේද සහාය ලබාගෙන තිබේ.
They love their cricket, they love their heroes, and I love the motto they have: one team, one nation. It's unbelievable, it's goosebumps. And
දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් අංශය යටතේ සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ, දිස්ත්‍රික් සහ පළාත් මට්ටමේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කටයුතු පරිපාලනය වන අතර එහි නායකයා ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට්හි උපසභාපති කේ මදිවානන් මහතායි. ඔහුගේ කැපවීම සහ අප්‍රතිහත ධෛර්යය නිසා දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් තරගාවලි ව්‍යූහය අලුතින් ප්‍රතිව්‍යූහගත කරන ලදී. ඒ අනුව තෝරා ගන්නා ලද නගර 8ක් යටතේ පරිපාලන බලතල විමධ්‍යගත කර තිබේ. මේ ඔස්සේ වයස් සීමා අනුව ක්‍රීඩකින් ශක්තිමත් කිරීම සහ බිම්බට්ටමේ ක්‍රිකට් ශක්තිමත් කිරීම සිදු කරයි. දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් තරගාවලිය නැවත ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් මේජර් ලීග් තරගාවලිය ලෙස හඳුන්වා දෙන ලදී. ඒ යටතේ ඒ සහ බී මට්ටම්වල පවතින ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ඒකාබද්ධ කරන ලද අතර ඒ ඔස්සේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට සුදුසුකම් සහිත නවකයින්ට අවස්ථා ලබා දෙන ලදී. මෑත කාලයේදී ඉහළ දක්ෂතා පෙන්වූ ක්‍රීඩකයින් වන අසේල ගුණරත්න, ලක්ෂාන් සඳකෑන්, ධනංජයද සිල්වා, අවිෂ්ක ප්‍රනාන්දු සහ ලහිරු කුමාර මෙලෙස ප්‍රතිව්‍යූහගත කරනු ලැබූ අතර ඒ සඳහා මඟ පෙන්වීමේ ගෞරවය මදිවානන් මහතාට හිමි වේ. පරිපාලන අංශය සඳහා නායකත්වය දරන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් පරිපාලනය පිළිබඳව අවුරුදු 20කට වඩා අත්දැකීම් ඇති ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයේ වත්මන් ලේකම් මොහාන්ද සිල්වා මහතායි. ඔහුගේ මඟ පෙන්වීම යටතේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය තුළ විසිරී පැවති ශ්‍රමික ශක්තිය ඒකරාශී කරන ලද අතර නියමාකාරයෙන් තෝරා ගනු ලැබූ සුදුසුකම් සහිත විගණන ආයතන සහ ව්‍යුහගත ආයතනික සැලසුම් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරමින් සම්පත් උපරිම ලෙස ප්‍රයෝජනයට ගැනීමට කටයුතු කරන ලදී. මූල්‍යාංශය අධීක්ෂණය කරනු ලබන්නේ තවත් අධ්‍යක්ීම් බහුල ක්‍රිකට් පරිපාලකයෙක් වන ජාතික වර්ණලාභී ශම්මි සිල්වා මහතායි. මොහුගේ පැමිණීමෙන් මාස 13ක් තුළ වැරදි ආයෝජන නිසා රජයට ගෙවීමට තිබුණු බිලියන 4කට වඩා වැඩි ණය මුදල් පියවා නැවත ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් මූල්‍යමය වශයෙන් ධනාත්මකව ස්ථාවර කරන ලදී. සංස්ථාපිත සංනිවේදන අංශය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයේ සහකාර ලේකම් රවින් වික්‍රමරත්න මහතා යටතේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වේ. ඒ ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් සඳහා අවශ්‍ය සියලුම අනුග්‍රාහකයින් වැඩසටහන් සන්නාම ක්‍රියාකාරකම් පරිපාලනය කරනු ලබයි. මෙම අංශ 6 මූලික කර ගනිමින් සිදු කරනු ලබන ක්‍රිකට් ව්‍යුහගත කිරීම ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයේ සභාපති තිලංග සුමතිපාල මහතාගේ දැක්ම නිවැරදි කාලරාමු ඔස්සේ ඉදිරියට ගෙන යමින් සාර්ථක කර ගැනීමට හැකි වූ බව ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අපගේ විශ්වාසයයි. ඒ අනුව පසුගිය වසර දෙස ආපසු හැරී බලන විට 2016 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් සඳහා ජයග්‍රාහී සන්ධිස්ථාන සහ සුවිශේෂී වෙනස්කම් රැසක් එක් කළ වසරක් බව පෙනේ. කුසල් ජනිත් පෙරේරා ක්‍රීඩකයාට තහනම් උත්තේජක භාවිතා කිරීමේ චෝදනා එල්ල වූ අවස්ථාවේදී ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කවුන්සිලයට කරුණු දක්වමින් චෝදනා නිවැරදි කිරීම, දකුණු අප්‍රිකා සහ ශ්‍රී ලංකා 19 පාල ක්‍රීඩකයින් අතර පැවති තරගාවලිය, ගාමිණි දිසානායක තරගාවලිය නමින් ඉතිහාසයේ පළමු වරට නම් කිරීම, ජාතික මට්ටම සඳහා නව ක්‍රීඩකයින් 100ක් බඳවා ගනිමින් නව ගිවිසුම් අත්සන් කිරීම, අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා ටිකට් පත් අලෙවි කිරීමේ ක්‍රියාවලිය ආරම්භ කිරීම, ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට එරෙහිව ඉතිහාසගත ටෙස්ට් තරගාවලි ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලබා ගැනීම, 2016 යොවුන් ආසියානු කුසලානය සහ පසුගියදා පැවැත්වුණු ICC කාන්තා ලෝක කුසලානයට සුදුසුකම් ලැබීමේ වටය සඳහා සත්කාරකත්වය දැරීම, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කවුන්සිලේ පැසසුම් සමග ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය විසින් ගෙන යන මෙම ක්‍රියාදාමය තවත් ඉදිරියට පවත්වා ගනිමින් ආසියානු ක්‍රිකට් කවුන්සිලේ ප්‍රධාන ශාඛාව ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ස්ථාපනය කිරීමට සහ ඒ හරහා සමස්ත ආසියාවෙම පරිපාලන කටයුතු මෙහෙයවීමට අවස්ථාව උදාවීමද පසුගිය වසරේ විශාල ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලෙස පෙන්වා දිය හැකියි. සුනාමියෙන් අවතැන් වූ පිරිස් සඳහා සහන සැපීම අරමුණු කර ගනිමින් 2004 වසරේදී ආරම්භ වී අතරමඟ ඇන හිටි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයේ සමාජ සත්කාරක වැඩසටහන වූ ක්‍රිකට් එයිඩ් වැඩසටහන 2016 දී නැවත ස්ථාපනය කරන ලදී. ඒ අනුව නිදන්ගත වකුගඩු රෝගීන්ට සහන සැපීම උදෙසා ආධාර එක් රැස් කිරීමේ වැඩසටහනක් එංගලන්තයේ ලෝඩ්සීදී සිදු කරන ලදී. ඒ ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයට සමාජමය වශයෙන් සුවිශේෂී මෙහෙවරක් උදෙසා දායක වීමට හැකි විය. 2017 වර්ෂයේ සිට ඉදිරි අනාගතයේ දෙස බලන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් නොසැලී තව තවත් ශක්තිමත් වෙමින් පුළුල් වෙමින් ඉදිරියට ගමන් කරන අතර ඒ උදෙසා අවශ්‍ය නව සැලසුම් දැනටමත් සංවිධානය වෙමින් තිබෙන බව දැකගත හැකියි. ඒ අනුව 2017 වර්ෂයේදී පැතිපුහුණු විකට් ව්‍යාපෘතිය ආරම්භ කිරීමට නියමිත අතර ඒ හරහා අවශ්‍ය යටිතල පහසුකම් දිවයින පුරා පාසල් 160කට ලබා දීමට කටයුතු සූදානම් කර ඇත. ජාතික ව්‍යාපෘති ලෙස පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික ක්‍රීඩාංගණය, යාපනයේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩාංගණය ඉදිකිරීම සහ පළාත් ක්‍රීඩාංගණ සංවර්ධනය කිරීම 2017 වර්ෂයේ සිදු කිරීමට සැලසුම් කර තිබේ. එසේම 2017 වර්ෂයේදී බ්‍රේන් සෙන්ටර් නම් වූ ඒකකයක් ආරම්භ කිරීමට යෝජිතව ඇති අතර ඒ හරහා ක්‍රිකට් හා සැබැඳි සියලුම දත්ත අවශ්‍ය ඕනෑම විටක ලබා ගැනීමට අවස්ථාව සැලසේ. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය ඒකාබද්ධව වත්කම් කළමනාකරන ඒකකයක් ආරම්භ කිරීමට සැලසුම් කර තිබේ. එසේම දේශීය සහ විදේශීය තරග විකාශනය සඳහා වන රූපවාහිනී සහ ගුවන් විදුලි නාලිකා විකාශය ආරම්භ කිරීමට කටයුතු කරන ලද අතර එය 2017 වසරට පමණක් නොව ඉන් එහා අනාගතයට දිවෙන සුවිශේෂී ක්‍රිකට් වැඩපිළිවෙලකි. මේ අයුරින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අලුමතින් නැගී සිටින ෆීනික්ස් කුරුල්ලෙකුසේ නැවත සිය සජීවී බව ස්ථාවර බව තහවුරු කරගෙන සිටී. දැන් අප කළ යුත්තේ එකම කණ්ඩායමක් එකම ජාතියක් ලෙස එකට එක් වී ක්‍රිකට් ලෝකයේ අහස් ඉම වෙත ළඟා වීමයි.
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan rugby.
The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, you know, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, you know, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, you know, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, you know, reading about the game and so I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, you know, congratulations and well done to ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results and news, that's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television, and MyTV.
What's happening here? The chance for
technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis. Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
The Breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan Rugby.
Doesn't matter what you think. The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, you know, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insight. And I've noticed now that, you know, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, you know, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, you know, reading about the game and so I think the ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, you know, congratulations and well done to the ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results, and news. That's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග. සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත්.
Galle, Candy, Tabula, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best. Go head to head. In the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television, and MyTV.
Provincial tournament match being played Galle versus Colombo, and Colombo batters have been Colombo has come to bat to chase down 300 runs, which Colombo the batters are Dilshan Munawira and Ravindra Gunim is expecting Dilshan Munawira to fire and get a brilliant start for them to chase down these 300 runs.
Very well placed. It's 2 runs for Munawira. Just moved out from his batting crease and nicely placed for 2 runs. Suranga Lakmal bowling with 2 slips. Now changing his field. He's taking out 1 slip. Fielder to point.
Well, as we know, the best way to put batsmen under pressure and the chasing team under pressure is taking wicket, Malinda. So Pupul is keeping a slip and expecting his bowler to get a wicket for him.
Down the leg side, fine leg. 1 more to Munawira.
Who was a late call-up for this playing 11 of Colombo due to the injury of Angelo Pereira. Has also got to open the batting for Colombo. We mentioned about him earlier. That he had represented Canada. Now he's back in Sri Lanka, hoping to represent his mother country.
He played for Moors in Sri Lanka and he's been playing for Canada a few years ago.
Well, looks like he's going to go from the first ball.
This is Suranga Lakmal.
Suranga didn't like it. Gave a good stare at the batsman. Suranga must be thinking he's playing against Canada.
Change of field for Ravindra as well. Deep fine leg comes in as a short fine leg and the square leg fielder goes back to the boundary.
Would like to see how these Colombo batters go through by trying to get this 300 run mark, especially under the lights.
That was a slow ball. He was out, bowled.
Yes, brilliant Yorker. Brilliant Yorker and straight on the stumps, and Ravindra Gunasekara is clean bowled by Suranga Lakmal. Yes, a Yorker delivery straight on the stumps and brilliant ball to take a wicket and give a good start for Galle to restrict the 300 run mark.
3 runs. First wicket, same thing happened when Galle batted first.
Yes, and the next wicket fell after 170 odd runs. After 174 runs partnership. So Galle must be thinking it won't happen to them. New batter is Angelo Jayasinghe, another Coles player who has played Sri Lanka under 19s and also Sri Lanka A. The Maristella boy from Negombo.
Good start for Galle, as you said. Suranga Lakmal taking the first wicket. And this is what you need You need a couple of wickets in the first few overs, put them under pressure, chasing 300, not that easy.
Like I was just mentioning that I would love to see these batters doing well under lights, because how often do you get a chance to play under lights when you're playing in the domestic Sri Lankan cricket? And as I was saying, Ravindra Gunasekar was clean bowled by Suranga Lakmal. It was a brilliant ball. Sometimes when you're not used to playing under lights, it's a bit difficult to pick the ball up as well. So the more you play under lights, the more exposure and experience you get, and that's the main reason to play these kind of tournaments, and especially playing under lights is a good experience for these players. Isn't it, Malinda?
Yeah, Shamika Karunaratne to open the bowling. Yeah, it is, because we've seen a lot of players playing one-day cricket, T20, but it's not that easy for everyone to play under lights, and this is, as we all said, a very good opportunity and a great experience for everyone. Many of them have not played under lights, and this is one of the tournaments that we play under lights. If not, it's only a international game that we've seen playing at our Premadasa Stadium. So after a few years, that this is an opportunity for many, or the first 60 players in Sri Lanka. That's what the selector Eric Upashanta mentioned earlier.
Also, to play with these Sri Lankan caps is a learning curve for these youngsters, to rub shoulders with them in the dressing rooms, share their views, get all their knowledge to about the preparation and how to get about your game, how to build up a innings, how to bowl a spell. So all these, for these youngsters is a good experience. And I saw Upul talking to Chamikara. Those are all good things. Upul sharing his experience for the last 10 years representing Sri Lanka, giving his thoughts how to bowl to a batsman, especially an opening batsman.
That's Angelo Jayasinghe a little bit short outside the off stump. They're looking for the third run. Yes, 3 runs for Angelo.
Good running between the wickets.
As you said, that sharing experience we saw earlier, Thisara Perera bowling the last couple of overs for Colombo when Vishwa Fernando bowling from the other end, and we saw the difference between these two players, how experience matters when Thisara got the last 2 overs, the bowl some Yorkers, and Vishwa Fernando was still trying new things. So this is what we were talking about, experience, when you have an experienced campaigner from the other end.
Well, Dilshan Munawira is not looking to just calm down. He's going to play his natural game. I think that's what you should do any given time. You should play your natural game. You should back yourself 100%. And you are here because you are good. That's the earlier shot which Angelo Jayasinghe scored, 3 runs off. And also they fielded for 50 overs and they know how good a wicket this is. And they saw the first wicket. They took the first wicket at 3 runs of the Galle innings, and Upul and Dimuth scored an 174 partnership. So they know it's a good track. This 300 runs is gettable. They shouldn't give up at any given time.
It's not that easy for the bowlers if you don't bowl one line. We are trying to hit it hard.
The plus point for the Galle team is is they have put a score on the scoreboard, and there is scoreboard pressure. On top of that, the Colombo team is batting in the night under lights, which they are not very used to, most of the players. I think Angelo Jaisinger must be his first day nighter, or maybe after a long time he's playing in the night. So all these matters when it comes to especially chasing 300 runs.
Also still they're not sure with the ex-skipper Dinesh Chandimal whether he could come and bat for them. That will be a big loss for the Colombo side.
Yes, we have not received any info about him batting or not, and how bad the injury is. Hope it's not a big deal and he will come to bat, or it's not a big injury so that he can play the next game or at least tour with the Sri Lankan team for the championship trophy.
Change of field for Munawira. Deep square leg, and third man the two fielders, and Suranga Lakmal bringing the fine leg in, short fine leg.
That's not good bowling. That's not good bowling. Bringing the fine leg in and bowling towards his pads. Dilshan Munawira gets a thick edge and it flies down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
That's the first delivery this over, and 4 runs always brings confidence to the batsman. And also, as you mentioned, Upul Tarang was talking to Chamika earlier that he must be saying this wicket not that easy for the bowlers, but make sure that you bowl on good lines as the batsmen keep on batting, and if they put up a partnership, that will be a problem for Galle.
Malinta, in the Galle innings, I only saw couple of straight hits down the ground. It's more. Most of the runs were scored square of the wickets. That means the bowlers are bowling wide or down the leg side. So if you bowl wicket to wicket and not give any room, I think the batters might struggle a little bit to score freely.
And you're facing one of the experienced bowlers for Sri Lanka, Suranga Lakmal. Munawira once again trying to hit it over mid-off.
Well, that's what we are talking about. Munawira trying to take room, taking his front leg out of the line and trying to whack it over the extra cover. But Suranga, being experienced, is bowling towards him so that he can't get any room. So that's experience Malinda was talking about. And talking about Suranga Lakmal, he gives his 100% at a match. And you need players like that with a big heart to bowl on, especially on placid wickets like this.
Colombo will looking for a good partnership, and they will definitely want Dilshan Munawira to bat for 10-15 overs. They know that if we can bat that first 10 overs, that they can get a good start. They've already lost the first wicket.
Angelo Jaisinger's first game. Must be having a little bit of nerves, especially facing Suranga Lakmal, and top of that chasing 300 runs. After giving a boundary in the first ball, Suranga has come back strong.
This is good lines just outside the off stump.
Good to see batters leaving the ball, because we hardly see batters leaving in a one-day game now.
Well placed once again, Angelo Jayasinghe, just for a single. End of Suranga Lakmal's second over. Colombo 12 for 1.
Colombo's batting lineup goes very long, so they shouldn't be worried about the run rate. They should worry about the wickets in hand, and if they learn something out of the Galle batters, they should just stick around, put a partnership, and make a good platform for the middle order batters to come and get the rest of the runs for them.
Angelo Jayasinghe once again trying to push that. This is the second time the ball lofted to extra cover mid-off area.
We saw Angelo Jayasinghe batting about a feet in front of his crease. Any reason for that, Malinda?
Must be thinking that the ball is little slow, but in Suranga Lakmal, I'm sure he could have that pace. But when it's Chamika Karunaratne, could have been, but this time it was straight on middle and leg. This is what Angelo's role is. He just wants to rotate the strike and get Dilshan Munawira.
Yeah, I think the coaching unit and also the senior players would have told Angelo, just go and bat, rotate the singles, give a big hitter, power player, Dilshan Munawira, most of the strike in this power play overs. If he can come out well, you know, a quick 40 or a 50 off 25 balls, and it will be a good start for the Colombo team.
Very well played by Munawira that time. Just past the third man fielder for 4 runs. They've changed the field for Munawira. They had this third man field towards sweeper side, and they have another short third man slip, but very well placed.
Yeah, cut away, squarer, and third man was a little bit wide. He had no chance. The ball went to the boundary like a tracer bullet. And this is what I was talking about, Dilshan Munawira. Very dangerous customer in the power play overs. He can take away a game very easily on his day.
Well bowled.
Also well played. You know, the Dilshan Munawira, I knew he used to go for every ball, but it's good to see him getting a boundary and also respecting a good delivery. That's being matured, and also he's gaining experience being in the trade for a while. So if he can continue that, Malinda, I think Colombo will do well.
Once again, little short. Munawira trying to pull that was square leg, and that is what Colombo team expecting from Dilshan Munawira, to be stay there as long as he can and hit that loose delivery. And also he can always make the best delivery for a 4. He can hit that ball hard, he can hit that ball over any field, and also he can also place that ball with his timing. So this is what Dilshan Munawira is all about.
Also, it's good thinking from Chamikara. You know, he's mixing up his deliveries. Played to the square leg boundary. Akila Dhananjaya, the fielder.
Good running by Munawira. 3 runs to Angelo Jayasinghe.
It's a quick outfield and hard ball played to the square leg boundary. There's no square leg fielder. Akila Dhananjaya, the fielder, chasing it, stopping just before the boundary. At the meantime, batters cross for 3 runs. Sikuge Prasanna in the picture.
(22 for 1). Munavir on 15 and Angelo Jassing on 7. This is how they build the partnership.
Just a couple of overs and they'll be set. And they pass 20 runs, 30 runs. We expect every good batter to make it big, make it count, just like Upul and Dimut did. So another couple of overs in the center and they will be comfortable to play Suranga.
Once again a straight delivery. As you said, Suranga Lakmal bowling very good lines here. Said earlier it was the fast bowlers and the runs became very much square and short pitch deliveries, but we could see Suranga Lakmal bowling to a very good line. It's always he's not going to give any width to these two batters. He will try to bowl fast and straight.
Well, this will be a test for Suranga. Let's see how we bowl to Dilshan, because Dilshan likes the ball coming at you. And Suranga's plan should be not give any room, because Dilshan Munavir loves that area outside the off stump and he slashes it. That's what I'm talking about. Don't give any room to Dilshan Munavir. Not only Dilshan Munavir, any top order batters.
Good to see Dilshan Munavir playing and respecting Suranga Lakmal. This is what he should do, and he's just waiting for that loose one.
Exactly. The Dilshan Munavir I knew was going for every ball, but I think he has matured, gained some experience. On top of that, he's facing a experienced bowler who knows his business by bowling to a lot of top class batters in the world, mixing up his deliveries, which any good bowler you would expect him to do on a pitch like this. You need variation so that the batters cannot be guessing and premeditated.
Once again, a very good delivery from Suranga Lakmal. And same way, Munavir is keeping calm.
Also, I think they have a plan. I think they know Suranga is one of the guys who would take wickets for Galle and put some pressure for the batters of Colombo. So they might see him, his overs, unless he bowls a really bad ball, might respect this guy, see him off and go after another bowler.
That's a big one from Dilshan Munavir. Was short the last ball of that over and he waited for it, cleared the square leg boundary for 6.
It's gone to the orbit, you could say. Short pitch delivery and hammered away and gone over the square leg boundary for 6 runs. Change of commentary now. Ashley and Simon will take you from here onwards.
Thank you, Sajid and Malinder, and very good evening to all our viewers. Well, the chase has begun, the second half of the match. 300 is the total that Colombo will be looking at. Well, they have 29 for 1, and the first 5 overs has been quite eventful, so to say. And, well, they lost 1 wicket. Deshan Munawari is out there battling away. He has so far got to 21, and there was a huge soaring 6 which almost touched the giant scoreboard to the right of us. Just fell short of it. A wonderful hit indeed by him, a short delivery. But at the same time, we have seen some very strong bowling from Suranga Lakmal as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Always going to be a key part of the game, the new ball. And Suranga leading with the experience and expertise, taking the early wicket. So general feeling is that this is a very good pitch. Both teams feel that batting gets easier the longer that you're out there for. So Colombo came off pretty happy. I think they thought that they would be chasing 330, 340 at one stage. So I think, as they say, once they get through the new ball, it's down to their batters to put a big partnership together so that they can launch towards the back end of the game.
Well, Upul Taranga also not taking that much time to introduce spin, and he brings in Malinder Pushpa Kumara, bowling his left arm leg spinners as that's a full delivery taken on the full, and that have been hammered down towards the long on region and clears the boundary for 6 runs.
Yep, they brought their match winner in Pushpa Kumara on. He's been the leading wicket taker in the competition so far. Munawira not renowned for playing spin as well as he does the seam bowlers, so this is going to be a good challenge between the two of them.
Absolutely, inside out this time, makes room for himself, comes down the track, get to the pitch at the delivery, opens himself up and plays it over the infield. 2 bounces into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, fine stroking, lovely shot down the ground for 6, followed by a nice into out over extra cover. Some beautiful cricket being played by Munawira in this over.
Absolutely. Munawira has a reputation for being a very hard-hitting batsman, but these are calculated shots, good cricketing shots indeed. The previous one was a half volley, a tossed-up delivery which was pitched up to him, came down the track, got to the pitch of the delivery, got under it, and there was a beautiful drive and also lovely follow-through as well. Perfect balance, head held still, and lovely movement of the upper body and shift of the balance, getting that entire power onto the bat, the top hand, and the ball soaring in there and going for that 6. And the second shot, I thought that was a piece of cake.
Yeah, to get 10 off the over now takes all the pressure off the batsman. He's done his job for the over, so now it's just about any more runs are bonus runs.
Absolutely. Well, the bonus runs, here it comes again, comes down the track, and this time only one hand taking the bottom hand off, realizing he was pushing the bottom hand a little bit too much there, but still a few bounces, ball runs down to the boundary.
Yeah, bowler really disappointed there because he just done him with his pace or lack of pace, but Munawira completed the shot, went right the way through with it, was able to get it over the infield for the ball to run away for 4 runs.
Well, absolutely. A cracking over this is indeed for Colombo. So far, 14 runs have come out of it. And here we see some more runs and a quick single of a thick outside edge. And he was purposely dabbing at it, opening the face of the bat. And the ball running off a thick outside edge for Dimut Karanatha to do the smart bit of fielding, picked it up and in one fluid motion had the ball in the wicketkeeper's gloves. But the batsman there making some good ground, and that is Jai Singh, I believe. Yes.
I think a direct hit would have been out here by the looks of the reaction. Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
You are certainly right. No question about it. Absolutely. He certainly would have been a goner if that ball had hit him.
So they're continuing here with the experience of Lakmal. They realise that it's so important to get wickets early on here and put the Colombo batsman under pressure. So he'll probably have 1 or 2 more here before he has a break and they change the bowler.
You're certainly right, Angelo Jai Singh. That is, by the way, Angelo Pereira is not playing today for Colombo. He has suffered injury just prior to the match when he was warming up. And apparently ankle injury, I'm told. Hopefully it's not a serious one. Rested and very wisely also. He took some blinders in the NCC match, so a couple of brilliant catches, fielding at short mid-wicket, which was very, very impressive indeed. Angelo Jayasinghe, just 24 years of age, right-hand bat, right-arm leg spin as well. And the young man, certainly much expected from him. Has to give some good support to Dilshan Munawira. Munawira in on song at the moment. And there's 36 runs have just come off. How many deliveries, Chaminda? Well, Chaminda will look at the statistics there. But let us how many in 37 deliveries, and there's about 3 sixes in that. Am I right? 2 sixes. So 2 sixes. He certainly is not going to just hang around there. He'll be swinging at anything that comes his way. Here comes Lakmal, trying to bowl a York on that occasion. The ball dipping and making a little bit too much. Taken on the full in any case. Not much power on that shot, just playing it defensively down the track.
Yeah, on the subject of injuries, good news with Dinesh Chandimal. He went off with a thumb injury through keeping, but thankfully no break, just a little bit of bruising. So he was very encouraged to want to bat on this wicket. So hopefully we'll see him come out at some stage.
Well, yes, not taking the field after the 15th over. He'll have to wait for at least for the 6th or the 7th batter to come in to make his way into the middle, if to bat. Well, let's see what happens. As next delivery taken from midline leg, and that had been played off the pads beautifully and very confidently indeed. And down to the boundary it goes for 4 runs again.
Yeah, just swaying towards leg stump too much there, and just gave the batsman enough room to clip it through fine leg for 4 runs.
Well, Dilshan Munawira certainly looking absolutely fantastic out there, and enjoying himself, playing a wide array of strokes there. Well, he does possess a full repertoire of shots, be it on the off, be it on the leg, be it a shortish delivery, the pull shot. He also packs a very, very strong array of shots on the off stump as well. Very powerful indeed, and he certainly can swing the bat to good effect.
Yeah, he's certainly come out the blocks firing here. 40 in just the 7th over of the match.
Suranga Lakmal once again. Well, I just told you he can certainly hit the ball on the offside pretty strongly as well. And on this occasion, not much power, just waited for the ball to come to him and just leaning onto it, opening the face of the bat, and more intent in placing the ball. Now, that's very good cricketing shot indeed.
Yeah, that was amazing timing, because it was just like a little short arm jab through backward point, and the ball sped away. But some good work by the third man. He got round to the boundary really quickly, saving 2 runs, and Munawira had to get a wiggle on to get back to the striker's end.
Well, you're certainly right. A lovely save indeed on the boundary line by the third man, diving and just certainly cutting 2 runs. And that's a 50 for Colombo. 50 has come in no time indeed. Just 6 overs completed. So they're on a canter at the moment, giving a good chase and certainly having the 300 within sights.
Yeah, this is the start that Colombo would have wanted after losing the early wicket. Munawira really has taken a positive decision and gone after these Galle bowlers. So, put Galle on the back foot a little bit here now, and it's going to be a challenge for Upal to come up with a solution to get the next wicket.
Well, yes, Ravindra Gunasekara is the man out who played some international cricket for Canada and wanted to make a good a position for himself in the Sri Lankan scene as well. Given the opportunity, unfortunately falling short today. A left-hand bat and also a left-arm leg spin as well, an all-rounder. So I'm sure we'll be seeing much of this young lad as well. 26 years and certainly looked good, but unfortunately not good enough today.
Yeah, it's all about taking your opportunity in this game, unfortunately, and it wasn't to be today for that young man.
Lakmal comes speeding in. Well, what's good about Lakmal is, well, he certainly is giving his best there. He's certainly bending his back, bowling at quite a pace. I'm sure he's touching almost about 140, 142 Ks.
Yeah, it's amazing, Suranga. Touch wood, the overs that he's bowled for his country over the last 6 months, and now coming in this provincial game and trying 100% for his team has been superb to see, and just shows the quality of the person. And every player that's out there at the moment wants to prove their worth for national selection for the Champions Trophy.
Well, you're certainly right. 7 overs have been completed, 52 on the board for Colombo. A very, very strong response indeed to get to that 300, though they lost the first wicket and at a very low score, just 3 runs on the board. Well, that was the same when Galle batted. They lost the first wicket at 3 runs, and then there was a partnership of 173 for the second wicket, 174, I beg your pardon. And that was a wonderful effort by Upul Taranga, who went on to make 101, the top score of the Galle side. And he was well supported by Dimut Konarata, who played 78 before he was run out. And that was a second wicket partnership of 174, which propped them up and giving them a whiff of a win in this match, a must-win situation for Galle CC. And you can see there's a spring in the step of all the Galle fielders. They certainly have a big score to defend, and they look to be very comfortable out there.
Yeah, they know it's a big game for them. They know they have to win it, so the players are really putting their bodies on the line. But another change here from the captain, Sekou Prasanna, coming on after an expensive over from that end previously.
Well, yes, Sekou Prasanna is bowling, and that was after Pushp Kumara bowled only 1 over and gave away 16 runs. The first ball, well, Dilshan Munawira certainly will be looking at gleefully at the right-hander. And to see anything short, anything pitched up is going to disappear. There's no question about it. There it goes, and it disappears, sails into the side screen, down the far end, took a couple of steps, got to the pitch of the delivery, got under it, swung well with a lovely follow-through, 6 runs.
Yeah, it was a fine shot. You know, they're trying to keep him tucked up here. He got deep mid-wicket and deep long off back, but he's taken the gamble and hit it cleanly over mid-on for 6.
A beauty indeed. Munawira has got to his 50 as well. Oh no, he's on 49. And that'll be a quick fire 49, which has just come off just 33 deliveries, 34 deliveries now. So he certainly is on fire, and he's certainly setting a wonderful foundation for Colombo as well.
Big appeal there, probably just sliding down by the way the batsman looked up.
Yes, the ball pitching on midland leg as we watch the replays. Yes, and that was a wrong one. So he picked it up well. The googly that was being bowled and missing leg stump, no question about that. Sekou Prasanna also a wily customer. He knows he had played a lot of international cricket and had a wonderful tour in the South Africa series as well. Played a match-winning knock in the second T20. As the next very short, and this time it had been hammered down towards the mid-wicket region. And with that, Dilshan Munawira gets to his 50 as well.
Yeah, it's a fine 50. That really has been an explosive innings from Munawira. Some quality striking, and you know, taking his team to literally 62 off 7 overs, which is a fantastic start for Colombo.
Well, yes, and it is started with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Oh my goodness. He believes only in boundaries. It has just come, and the boundaries have rained for Munawira. He looks absolutely magnificent out there today, and let's hope that he can continue for the next 10 overs as well. And we are certainly in for some fantastic cricket, Simon. This looks like a good chase.
Yeah, and it looks like a very good pitch as well, doesn't it? You know, we talked about 300 from the start of the day, and you know, sitting here watching it now at the moment, Galle are probably thinking, oh, we should need another 30 or 40 runs. But you never know what happens in this game. One false shot and they can be back into it with a new batsman coming to the wicket. So important part here. New bowler coming on. Suranga Lakmal been rested. So let's see how this guy can go for Galle.
Yes, so Chamika Karunaratne has been brought in, the right arm medium pacer. Right now, Colombo is averaging just under 8 in their run chase. 62 runs coming off just 8 overs. So they are certainly packing a punch here and giving a valiant chase. It looks absolutely magnificent at the moment. And here we see the young man coming into bowl. Let's see what happens. Well, that's a pitched up delivery, half volley, coming on the front foot, taken on the up and driven beautifully down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, proper cricket shot. Length ball, first ball, and the batsman's just leant into it, hit through the line of it, and struck it sweetly through the offside.
Well, Simon, it's the crucial part of it here. The bowlers will have to start thinking now. They'll have to cut down on the pace. They'll have to be careful of the length that they'll be bowling, and even the spinners will have to bowl a little bit slow in the air, maybe toss it up, try to get a little bit of a grip off the wicket and a little bit of bite as well. Otherwise, they're going to get hammered all over the park.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's thinking on your feet time from a bowling point of view.
And this is good cricket all around, good delivery, a good defensive shot by the batsman, but was thinking of the single as well. Good stuff indeed. And that is Angelo Jayasinghe, who is facing up now. He has got to 13.
Yeah, just playing the anchor role quite nicely. You know, it's all about partnerships here, keeping wickets in hand. Munawira seeing the ball big, hitting it cleanly, so he can just continue playing his way. And it's just down to his partner here, just to keep the scoreboard ticking along with very low risk.
Well, you're certainly right. Well, he's not going to just hang around there as well. That looked like another beautiful shot, perfect timing. Waited for the ball to come in, virtually a cross-batted drive down towards the extra cover region. Perfect timing, but only thing that was not right in that shot, the placement.
Yeah,
went straight to the field.
Unfortunately, it's one of those frustrating things as a batsman when you hit a fine shot and it goes straight to the fielder. Very frustrating, but you know, he'll be building his confidence. Every ball that comes out the middle, you know, the longer you're there, the more runs you'll get. So you know, he's just got to play his part in this partnership.
Well, you're certainly right, and I'm sure the Galle bowlers are going to learn very fast. They'll have to cut down on the pace, as we discussed earlier, and adjust the length. And maybe just short of length would be the ideal way to bowl, and maybe wicket to wicket as well. And if you take the pace of the deliveries of the ball, I'm sure the batsman will find it difficult to get it away from them, because you could see the pace has certainly, the wicket has certainly slowed down, and the ball is not coming as we saw in the early part of the innings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, haven't seen too many cutters from the seamers at the moment. You know, maybe that's something they've got to think about, or even go cross seam. So if the new ball's not doing anything, you might as well take a chance and try and create something that's a bit different.
Well, you're certainly right. 67 on the board, chasing 300 to win. That is after Galle made 299 with a valiant effort from Upul Taranga, who made 101. Dimuth Karunaratne making 78. And Dhananjay De Silva of quick fire 51 coming through the lower middle order. And he certainly propped up the innings. And that certainly helped Galle to get to 299. As we see the next delivery, waited for the ball and going for an expensive shot there, but getting a thick outside edge, and the ball beating the third man fielder there. Down to the boundary it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's just an example of, you know, he's got 50. Maybe sometimes you just need that little bit of luck. He's swinging hard at it and the ball's flown off down to third man. Maybe third man a little bit too square given the nature of the bowler, and the batsman's got 4 runs for it. So you know, at this stage of the game, it doesn't matter how you get them, it's just runs on the board.
Well, you're said right, Simon. When things go right for you as a batsman or a bowler, even if you do the wrong thing, you still come right.
Yeah, and that's where you've got to make the most of it when it's your day.
Absolutely. Well, Munawira this time waited for the ball to come to him. Very intelligent shot indeed. Didn't try to use any kind of, you know, power on that shot. Waited for the ball to come to him. Opened the face of the bat, running it down towards the third man. So this is very intelligent stuff indeed by him. So he's not going to hit every delivery that comes his way. He's going to pick and choose, and certainly that's what he's doing. 9 overs have been completed, 72 for 1. The current run rate is almost 8 runs an over, and Colombo has got off to a flyer.
Absolutely, you know, they're looking at requiring around 220 or 40 now, and you know, really and truly that looks like an easy target from this position. But you know, Galle mustn't lose hope. They've got to keep hanging in there, keep chopping and changing things, trying to keep ahead of the game, and just hope that like in their batting innings, a mistake happens and things can change very quickly.
Well, you're certainly right. Upul Taranga certainly marshalling his troops now, making few changes here and there. Still, it's a power play on, and it's Sekoge Prasanna comes back into bowl from the far end. Once again, quicker through there, flatter trajectory, and gets a thick outside edge. A defensive shot though, but using once again the pace of the delivery, taking it almost to the boundary, just pulled inside by Dimuth Karunaratne, maybe not even a foot to go. So it says the Galle bowlers are still trying to push the ball a little bit too quicker, I would say. And very interesting stuff indeed. Let's see who's going to come on top. Sekoge Prasanna, a very experienced campaigner. And this time, oh goodness, that looks an absolute magnificent shot from Dilshan Munawira. Tossed up delivery, waited for it to come to him, just going down on his knees and sweeping it to good effect, clears the boundary in the mid-wicket region, 6 runs.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sekou here, he's a little bit short of cricket. He's not been well recently, so this is his first game back, and Munawira really taking the charge to him here, and another great shot over deep mid-wicket.
Well, you're certainly right, using the bottom hand to good effect rather, and this time coming down the track, took it on the full, couldn't beat the fielder there at mid-off though, and just maybe a foot to the left or the right of the fielder, that ball would have sped to the boundary. So Prasanna certainly will have to tighten up his bowling now as he comes, and this time a reverse sweep, or what would you call that, Simon?
Yeah, it's like a little paddle, wasn't it? Like a little dill scoop or whatever they call it over this part of the world. But you know, really, he doesn't need to do that at the moment. He's hitting the ball so sweetly. You know, he just needs to play strong shots and not get too funky.
Well, you're certainly right. And this time he hits in the air. Couldn't get to the pitch of the delivery. It's the wind going to carry the ball over the boundary line. There's a field under it. A valiant effort indeed. Maybe the ball just falling just short of the boundary line. And well, that was a very, very good effort indeed. That mid-off fielder ran almost about 20 yards and couldn't get under it. And a diving effort at the final stages. But still, I believe the ball fell short inside the line. Maybe it's a 4 runs. Maybe it's boundary.
Yeah, it was a fantastic effort. This ball was up in the air for a long time. The fielder mid-off ran about 15 to 20 yards to get underneath the ball. The breeze just took it a little bit further, but a valiant effort, and I think it's just inside the rope, but we'll just get clarification.
Yeah, that is Karun Ratna, I believe. Yes, brilliant effort indeed. After that over he bowled to give chase, and that was a wonderful effort indeed. It speaks volume of the Galle players at the moment, because they are giving everything. They have a big target, they have big score on the board to defend, so they certainly are giving it everything, though they have given quite a lot of runs to the Colombo side in this first 9 overs.
Yeah, there's obviously a definite game plan here from Colombo. They believe that the wicket's a good pitch, and they're trying to win this game in the first 15 to 20 overs. You know, they know they've got enough batting in depth here, so you know, they're allowing Munawira to play with absolute freedom.
Yes, the umpire signals 4. Come on, Lyndon Hannibal, we knew it was a 4 all along. And then you look at the scoreboard now, Simon, Dilshan Munawira has got to 70.
Fantastic knock, isn't it, really? You know,
absolutely.
And to have 70 in the 10th over of a 50-over game is full credit to him. He's picked good options. It's not slogging at all. I think he's only had 1 full shot off the outside edge. Everything else has been clean and over the rope. So full credit to him. His team will be very happy at this stage.
Well, you're certainly right. Dilshan Munawira has got to fly, and we ourselves have got to fly. The second 5 overs, we have finished it up quickly, and 10 overs completed. And Colombo chasing 300 to win has got to 84 for the last 1 wicket. Change of voices now, and it will be once again Malinda Warnapura and Sajid Fernando.
ලකුණු 300ක් හම්බා යන කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙනවා ඩිල්ෂාන් මොනවීර. නොදවි ලකුණු 70යි පළමුවන පන්දු ඕවර 10 නිමවන විට ලකුණු 84යි කඩුල්ලකට.
ඔව් අපි පෙර කිව් පරිදි දිල්ෂාන් මොනවීර වැනි ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් කඩුල්ලේ රැඳිට සිටියොත් ප්‍රතිවාදී පිළට තරම් සුබදායක දෙයක් නෙවෙයි. ඒක නිසැකවීම ඔප්පු කරා දිල්ෂාන් මොනවීර. නමුත් අපි හිතනවා ඔහු මෙතනින් ඉදිරියටත් මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ඔහුගේ කොළඹෝ කණ්ඩායම හොඳ ස්ථානයකට ගෙන එයි කියලා.
ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ ඒ වගේම මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර මත්දංග පන්දු යවන්න. පන්දු ඕවර 10න් පසු ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් රඳවන්නට හැකියාව තියෙනවා. යාරතියේ සීමාවෙන් එපිට
ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහත් හොඳ සේවයක් ඉටු කරනවා. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී විකට්ටුවේ රැඳී සිටි දිල්ෂාන් මුනවීරට සහයෝගයක් දෙමින් ලකුණු පුවරව දිරිමත් කරන්න මේ 300 හඹා යන කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට
ගුණේ මුසු කරනවා පන්දුවේ තාමත් පාස් වෙන්න මුනවීර සූදානම්ව සිටිය ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නට
මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර අපි දන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කරා ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා සංචිතයට ඔහු කැඳවුම් ලබාලා ඔහු බංග්ලාදේශ ටෙස්ට් සීරීස් එකේ ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමත් නියෝජනය කරා. ඔහුට තරඟ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ලැබුණේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඔහු සංචිතයේ සිටියා.
හොඳ ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමක් විශාල් මුණවීරගෙන් බොහෝ දෙනා බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ වේගයෙන් පහරක් කෙල කිරීම. නමුත් ඉතාමත්ම ලෙහෙසියෙන් ඔහු එකේ ලකුණු දෙකක් ලබා ගත ඒ පන්දු ඕවර තුලදී.
අපි දකිනවා ගාලු කණ්ඩායමේ නායක උපුල් තරංග සහ ඔහුගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සමග ඔහු සාකච්ඡාවක නියැලී සිටිනවා. ඔවුන්ගේ එකම ප්ලෑන් එක වෙන්නේ මෙතන විකට්ටු ලබා ගන්න එක. ඒ වගේම දිල්ෂාන් මුණවීරගේ විකට්ටුව තමයි මං හිතන්නේ මොවුන් ගොඩක්ම ලබා ගන්න උත්සාහය කරන්නේ. මොකද අපි කිව් පරිදි මොහු ප්‍රතිපාදී පිළකට ඉතාම භයානක පිතිකරුවෙක්. ඒ වගේම ඔහු තවත් රැඳී සිටියොත් ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට හිසරදයක් වෙනවා නොඅනුමානයි.
ශාමික කරුණාරත්නගේ පන්දු කෙටි පන්දුවක් උරහිසට ඉහළින් ඇදගිය පන්දුවක් ලෙස විනිසුරුවරයන් සංඥා කරනවා.
හොඳ දෙයක් තමයි මම දකින්නේ මේ පිතිකරුවන්ගෙන්. මොකද මම ඉස්සෙල්ලත් කිව්වා මේ දිවා රාත්‍රී තරඟයේ රාත්‍රියේ වැඩි ක්‍රීඩා කරන ඇති පිතිකරුවන් සිටිනවා, ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටිනවා. නමුත් ඔවුන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ හැමදාම මේ රාත්‍රී ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා වගේ. ඒක ඇත්තටම හොඳ දෙයක්. ඒකට මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් බලපානවා විකට්ටුවත්. ඉතාම හොඳ විකට්ටුවක් අද ආර් ප්‍රේමදාස ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ මේ කණ්ඩායම් දෙකට ලබලා දීලා තියෙනවා. මේ වගේ විකට්ටු තමයි ගොඩක් ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ පවත්වන්නේ. පිතිකරුවන්ට ඉතාම ලේසියෙන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන් විකට්ටු.
වේගවත් පහරක් නැවතත් සහ දරන්නේ ඔහු මිඩ් විකට් කලාපෙන් පහරක් කෙල්ල කරන්න. ඔබ සඳහන් කරා මේ දිනවල අන්තර්ජාතික තරඟ රටාව එහෙම නැත්නම් IPL තරඟ බලන අවස්ථාවේදී අපිට පෙනෙනවා තන තීරුව සකස් කරන ආකාරය. විශේෂයෙන් පන්දුවර 20ක තරඟයක වුණත් ලකුණු 180ක් 200ක් තාමත්ම පහසුවෙන් ලබා ගන්න තරම් තන තීරු පිතිකරුවන්ට උචිතයි. ඉතින් මේ වගේ තන තීරු වල තමයි පන්දු යවන්නන්ට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ ජාත්‍යන්තර තලයේ තරඟ ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී. ඒ හොඳ පෙරහුරුවක්. නැවතත් ඉක්මන් ලකුණක් ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහගෙන් හොඳ සහායක් ලබා දෙනවා ඇන්ජලෝ මේ වන විට කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට. ඔහු දන්නවා ඔහුගේ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයා දිල්ෂාන් මුණවීර. ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා කරන තුරු ඔහුට ලබා දෙන්නට පුළුවන් සහ ඒ වගේම දුර්වල පන්දුවට හොඳින් 4 පාරක් වාර්තා කරන්නට ඔහුට හැකියාව තියෙනවා.
තවත් ලකුණක් කරා දෙවියනවා දිල්ෂාන් මුණවීර. ගාලු කණ්ඩායම පිතිකරණයේ යෙදිද්දී 12 වෙනි ඕවරේ ඔවුන් ලබා සිටියේ ලකුණු 44ක් පමණයි විකට් එකකට. නමුත් අපිට පෙනී යනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම ගොඩක් ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ලකුණු 89ක් ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා කඩළු එකකට.
තවත් කෙටි පන්දුවක් පන්දුවර නිමා කරන්නට ශ්‍රාමික කරුණාරත්නගේ හොඳ පන්දුවරයක් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී.
ඔවර අපි පෙර කිව් පරිදි ඔහු මැනවින් ඔහුගේ පන්දුවරේ යවනවා. අපි කියනවා වෙනසක් ඇති කරනවා. පන්දුවේ වේගය අඩාල කරනවා. ලෙන්ත් එක ඉස්සරහට පස්සට කරනවා. බවුන්සර් පන්දු යවනවා. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රමයෙන් ඔව් දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර්ගේ ලකුණු 4 ඒවා සහ දැවැන්ත 6 පහරවල් දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර්ගෙන් ඔව් ලකුණු 73ක් ලබාගෙන සිටිනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. අපිට පේනවා ඔහුගේ දැවැන්ත 6 පහරවල් ඔව් ඉස්සරහට පැන තවත් ලකුණු 6ක් ලබාගත් අවස්ථාවක්. කොට පන්දුවක් සීකුගේගෙන් මැනවින් ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී. දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර ලකුණු 73ක් ලබාගෙන සිනවා. පන්දු ලකුණු 50 ලබා ගත්තේ පන්දු 33කින්. ඉතාම හොඳ ස්ට්‍රයික් රේට් එකක් ලකුණු 150ක විතර ස්ට්‍රයික් රේට් එකක් ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර. මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර නැවතත් පන්දු යවන්නට.
ඔහුගේ ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමේ වේගය ඉතාමත් වැදගත් වෙනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට ඊළඟ පිතිකරුවන්ට. ලංකාර පහරක් ස්වීපර් කවර් දෙසට ඉතාමත්ම වේගයෙන් පන්දු ඇදී යනවා ක්‍රීඩකයා වෙතට. පන්දු රකින්න
ඉතාම වැරෙන් ඔහු පහරවල් එල්ල කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි පිත්තේ මැදින්ම ඔහුගේ පිත්තේ මැදින්ම තමයි පහරවල් එල්ල කරන්නේ. අපි කියනවා හොඳ ටච් එකේ ඉන්න පිතිකරුවන් තමයි මේ වගේ පිතිකරණේ යෙදෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒකත් එක අවස්ථාවලදී වෙනස් වෙන්න පුළුවන් පිතිකරුවාගේ. ඉතින් මේ අවස්ථාවේ මම හිතන්නේ දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර හොඳ ටච් එකේ ඉන්න බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක් කියලා අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ වෙලාවක දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර දැනගන්න ඕනේ ලොකු ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලබා ගන්න. ඒකෙන් ඔහුගේ අනාගතය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් පිලත් එක්ක තියෙන අනාගතය හොඳ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද අපි දන්නවා සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා නැෂනල් සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා මේ තරඟ ගොඩක් නරඹනවා. ඔවුන් බලන් ඉන්නවා මේ ලකුණු අතරට එන පිතිකරුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉදිරි අනාගතයේදී ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමට එක්කහු කරන්න.
කෙටි පන්දුවක් පන්දුව එනකල් බලා ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් පහරක් කෙල්ල කරා කවර් සහ පොයින්ට් ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙදෙනා අතරින් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ 4 පහරක් දිල්ෂාන් මුනවරගේ පිත්තෙන්.
ඔව් මාලින්ග පුෂ්පකුමාර වේගය පොඩ්ඩක් අඩාල කර තමයි මේ පන්දුව යව්වේ. මලින්ද කිව්වා වගේ ඔව් ඒ පන්දුවට මැනවින් පහර එල්ල කරා. කවර් පොයින්ට් සහ ෂෝට් තර්ඩ් මෑන් අතරින් තමයි මේ පහර එල්ල කරේ. ලකුණු 4ක් ලබා ගන්නවා ඔහුගේ සංඛ්‍යාවට.
දැඩි පීඩනයකට හසු වී තිබෙනවා මේ පන්දු යවන්න. ඒ වගේම පන්දු රකින්නන් විශේෂයෙන් උපුල් තරංග ඔහුට තිබෙන පන්දු යවන්නන් හොඳ ආකාරයෙන්ම දන්නවා. විශේෂයෙන් සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න, මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර, අකිල ධනංජය මේ සහය ඉතාමත්ම වටිනා සහයක් ඇන්ජලු ජයසිංහගේ පිත්තෙන්. කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් ඉතාම මගනා සහයක්. ඔහු වේගයෙන් පහරවල් එල්ල කරන්න උත්සාහ දරන්නේ දිල්ෂාන් මුනවරට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දෙන්නේ හැම අවස්ථාවකදීම. නමුත් ඔහු ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් මේ එකේ ලකුණු ලබා ගන්නවා.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඒ වගේම තමයි ඔබ දන්නවා ලකුණු තුනේදී තමයි මේ පළවෙනි විකට්ටුව දැවි ගියේ. ඉතින් එතකොටත් දිල්ෂාන් මුනවර එතරම් ලකුණු සබාගෙන සිටියේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඔබ දැන් බැලුවොත් SL ජයසිංහ ලකුණු 18ක් පමණයි ලබාගෙන තියෙන්නේ දිල්ෂාන් මුනවරගේ ලකුණු 79ට. ඉතින් සමහරලාට ඔබට පුදුමයටපත් වෙයි. නමුත් මේවා තමයි තියෙන හොඳ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් කියලා කියන්නේ. පිතිකරුවන්ගේ වෙනස, ඒ වගේම අත්දැකීම්, ඒ වගේම හොඳ අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩින් එක කියලා අපි කියනවා. මොකද දිල්ෂාන් මුනවීර ඇවිල්ලා පවර් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්. ඔහු ගොඩක් පවර් හිටර් කෙනෙක්. ඉක්මනින් ලකුණු රැස් කරගන්න කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්, ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ එතරම් ඉක්මනින් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න නැහැ. නමුත් ඔහුගේ ශෛලියක් තියෙනවා ක්‍රීඩා කරන. ඒ විදිහට ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. සමහර අපි දකිනවා තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ මලින්ද අනිත් ප්ලේයර්ව කොපි කරන්න හදලා හයියෙන් ලකුණු රැස් කරන එකනේ නම් ඒ විදිහට රැස් කරන්න ගිහිල්ලා අවුට් වෙනවා, දැවි යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල් කරන්න හොඳ නෑ. මම හිතන්නේ ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ හොඳ සේවයක් කරනවා මේ කොලම්බෝ කණ්ඩායමට.
ඔබ සඳහන් කළා කලින් මුණවීරගේ පිතිකරණය පිළිබඳව. මම හිතන්නේ ඔහුට විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ තන තීරුවත් ලොකු දායකත්වයක් ලබා දෙනවා. ඊටාත්ම පහසුවෙන් ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔබ දන්නවා නම් ඔබ මේ විකට්ටුව ඊටාම හොඳ විකට්ටුවක් කියලා තමන් දන්නවා. තමන් කිව්වා වගේ තමන්ගේ ශෛලිය, තමන්ගේ හැකියාවන් 100% බැක් කරලා තමන්ගේ පුරුදු විදියට තමන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න.
මේ චතුරංග ද සිල්වා පන්දයම සඳහා කැඳවා තිබෙන්නේ.
ඔව්, ඒ පිටේ වැදුන් නැත්තම් වයිඩ් පන්දුවක් හැටියට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම විනිශ්චයකාරයා සංඥා කරනවා.
තාමත්ම අලංකාර පහරක් මුණවීර නැවතත් තාමත්ම හොඳ ස්ථානගත කිරීමක්, ලකුණු 2ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ස්වීපර් ක්‍රීඩකයා දියවිත් පන්දු රැකගද්දී තාමත්ම හොඳින් පහර එල්ල කරා.
හොඳ පන්දු යැවීමක් නෙවෙයි, ඒ පන්දු දෙකම යැව්වේ වයිඩ්, ගොඩක් වයිඩ් ඉඩ දෙනවා පිතිකරුවාට ඔහුගේ සුපුරුදු පාර එල්ල කරන්න. පන්දුවක් ඩොට් බෝලයක්. අපි දන්නවා චතුරංග ඩිසිල්වා හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්.
ඔවුන්ගේ ලකුණු 100 වාර්තා වෙනවා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී. තවත් අලංකාර පහරක් වේගින් පන්දු යදිනවා. තර්ඩ් මැන් කලාපයේ යොමු කරනවා ඩීෂාන් මුණවීර. තවත් ලකුණු 4ක් වාර්තා වෙනවා. පන්දු ඕවර 14 වෙනි පන්දු ඕවරේදී ලකුණු 100 වාර්තා වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම දැන් මේ ලකුණු 4ත් සමගින් ලකුණු 104 දක්වා තමන්ගේ මුළු ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ඉහළ යනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ.
ඔව්, ෂෝට් තර්ඩ් මෑන් කලාපයෙන් තමයි ඒ ලකුණු 4 ලබා ගත්තේ.
සම්බන්ධතාවයත් ලකුණු 100ක් වෙනවා.
ඔව්, තරංග සහ ගාලු කණ්ඩායම ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න වෙනවා මෙතන ඉඳලා. නැත්තම් ලේසියෙන්ම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම මේ ලකුණු 300 කරා හඹා යනවා. ඉක්මනින් විකට්ටුවක් ලබා ගත්තේ නැත්තම් ඔවුන්ට මේ තරඟය ඔවුන්ගේ අතින් ගිලී යන අවස්ථාව ගොඩක් දුරට තියෙනවා.
එක්දින තරඟවලදී විශේෂයෙන් මේ වගේම ටෙස්ට් තරඟවල බොහෝ දෙනා කතා කරන දෙයක් තමයි මේ සම්බන්ධතාවයන් පිළිබඳව. අද දිනේදී අපි දැක්කා ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ සම්බන්ධතාවක් ගාලු කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් උපුල් තරඟ සහ දිමුත් කරුණාරත්න. එයා සමානව මේ වන විට ඩිල්ෂාන් මුණවීර තමන්ගේ අනසක පතරවමින් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. එයා සමාන සහයක් ලබා දෙනවා ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ. ලකුණු 101 සමබරතාවයේදී ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ ලබා තිබෙන්නේ ලකුණු 19ක් පමණයි. නමුත් මෙහිදී වටිනාකම එමත් නැත්නම් ඔහු ඒ ලකුණු වලට වඩා ලබා දුන් සහය ඉතාමත්ම වටිනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා හැටියට පැමිණියේ පළමු කඩුවේ ලකුණු 3ේදී දැවී යාමෙන් පසුවයි.
පුල් තරංගගේ මතය තමයි මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර පන්දු යවන්න. ඕගෙන් තමයි විකට්ටුවක් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ ගාලු කණ්ඩායම. ඔව්, මං කිව්ව පරිදි මේක හරි ගියා. මාලින්ද පුෂ්පකුමාර ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට විකට්ටුවක් ලබා දෙනවා. එපමණක් නොවේ, අමාරුවෙන් ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට අමාරුවක් දැක්වූ පිතිකරුවෙක් තමයි දවාලන්නේ. දිල්ෂාන් මුනුවිර දැවී යනවා කෙලිම විකට්ටුවේ පන්දුව වැදීමෙන්.
තාම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරා මෙතෙක් වෙලා දිල්ෂාන් මුනුවිර. ඉතාමත්ම ඔබ දකින්නට ඇති මේ පහර එල්ල කරද්දී ඉතාමත් ඉදිරියට පැමිණි පන්දුවට ඔහු එකතැන ඉඳන් ස්ක්වයර් කට් පාරක් එල්ල කරන්න උත්සාහ දරනවා. මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර මේ තරඟාවලියේ වගේම පළමු පෙළ තරඟාවලියේදී ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ ඉතාමත්ම වටිනා එහෙම නැත්නම් සුවිශේෂී කඩුල්ලක් අහිමි වෙනවා. ලකුණු 105යි මුළු ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව. අවශ්‍යම විටකදී සඳහන් කළේ කඩුල්ලක් ලබා ගැනීම ගැන තමයි අපි කතා කරමින් සිටියේ. සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු කතා කරා පමණයි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට ඒ අවස්ථාව හිමි වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම දැන් තරගය නතර කරනවා සිසිල් පැන් පානය සඳහා.
Goal. Candy. Double. Colombo. Brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best. Go head to head. In the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහර ලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානම්ින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින්. රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it. And, initiatives like ThePapare.com, and it gives us so much information, excellent access, excellent insights. And I've noticed now that, I played the game. There are a huge amount of cricket fans out there. They look at things in so much detail. They demand detail much more than, we have a video analyst for us. Incredible. These guys want even more detail when it comes to, reading about the game and understanding. So I think ThePapare.com provides all of that beautifully. So, congratulations and well done to ThePapare.com, because for people like me and for millions of other cricket fans around the world to have a deep insight, an intricate look into sports, and also follow live scores, results and news, that's an ideal way.
Well, you're at the right place, sharing the passion here with Kumar Sangakkara. Kumar, thanks very much for joining us here.
නවක ක්‍රීඩකයා කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ 105යි කඩලු 2යි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම හාම්බා යන්නේ ලකුණු 300ක ඉලක්කයක්. මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර ඔබ සඳහන් කරා කඩලු ලබා ගන්නා පන්දු යවන්නාව තමයි උපුල් තරංග යොදවන්නේ කියන කරුණ. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී මොහු කඩුල්ලක් ලබා ගත්තා.
ඔව් මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර හරි සූරයි විකට්ටු ලබා ගන්න. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි නායකයාගේ තිබ්බ උදිනාගත් විශ්වාසය. ඒ විශ්වාසය හරි වටනවා. මොකද නායකයාත් ගොඩක් හවුල් වෙනවා මේ දවස්වල ටීම් එකක් සිලෙක්ට් කරද්දී. කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ අපි දන්නවා කොතරම් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ද කියලා. ඔහු පැමිණ සිටිනවා පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට. ඔහු පළවෙනි ලකුණ ලබා ගන්නවා ඔහුගේනුත් කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම ගොඩක් දේ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න ඉන්නවා. මොකද අපි තාම දන්නේ නායක දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් පිටියට පැමිණෙයිද කියා පිතිකරණයට.
නැවතත් අංජලි ජයසිංහ ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් පන්දුව ෆයින් ලෙග් කලාපයේ යොමු කරමින් ලකුණු දෙකක් ලබා ගන්නවා.
ඔව් කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට හොඳ පුවතක් අපිට දැන් ආරංචි වුණා. දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් එතරම් ලොකු ආබාධයකට ලක්ුණේ නැහැ. ඔව් පිතිකරණයට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම පැමිණෙයි කියා ඔහුගේ කණ්ඩායමෙන් අපිට පණිවිඩයක් ලැබෙනවා. ඒක කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට විතරක් නෙවෙයි මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමටත් ඉතාම හොඳ පුවතක්.
පන්දුවර 15ක් නිමාවේදී ලකුණු 105යි කඩලු 2යි.
Well, Dilshan Munawira had to return to the pavilion, being clean bowled by Malinda Pushpakumara, scoring a brilliant 86 runs for Colombo. And we could see Akil Dhananjaya being brought by Upul Tharanga for the first time from the far end. Kitruan Vitanage is the new batter. Akil Dhananjaya to bowl. A dot ball to start with. We welcome Nuwan Soisa, the former fast bowler for Sri Lanka, the fast bowling coach for Colombo, and also fast bowling coach for Sri Lanka cricket. Welcome, Nuwan.
Thank you, Saji.
Well, you have seen a lot of young talent during this tournament, and also since you work for Sri Lanka cricket now, you handle the Sri Lankan under-19s, the A teams, the emerging teams, and what are our prospects for the future? Do we have any good ones coming up?
Yes, future looks good. They need to keep playing cricket and expose the good pressure situations. Otherwise, they'll never get better. So to play like these games and put deep in and see how the mindset and heads and how they cope with their pressure. So this is one of the best tournament that they can show to the Sri Lanka as well as the world that how good they are. And I'm sure these guys, the more they play, they get better.
Yes, definitely. The exposure is very important for young players. Also, to work with you guys, gain your knowledge, experience. I think the youngsters are very lucky to have you guys around because you all have done brilliantly at the highest, and to pass that knowledge to the youngsters. So the Sri Lankan youngsters, especially the fast bowlers, are very lucky to have you around, working with them. And we were teammates for a province as well, long time ago for Central Province. And
that time was a fantastic era.
Right.
We played a lot of top cricket, but unfortunately we haven't seen that sort of a caliber and
right.
some players who can play those roles. So I'm
That's
sure
right.
the more they play, they'll get better and play top cricket, and they cement their places for so many years. So this is the best time. Absolutely, this is the best time for them to show and be a good characters from themselves, rather go and tell, this is what you have to do and all these things. It's a platform. I'm sure these youngsters playing with these national cricketers, as well as experienced cricketers. They get some experience. As you said, yes, they are under good hands.
Yeah.
And but they should do is to whatever we say, the knowledge that we have and the experience we have, listen and go and without any fear expose.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well fielded there by Sikuge Prasanna. Yes, Nuan, I back you 100% in that. We need more tournaments like this because there was a time where provincial cricket was happening, and I don't know what's the reason we lost it for a while. We had a lot of good players, brilliant players, youngsters playing with us then, and so it's good to see these kind of things happening again. And I heard the under-19s also going to have a provincial tournament, which is very good. So for Colombo, we could say, I'll talk about Colombo team. Who are the fast bowlers who you think has a good, bright future?
Well, we got Dushi Dushman Chamagra. He's a big prospect. Unfortunately, he's not his peak level. I'm sure he'll get back sooner rather than later. As well as Visha Fernando, another prospect, exciting player, left armer, which Sri Lankan cricket lacking at the moment. You know, we haven't seen that dimension come and bowl for right-handers angled. Yeah. So we got good two prospect. I'm sure they are not I mean.
Well, there's a stumping. Ball down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Sadira stumped the batsman down the leg, and I think the batsman totally misjudged and came out of the crease, and we have gone up to the third umpire. Well, he's fine there. It's not a no ball behind the crease. Let's see the other end now, which matters. Well, Sadira didn't take it up clean. Now he's in. He's well in there. Maybe if Sadira took it clean, he would have been miles away. At the same time, umpires signaled a wide. Whoa. The red came and the green came later. Yeah.
You need a bit of luck, isn't it? Chasing 300 and
that's
now
right. But you guys have been chasing it very well. Dilshan Munawira, as usual. I thought he has matured. He played a matured innings because the normal Dilshan Munawira I see is, every ball he goes for it. But today I saw a little bit of patience, and he waited for that loose ball to have a go at it.
Yeah, as long as he's there, I mean, any target is possible for Colombo team. But we were just had a good chat. Just go and explore yourself.
Now tell me, on a brilliant wicket like this, a batsman paradise we call it. How does one bowl at a Upul Taranga or a strike rate which is 150 over like Dilshan Munawira?
Yeah, it's like a belt of a wicket. I mean, you hardly see a wicket like this even at Ketaram. This is one of the brilliant track. Yeah, as a bowler, I mean, you need a bit of luck to play this side, and your fielders should give you that extra bit, to give a good blind of a catch or some sort of a stop and put some pressure. But you can't give a lot of errors because the margin of error is very thin here.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have a lot of variation, and you have to have a good head. I mean, to a lot of field setting, rather go with the conventional field setting. You have to have some sort of unusual field setting.
That's right, like out of the box, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Not book cricket, but think out of the box and set the field according to the batsman, and also now like Dilshan Munawir, we saw Upul Taranga. Actually, when he was batting, they used a field which was not book cricket. It was thought out of the box and set it like that. So it's the new era of cricket. You got to think out of the box, and you have to go with the flow and see where you can and how you can stop runs on these kind of tracks, like variation, stuff like that. So now when you all train, do you all specifically train like slower balls, Yorkers, slower bouncers? Because those kind of deliveries,
Oh, what a ball!
those kind of deliveries are the ones which could fox a batsman.
Look, most of the guys, they can deliver slow ball. I mean, when you mentioned it's slow bouncer and the perfect Yorker, which is still lacking apart from Great Mali. So we need to find bowlers who have no fear. The clean mind go and bowl a Yorker is an area that we always speak. We always talk. You have to have either wicket or a dot ball. So these guys are practicing hard, but the main thing is to go and execute in the middle. I mean, it will take some time as we spoke before, but anyway, that you have to deliver here, because this is the best place to go and show yourself, you know, whatever you practice, why not go and show. But today from Colombo side, we spoke a lot, but we haven't seen any Yorkers, but that's we are disappointed a bit, but we have something to adverse after the game, whatever the result is.
You know, the main thing is, as long as you learn something out of a game, you know, you might not be 100%, but the idea of playing these kind of games, competing, is to learn something and get better each and every day. And also, tell me, now there were great two left armers for Sri Lanka cricket, Chaminda Was, Nuwan Soisa. Where is the other left armer coming? When is he coming? Have you got a name?
Yeah, seriously looking for that slot. I mean, that Vishwa Fernando, he is brilliant. I mean, he got something special. He played a one test match. I think that test match favored for spin and
definitely.
Rangana bowled well. So he's young, he's very strong, and I mean, he's good for the longer version. I mean, you need a guy who can bowl for right-handers across. You know, we all know when we were playing how difficult those eras batsmen say when the ball is bouncing and moving away. It's not easy. I mean, he's a guy I think knocking the door very closely, and as well as you got Binura. I mean, he has a lot of experience for his age, and I'm sure he'll play some part of cricket. I mean, we got T20s, 50 overs, so I'm sure he'll come and play some part.
Right, brilliant. Well, Colombo is just cruising through 117 for 2 in 18.1 overs. They're lucky that Dilshan Munawira got them some runs quickly. So these batters just have to bat, just like Upula and Dimut did in the Gauls innings. There's plenty of overs remaining, plenty of brilliant batters to come and bat for Colombo, especially Dinesh Chandimal, who has been doing very well for Colombo.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed with Angelo Jayasinghe. I mean, he was nowhere to be in the scene, and he was a replacement for young Thiriman, but he got injured, unfortunately, his hamstring. And we got a one-day practice under lights last night, and I'm really happy the way he bat. I'm sure.
Also, I think you all disappointed by Angelo Pereira getting injured in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, while doing fielding, he twisted his ankle, and I'm sure won't be a commentator's curse, and he won't get out. I mean, he got a lovely start. I'm sure he'll bat through this inning.
You're doing well in the tournament. I know you all tied a game, so hopefully you all will make it through and compete with. There's few more games to play as well. I think you all are moving to Dambulla tomorrow to play day after. So there's a lot of travelling as well. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's the way the new modern cricket plays. I mean, when you take it England, I mean, you play 4 days, next day travel, another day you play, as well as IPL. There's a lot of cricket to play, and it's very good for these cricketers to have their good mindset as well, become more tougher as well. So it's a good cricket, not like some club cricket. You know, you get to play with the best. So I mean, this is like icing on the cake for the most of the players.
Yeah, definitely. You need this kind of cricket, the top 60 of the country competing each other, showcasing your talents. Very important as selectors keep watching for new talent. I'm sure they are about to select the Champions Trophy squad tomorrow or day after. Like I said, in the morning, in the afternoon, some countries have already selected their teams, and I think tomorrow or day after Sri Lanka's squad will come out. Any new names you think will be added to the squad?
I mean, it's a good tournament. You can't have youngsters. You need the players who has good experience. And I'm sure, I'm not a selector, but the way I've seen Kapoor's playing, I mean, it was brilliant. I mean, I haven't seen he's batting like this. He was so matured, and he knows exactly how to take a single and place his inning. I mean, I saw some maturity last 2-3 games, and I heard today also he got brilliant 105. So we need someone in the middle order to back through. I mean, he showed even in T20s what he played the last few games.
Yeah.
It's good, but I'm sure he'll get a chance at the end of the day by selectors call. But I'm just giving my opinion.
Yeah, hopefully he'll make it. As we all know, he started his career really well and young, and down the line he couldn't keep up to his. He could have done more to Sri Lanka cricket, and he's come back strong, scoring a lot of runs, and hopefully tomorrow or day after we'll hear some good news about Chamara Kapugedara. And well, another single goes to Colombo. They are just ticking the scoreboard and rotating strike. Like you said, Angelo Jayasinghe as playing his first game, one training session, and he's still there, playing slow. But main thing is wickets intact will help Colombo to see this 300 run mark.
Yeah, that is our plan, to keep wickets in hand, bat 25-30 overs, probably lose 2-3 wickets and have 140 runs in 120 balls. Why not? We got some power hitters, as well as Chandimal is in brilliant form, and I know we have a lot of belief that we can chase this down, and we got a lovely start. Cricket, you never know, but you need luck, and at the moment we have that luck, and we're batting really well, so hopefully we can pass this.
Definitely, and thank you very much for being here, Nuwan Soisa. You are doing a great job for Sri Lanka cricket and future of Sri Lanka cricket, and I hope you produce some good left-arm fast bowlers just like you and Chaminda Was. We need someone like that, something different to our pace bowling squad, and all the best, and do well. Thanks,
you. Sir. Thanks for having me. Thanks.
Well, Colombo is 124 for 2 in the 20th over, and to take you from here onwards, it's Simon and Ashley.
Thank you, Sajid Fernando. It was lovely to listen to Nuwan Soisa as well, a man who played some fantastic cricket for Sri Lanka. Started as a rookie, left-arm pacey, and when he was just used to bowl at the side nets, and picked up by Arjuna Ranatunga, and then played a fantastic and a key role in the early 90s, and played some fantastic cricket for Sri Lanka, Simon.
Yeah, he was a fine bowler, but actually in the coaching department he talked more about his batting prowess than his bowling prowess. So I've heard about many innings that he's played for his country, but not many of his wickets. But no, seriously, he was a fine bowler, and he's a great man to have in our team, and he's got great relationships with the players, and I know they respect him not only for what he did on the field, but what he does in the nets with them on a daily basis.
Absolutely fantastic ambassador as well, and featured very importantly with the Sri Lankan cricket team, and now he has come back to impart his knowledge to the youngsters, and as Sajid Fernando said, yes, Sri Lanka is searching for that left-arm pacey to fill the void set by after Chaminda Was retired. Sri Lanka certainly has been looking, and Vishwa Fernando, as you said earlier, looks very much a prospect to get in there soon.
Yeah, that certainly is. The fact is that he's now got back to fully fit bowling point of view, so now it's just about getting matches and confidence, and hopefully this tournament will help him move forwards. and then see where it goes after that. But certainly a great opportunity for him because we haven't got lots and lots of left-arm seamers.
Well, you're certainly right. It's very surprising indeed. We have so many left-arm batters, but when it comes to bowling, very few has come through. But I suppose, yes, in the likes of Vishnu Fernando, there are a few other youngsters now knocking on the doors. So it's just a matter of time now. And Sri Lanka cricket, and with all this support staff like you, Simon, looking at opportunities for the youngsters, looking at filling in all these voids and the gaps, this certainly looks pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, well, you know, we've worked hard on increasing the amount of cricket being played by our A team and our under-19s, because before I arrived, I believe that they're only having one tour in every 12 months. So we've upped that to 3 tours, 2 away tours and 1 home tour. So opportunity for our youngsters to experience cricket around the world. So they're very lucky, and hopefully they'll come through and experience it at a higher level in the future.
Absolutely. So Colombo chasing the goals, 299, if not 300 target to win, is cruising at the moment. 20 overs completed, 21st over in progress. In fact, they got to 125 for the loss of 2 wickets. And that's after that swashbuckling innings by Dilshan Munawira, who got to 86 of Chaminda, how many deliveries? 53, 55 deliveries, and he had 7 fours and 3 sixes. Am I right? Okay. Oh goodness me! So he has gone past what I had I was keeping tabs as well. As the next delivery has been played down towards the boundary, and there's a valiant effort there by the fielder diving across the turf, but couldn't cut it off. The ball crosses the line, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a much-needed boundary because Galle were just starting to come back into this game a little bit. They just got rid of Munawira, and this partnership wasn't really going anywhere. But a long hop really from the left-arm spinner, and thankfully the batsman was able to put it away for 4 runs.
Well, certainly yes. Pulled down towards the mid-wicket region, and the square leg fielder well sprawling, but couldn't cut it off. So it was a good shot, and that boundary came after some time. You're certainly right. So Colombo, well, they have everything under control at the moment, unless Galle comes back into this match and picks up a couple of quick wickets. Then of course things can change.
Yeah, they're going along at the required rate at the moment, despite the explosive start by Munawira. So Galle will get a little bit of hope here, thinking that they're just pulling themselves back into the game, and who knows, a couple of wickets here from the spinners, and they're right back into it.
Well, you're certainly right. And in the meantime, in Dambulla, well, Candy has gone on to score 323 for the loss of 5 wickets, and I'm told there was a swashbuckling 105 that was scored by Chamara Kapogedera. So heads up, and a wonderful innings by him, and I certainly would love to see that young man in the Sri Lankan squad going to the Championships trophy. But well, we are only observers, and I'm sure there are more important people like the selectors, the administrators, and people like you, Simon, who's taking note of what exactly is going to happen. But just because somebody comes and scores a little bit of runs, he's not going to find a position in the team. Of course, you're going to look at the bigger thing, the balance of the team. So when Sri Lanka picks a squad, it has to be a balanced squad that will be going and making their way to England for the Champions Trophy.
Absolutely, and there are only 15 places available, so that makes it even tougher when you've got a wide range of players who are being successful on the pitch at the moment. So a tough job for the national selectors, but I'm sure they'll come up with the right combinations for England, and then they can get planning and practicing for the Champions Trophy.
Well, you're certainly right. And in the meantime, in talking a little bit of international cricket, West Indies versus Pakistan, the first test match. West Indies have got to 244 in 81 overs for the loss of 7 wickets. So Pakistan has done pretty well with them. We'll come back to that game with a little bit of break-up of the scores once I log in. But that's very interesting indeed. So West Indies have been restricted by Pakistan. But of course, Pakistan do pack some wonderful bowlers as well.
Good running between the wickets there. Knocked it into the leg side through mid-wicket, and the batsman knew straight away that there was an opportunity for 2 runs, and the non-striker running back, making it easily.
Well, you're certainly right. It's all about rotating strike and keeping the momentum, picking up the runs as it comes by. It can be a run, it can be a single, it can be a 2, but it's very, very important to keep the momentum and also pick up runs as the innings is built up very, very comfortably as well. That's what Colombo has done. 131 as the next delivery once again is taken and or rather punched down towards the long off region. And so Angelo Jaisinger is looking pretty good out there. He's got to 33 now, and with him is Kitruan Vitanage. Kitruan Vitanage, well, when it suits him, he can open those broad shoulders of his Simon. He can swing the bat and to good effect as well.
Yeah, he's a fine talent. We actually had some T20 practice games here earlier in the year where he really did open his shoulders and played a couple of useful knocks for his team that played in that one. So know about his pedigree really well, and really hope that he takes these opportunities and shows people what he can do. But also good to see a killer bowling here. He's been out of the frame for a little while and he's come back here, and he's really he's bowling some decent stuff. You know, he's 3 overs, gone for 9 runs. So anything under 4 and over on this pitch, and you're bowling some really good stuff. So very pleasing to see, because another young man who continuously works at his game and goes about it very quietly.
Well, you're certainly right. 22 overs have been completed in the Colombo innings. 134 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Dilshan Munawira, well, he made 86 in this innings of 135. And adequate support was given to him by Angelo Jaisinger, who has now got to 33. And the men out, well, man out rather. Well, they lost 2 wickets. 2 wickets lost. Let me quickly come back to that. Ravindra Gunasekara, well, he fell for no score. And Angelo, and of course Dilshan Munawir, I beg your pardon, who fell for 86. A little bit of confusion in taking a look at the score sheet. Chaminda Diesela is doing wonderful work here indeed, helping us out with the statistics. And yes, now we see the 23rd over in progress. Second delivery has been played down towards the long on region. Simon, I suppose the batsmen will have to keep their composure. They will have to look at the scoreboard. They will have to take things as it comes their way and pick those loose deliveries and pick runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the crucial thing here for these two is to just keep rotating the strike, put the bad ball away to the boundary, but ultimately just keep wickets in hand now. If you can tick along at 5 and over here for 10 overs or so, create a good partnership that allows your big hitters still to come into Sara Pereira and others to then really put the foot on the gas and get their team over the line.
What would be the game plan of Galle should be, Simon? I would love to see them playing a little bit more attacking cricket. Right now you could see they are playing a little bit more defensive, playing the wait-and-see game to see whether the batsman will make a mistake and give a wicket away. But is it what they should be doing, or they should be pushing for a wicket here?
I think it's a big part of the modern game is how do you take wickets in the middle overs. The old way of 50-over cricket used to be to sit back and wait till the death. But for me, the teams that are really moving forwards in world cricket are the ones that have worked out how they're going to take wickets in the middle overs. So spinner's job is to stop the runs, but also they've got to find ways of taking wickets.
Well, you're certainly right. And perhaps the finest example in attacking cricket would be the Australians. The type of cricket they play and also their approach to the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Always remembered Shane Warne saying, if you're going to make a decision, always make a positive one. And, that's certainly something I would encourage any player to do.
Well, you're certainly right. And that's a good bit of cricket that had been played softly on the leg side, and the field had run only about 5 yards, but there was a good start by the non-striker. So if any youngsters are watching this is how this game should be played. Rotate in the strike, and if you are the non-strikers, then take a good decent start and give that confidence to the striker. Yes, you are backing him up, and if the call is right and you run across quickly to the other side, and of course you sprint and take the run, and then of course you make sure that you ground your bat and get into safety, and that should certainly be very, very encouraging indeed. 139 for 2 Colombo. 23 overs have gone. They're chasing 300 to win after Galle Provincial team put up a very decent score, if not a very substantial score of 299. Well, they look to be going easily beyond 330, 340 at one stage, with Tupul Taranga and Dimuth Karunatha in full swing. A partnership of 174 runs, which came up in even time, and both batsmen batting brilliantly well, but loss of a few wickets and pegged them back, and Colombo came back into the team, into the match very strongly to restrict them finally to 299. And here they are now chasing 300 to win, 139 for 2 in just 23 overs. So Chaminda has given me some good statistics also. Once again, 162 balls remaining and 161 runs to win this match for Colombo.
Yeah, well, a former captain of mine always told me that a runner ball is never easy to get. So on that basis, where we're sitting at the moment is a difficult task. But this does look a very good pitch, and it doesn't look to have altered throughout the day. So for me, these two batsmen should be taking the responsibility for their team and getting them as close to the target as they can at this stage.
Well, yes, plenty of gaps on both sides of the field, and that's what the Colombo batsmen are making use of, just dabbing at it, pushing it to the gap and taking off immediately. Good call in between the wickets, and the start being taken by the non-striker. And now you can see Upul Taranga is bringing in a little bit of pressure, employing a slip field. Akila Dhananjaya is certainly troubling the batsman, bowling very well. He has got out to a good line, a good length as well, and is keeping the batsman pegged down, and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, you know, we haven't got too many off spinners in this country at the moment. So to see a young bowler like Akila come on and bowl like this is very encouraging, because there seems to be a lot of left-handed batsmen in international cricket these days. So to find a few off spinners that can compete for that position is very encouraging.
Well, yes, and if once again, if any youngsters is listening, and what Simon was saying is, when a left hand is batting, and if an off spinner comes and bowls, the ball is going away from the left hand, and it makes it that much more difficult, and also brings in that little bit of doubt into the batsman's mind, because the ball is moving away from you, and they will be a little bit more careful in playing their shots, and that's the reason always off spinner is brought in moment a good left hander comes into bat.
Yeah, Killer in the past was renowned for being able to bowl a variety of deliveries, but he's really worked hard on his stock delivery, being his off-spin delivery, and you know, today he's showing the reward for all that good work. So batsmen here really don't know whether to stick or twist at the moment with regards to a Killer. At the moment they're trying to rotate the strike, but you know, even that's proving a little difficult. So it might be interesting to see if someone tries to take him on a little bit and knock him off his length, but we'll see how things go over the next few overs.
Well, you're certainly right. 24 overs completed in the meantime, and 142 runs on the board, and 36 to Angelo, and then there is Kitruan Vitanage on 19. So both batsmen settling down to play a long, grueling innings, a long way off the winning post yet, but the success of Akila Dhananjaya, we were talking many a time, Simon, most of the bowlers of the Galle, they were pushing the ball a little bit too quicker, and they were trying to get pace off the wicket as well, which was helping the Colombo batsman. But Akila Dhananjaya is holding the deliveries back, is bowling at a much slower pace, and that has made things very difficult for them.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy cricket there by the Galle team. Batsman again putting the boundary fielder under pressure, running hard, coming back for two, and then the keeper going for a throw to the non-striker's end has given the Colombo team an extra run. So a bit of sloppy cricket, but very well run by the Colombo batsman, putting the fielders under pressure.
Well, you're certainly right. And when you play a shot as a batsman and you take the first run fast, that certainly puts the little bit of pressure on the fielder. And then when you show the intention that you're turning for the second, and if you're taken the first run quicker, certainly there is a possibility and that the fielder can make a mistake. And that's what we saw. The throw came in wide to the wicketkeeper, picked it up, and he thought that he can run the batsman as the non-strikers in through it, but there was nobody covering up from behind.
Yeah, massive part of the game nowadays in one-day cricket is putting those boundary riders under pressure. So as soon as you hit the ball, sprint as hard as you can, and one small fumble and you can get back for two, no problems at all.
Well, you're certainly right. So here we see Sekoge Prasanna coming back into the attack, and this time you could see that he is holding the ball back a little bit and also blowing a little bit slowly as well and cutting the pace off. Yes, you could see that, and he's also getting some bite of the wicket as well. And this time the batsman coming down the track, though there is a appeal that it's more in hope than in hope and anticipation than there being a chance for that to be given out. Certainly the ball was missing the leg stump as well, no question about that as we watch the replays. Colombo 145 for 2.
He's come on here, Siku, bowled a better length and line, so that's encouraging for Galle. Important thing here is that they just keep bowling dot balls and building pressure.
You're certainly right. Next delivery given the width, and the batsman on the back foot drives it well down to the sweeper cover region. And Kitruan Vithanage is looking good. He's on 22 now. Angelo Jaising is on 36. The target is 300. They've got to 145, almost at halfway mark now. And also, if you look at the over rate, that's also at halfway mark. So they have everything wrapped very comfortably in their favour at the moment. They got to keep the wickets. Of course, there are some good hitters to come as well from Colombo. There is Sahan Jayasuriya, Ravindra Gunasekara, Sachin Seranayaka. Goodness me, he certainly can swing the bat, as he did play a small cameo the other day. It is 18 runs just coming off 6 deliveries, and that was a wonderful bit of hitting as well. ThePapare is there. Oh, one would like to see ThePapare getting into full swing as well. And of course, Dinesh Chandimal has still not made his way into the middle.
Yeah, well, the Galle bowling attack have come back quite well here, because after 10 overs, the score was around 70. So, you know, after the last 15 overs, they've pulled it under 5 runs and over. So they'll be quite pleased with that. If they maintain that level, then that starts to put a little bit of pressure back onto the batting side, and who knows, mistakes may happen.
Well, you are certainly right, Simon. The pressure is on the two of us. We have forgotten to take a look at the overs. 25 overs have been completed. Colombo has got to 146 for the loss of 2 wickets, chasing 300 to win.
ලකුණු 146යි කඩලු 2යි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම හම්බායන ඉලක්කය ලකුණු 300යි ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ නොදවි ලකුණු 38යි වගේම කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ ලකුණු 22යි හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා දුන්නා ඩේෂන් මුණවිර ලකුණු 86ක් ලබාගෙන මේ වෙන විට තාමත්ම හොඳ සමබරතාවයක් ගොඩනගමින් සිටිනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා.
දිල්ෂාන් මුණවීරගේ ඉනිම නිසා තමා මේ වගේ පිතිකරුවන්ට ඇවිල්ලා යම් කිසි කාලයක් ලැබෙන්නේ පිටියේ ලකුණු එකේවා ලබාගෙන හිමින් සීරුවේ ඔවුන්ගේ මානසිකත්වය වැඩි කරගෙන ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න තුවද්දී දැවී යාමකට හසු වෙන්න ඉඩ තිබුණා පන්දුව විකට්ටුවේ වැදුනා නම්
ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ කෙලින්ම දිව යනවා පන්දුව ලබාගෙන කෙලින් මෙල්ල කරන්නේ පන්දු යවනාගේ අන්තයට කඩුල්ලේ වැදෙනවා නම් නිසක වශයෙන්ම දැවී යාමක්.
දශුන් ශානක තමයි පන්දු රැකගත් පන්දු රකින්නා. ඔවුන්ගේ එල්ලේ හරියට තිබ්බනම් අපිට දැක්කන්න තිබ්බා ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහගේ ඉනිම අවසන් වෙනවා. නමුත් ඇන්ජලෝගේ වාසනාවකට එය කඩුල්ලේ වැදුන්නේ නැහැ.
තරගයේ හරි අඩක් ඉමද තම ලකුණු 150 වාර්තා වනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට පන්දු ඕවර 25ක් අවසානයේදී හරි ආකාරයටම පන්දු ඕවර සංඛ්‍යාවත් එයා සමාන විතරව තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවත් එයා සමානව ලකුණු 150ක් ලබාගත යුතුව තිබෙනවා ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නට.
ඔව් ලකුණු 6ක වේගයක් තමයි රඳවාගෙන තියෙන්නේ. ඉදිරියටත් ලකුණු 6ක වේගයක් තමයි රඳවාගෙන යන්න ඕනේ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට මේ ලකුණු 300 ලබා ගන්න. ක්‍රීඩාවේ ලකුණු 6ක් තියෙනවා කියන්නේ මලින්ද තරම් අපහසු කාර්යයක් නෙවෙයි. විශේෂයෙන්ම කඩළු 8ක් තමන් සතුව තියෙද්දි.
ඔව් වැදගත් වන්නේ කඩළු අතතිව ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමයි. ඒ තමයි ගාලු කණ්ඩායමත් මුලින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් සිටිය. නමුත් අවසානයේදී ඔවුන්ගේ කඩළු බිඳ වැටීමත් සමග ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව යම් අඩුවක් ඇති වුණා. නමුත් මේ වන විට කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමත් එහා සමානව ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්නවා. මෙවැනි ක්‍රීඩාංගණයක ලකුණු 6ක් තරම් විශාල සංඛ්‍යාවක් නෙවෙයි. නමුත් වැදගත් වන්නේ කිව්ව ආකාරයට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් තරඟයේ මැද ක්‍රීඩා කිරීම, ඒ වගේම ලකුණු අතර ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයා හැකිතරම් විශාල ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලබා ගැනීම.
අපි දකිනවා ගාලු කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රකින්න ආකාරය විශේෂ මට්ටමක තිබෙනවා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට වඩා. ඔවුන් දැන්ටමත් ලකුණු 10ක් 15ක් බේරලා තියෙනවා ගාලු කණ්ඩායමට. මේ වගේ පන්දු රැකීමක් ගැන තමයි අපි හැම වෙලේම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ හොඳ කණ්ඩායමකින්. අපි දන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රැකීම පොඩ්ඩක් පහත මට්ටමකට වැටිලා තියෙනවා මේ පහුගිය කාලේ. ඒක ගොඩනගා ගන්න ගොඩක් දේවල් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනය මගින් කරනවා පුහුණුකරුවන් යොදවලා. මොකද අපි ඉදිරි අනාගතය බලනවා නම් අපි ලොකු ටූර්නමන්ට්ස් වලට ගිහිල්ලා කම්පීට් කරන්න හදනවා නම් මං හිතන්නේ පන්දු රැකීම තා විශාලයෙන් අපි ගොඩනගා ගන්න ඕනේ මලින්ද අපි ටූර්නමන්ට්ස් දිනන්න නම්.
අනිවාර්යෙන් පන්දු රැකීමේ වටිනාකම ඉතාමත්ම මැනවින් දැනගත යුතුයි මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. හොඳ පන්දු යැවීමක නිරත වෙනවා සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න. පළමු පන්දු තුනම ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ලබා දුන්න. දැන් 1 ලකුණක් සඳහා ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ නැවතත් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් Tamanගේ ඉනිම ගොඩනගා ගන්නවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. අංක 3 ස්ථානයේ පැමිණි ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඔහුගේ කාර්යභාරය නිසාකාරව ඉටු කරමින් ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමේ වේගයත් එයා සමානව පවත්වාගෙන යාම ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්. කිටි පන්දුවක් ස්ක්වයර් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. පන්දුව 4 සීමාව අසලදී රැක ගන්නවා. නැවතත් හරියාකාරව පන්දුව ලබා දෙන්නේ නැහැ. අතරින් ලකුණු 3ක් ලබා ගන්නවා කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ.
ඔව් කිසිම අමාරු කාර්යයක් නෙවෙයි මේ ලකුණු 300 ලබා ගන්න මෙතනින්. මං හිතන්නේ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ පිතිකරුවන් ඔවුන් හිතලම ලොකු වැරද්දක් කරොත් තමයි මෙතනින් කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට පරාජය හිමිවන්න ගොඩක් අවස්ථාවක් තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් හරියාකාරව සිටුේෂන් එක ඇනලයිස් කරගෙන මේ විදියට ක්‍රීඩා කරොත් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට ජයක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ තරඟයේදී. ඒ වගේම තමයි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම දෙවනියට මේ ගෲප් එකේ දෙවනියට තමයි පත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මං හිතන්නේ නුවර කණ්ඩායම තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. ඉතින් නුවර කණ්ඩායමත් ක්‍රීඩා දැවි යනවා, කිත්රුවන් දැවි යනවා. ලොකු පහරක් එල්ල කරන්න ගිහින් සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නගේ පන්දුවකට කෙලින්ම විකට්ටුවේ වැදී දැවි යනවා කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ.
දැවන්ත පහරකට උත්සාහ කරන්නේ නමුත් පන්දුව හරියාකාරව බලන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නගේ පන්දුව කෙලින්ම කඩුල්ලේ වැදිනවා. කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ තුන්වන කඩුල්ල බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ.
මං කොහෙත්ම හිතන්නේ ඒ වගේ වෙලාවක ඒ වගේ පහරක් එල්ල කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. මං මීට විනාඩියකට ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා විතරයි පිතිකරුවන් විසින්ම ලොකු වැරදක් කරොත් මිසක් මේ තරඟය උන්ට පරදින්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ කියලා. ඒ කියද්දිම කිත්රුවන් විතානගේ ලොකු පහරකට එල්ල ගිහින් කෙලින්ම පන්දුව විකට්ටුවේ වැදීමෙන් ඔහු දැවි යනවා. මං හිතන්නේ මේ වගේ අවස්ථාවල තමයි අපි පිතිකාරයෙක් හැටියට හොඳ හැටිය අවබෝධ කරගන්න ඕනේ. අපි දන්නවා මේ සමහර අවස්ථාවලට අපි හිතෙනවා මේ වගේ බෝලකට මේ වගේ ලකුණු රැස් කරගන්න පුළුවන් මේ පහරක් එල්ල කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. නමුත් ඉවසීම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි කියන patience තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉතා උසස් මට්ටමින් පැවැත්වෙන ක්‍රීඩාවක්, හොඳ පිල් දෙකක් අතර පැවැතෙන ක්‍රීඩාවක්. ඉතාම හොඳ අවස්ථාවකදී කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට විකට්ටුවක් තැවී යනවා. ගාලු කණ්ඩායම හොඳ පන්දුකරණයකින් විකට්ටුවක් ලබා ගන්න වෙනවා. නවත පිටිකතු දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් පිටියට එනවා. අපිට ඉස්සෙල්ලත් පණිවිඩය ආව අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම පිටිකරණය යෙදෙනවා කියලා. කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමටත් ඒක හොඳ අවස්ථාවක්. මොකද අපි දන්නවා අපි විකට්ටු ආය බලමු. ලොකු 6 පාරකට තමයි පන්දුව පහර එල්ල කරන්න ගියේ මලින්ද. එලිම විකට්ටුවේ වැදුනා.
ඔව් ඔබ සඳහන් කළා ඒ වගේම මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ බොහෝ වෙලාවට අපි දන්නා කරුණක් අනවශ්‍ය පරිදි පීතිකරුවා විසින්මයි දැවී යන්නේ අවස්ථාවේදී මේ වගේ තනතිරුවක ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් පහසුවෙන් වුන් ලකුණු අතර සිටියා. වැදගත් වූයේ හොඳ සමබරතාවයක් ලකුණු අතර ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයා වැඩි ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලබා ගැනීම. නමුත් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී කිතුණුවන් විතානගේ උත්සාහය අසාර්ථකයි. ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න පල නෙලා ගන්නා පන්දියවන්නා බවට පත්වනවා ඒ තුන්වන කඩුල්ල නවක ක්‍රීඩකයා දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්.
දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් ශතකයක් ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා මේ තරඟාවලියේ. වගේම අර්ධ ශතකයක් ලබා ගත්තා පහුගිය තරඟයේදී. හොඳ ෆෝම් එකේ ඉන්නේ කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන් නිසකයම. ඒ වගේම තමයි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ නායකත්වයේ දරන චන්දිමාල් බරපතල කාර්යයක් තියෙනවා ඔහුගේ කරපිට. නමුත් කියනවා නම් මලින්ද ඔහුගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක බලද්දී මෙවැනි අවස්ථාවල් ඔහුට සුලභව පුරුදු ඇති, හොඳට පුරුදු ඇති. ඒ හින්දා මං හිතන්නේ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට තරම් අසීරු කාර්යයක් වෙයි කියලා චන්දිමාල් පිටිකරණයේ යෙදුණොත් තවදුරට.
ඒ වගේම අපි දැක්ක මේ තරඟයේ ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා මොනවීර සහ කිතුරුවන් ඒ දැවියාම අනිවාර්යයෙන් මේ කණ්ඩායමට යම් පීඩනයක් ගෙන දෙනවා. මොකද හොඳින්ම ලකුණු අතර හිටපු ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා කෙලින්ම පන්දු එල්ල කරනවා කඩුල්ල වෙතට. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී උපුල් තරංග ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ සීමා ඉරෙන් පිටත පැමිණියා. නමුත් එවන විට පන්දුව කඩුල්ලේ වැදුනාද නැද්ද?
ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ කොයි ලෝකේ හිටියද කියලා මට හිතා ගන්න බෑ. එතන කොහොමද? එතන කිසිසේත්ම ලකුණක් නැහැ මලින්ද. ඔහු ඩයිව් කරද්දි බැට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් ඉපිලුණා කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. අපි තවදුරටත් බලමු. ක්‍රීස් එක ඇතුලේ මං හිතන්නේ දැවී යනවා. මොකද බැට් එක ඔබට පේනවා ක්‍රීස් කරත් ඒක බැට් එක පොළවේ වැදී ඉපිලි ක්‍රීස් එක උඩින් තමයි පිත්ත තියෙන්නේ පන්දුව විකට්ටුවේ වදිද්දී.
තාමත්ම අවාසනාවන්ත අවස්ථාවක් එකම පන්දුවර දෙකකදී ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් දැවී යාම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට කිසිසේත්ම පහසු දෙයක් නෙවෙයි. මේ ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පන්දු රැකීමක්. උපුල් තරංග පන්දු රැක ගන්නවත් සමගින්ම කෙලින්ම කඩුල්ල වෙත පන්දුව එල්ල කරනවා.
තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාරතුමාට යොමු කරලා තියෙනවා විනිශ්චයකාර හැනිබල්. අපි බලමු තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාරතුමාගේ සංඥාව එනකන් පිටියේ පිටිකරුවන්ද ගාලු සමාජයේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ද ගාලු කණ්ඩායමේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ද පුලපුලා බලන් ඉන්නවා මොකද්ද මේ තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාර දෙන ඩිසිෂන් එක කියලා.
ප්‍රගීත් රඹුක්වැල්ල තුන්වන විනිසුරු හැටියට කටයුතු කරන්න අද දිනේදී තවමත් ඔව් අවස්ථාවක්.
ඔව් පන්දුව වදිද්දි මලින්ද විකට්ටුව පැට් එක බිම වගේ එහෙමත් තියෙනවා ප්‍රශ්නයක්. වැදුනට බෝලේ දැන් වැදුනා ඔන්න බේල් එක උඩ.
ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී
පැට් එක බිම වගේ එහෙමත් තියෙනවා. අපි බලමු තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාරයා කොයි වගේ දෙයක්ද කියලා.
ඔව් දැවී ගිය ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට ඔව් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඔහු නොදැවුණු ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට සලකුණු කරනවා තුන්වන විනිසුරුවරයා යම් දුෂ්කරතාවයකට පත් වුණ ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මලින්ද මේ අපි දැක්කා විකට්ටුවේ පන්දුව වදිද්දී බැට් එක පිත්ත තිබ්බේ බිම. ඒ කියන්නේ ක්‍රීස් කරලා තිබ්බේ. වැදුනට පස්සේ තමයි පිත්ත පොළවෙන් නිපිලෙන්නේ. එතකොට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔබ නොදැවී යන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් හැටියට තමයි තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාරයතුමා හඳුන්වන්නේ.
අපි දන්නවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ වගේ පන්දු රකින්නන් දෙදෙනෙක් එතන ඉන්න අවස්ථාවකදී පන්දු යවන අන්තයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා සිටිය යුතුයි පන්දුව පසුවෙන තෙක් ක්‍රීඩකයාගෙන් පුල් තරංග පන්දු රැකගෙන කෙලින්ම එල්ල කරා කඩුල්ල වෙත.
අපි දන්නවා විනිශ්චයකාරතුමාලට තියෙන අසීරු සේවාව අපි රීප්ලේස් බලලත් එතරම් හොඳ තීරණයකට ආවේ නෑ. නමුත් අපි දැක්කා අපි දන්නවා විනිශ්චයකාරතුමානුත් මනුස්සයන් ඔවුන්ටත් වැරදි වෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ වගේ මං හිතන්නේ මේ වගේ තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාර මේ තුන්වෙනි විනිශ්චයකාරය අපි කියන third umpire වැනි decisions මේ ක්‍රිකට් තරඟවලට ගෙන ආපු එක මං හිතන්නේ ඉතාම හොඳ සේවයක් මලින්ත. මොකද අපි දන්නවා මේ වගේ සුළු වැරදීම් වලින් තරඟයක් පරදින්න පුළුවන් දිනන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
අනිවාර්යෙන් මෙවැනි තීරණයකදී තරඟයේ ඉන්න විනිශ්චයකාරවලට තරම් පහසු තීරණයක් නෙවෙයි. ඔබ දකින්නට ඇති අවස්ථාවේදී අප රූපවාහිනී තිරේ බලන අවස්ථාවේදී තරම් පහසුවෙන් තීරණයක් දෙන්නට අපහසුයි. නමුත් ඒ තමයි විනිසුරුවරයන්ගේ තිබෙන සේවය. ඉතාමත්ම වටිනා සේවයක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔවුන් හැමදාමත් ඉටු කරමින් සිටිනවා.
සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න නැවතත් පන්දු යවන්නට දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල් පාස්වෙන් ලකුණක් කරා පැතිමාරු කරගන්නවා.
දෙවන ලකුණ සඳහා වුන් පැතිමාරු වෙනවා. නමුත් හරියාකාරව පන්දුව ලබා දුන්නේ පන්දු රකින්නා පන්දු යවන්නා වෙතට. ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න
මම හිතන්නේ පන්දුව හොඳට යොමු කරලා දුන්නා. සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න විකට්ටුව ගාව හිටියේ නෑ මලින්ද.
හරියාකාරව පන්දු රැකගත්තේ නෑ.
ඔබ දැක්කද සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්න කොහෙද ඉන්නේ බලන්න. සමහරලාට ඔහු හිතන්න ඇති කෙලින්ම පන්දුව විකට්ටුවේ වදී කියලා.
නැවතත් ඉක්මන් ලකුණක් සඳහා චන්දිමාල් සූදානම්. නමුත් ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ තරම් කැමැත්තක් දැක්ුවේ නැහැ.
ඔව් අවස්ථා දෙක තුනකට මුහුණ පෑවා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ මානසිකත්වය පොඩ්ඩක් පහළට බැස ඇත මේ ඉක්මන් ලකුණු කරා යෑමෙන් වැළකීමට. මොකද තව විකට්ටුවක් දෙකක් ලබාගත්තොත් ගාලු කණ්ඩායම
කෙටි පන්දුවක් සීකුගේ ප්‍රසන්නගේ නිතාම මැනවින් ඩීප් ස්ක්වයර් කලාපයට යොමු කරනවා දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්. පළමු හතරේ පහර ඔහුගේ පිත්තෙන් වාර්තා වෙනවා.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම කෙටි පන්දුවක් හොඳ පහරක් කිසිම පන්දු රකින්නෙක් නැති ස්ථානයකට ඔහු මැනවින් පන්දුව එල්ල කරනවා. මේක තමයි හොඳ පිතිකරුවක්ගේ තියෙන ලක්ෂණ. දුර්වල පන්දුවක් හැම වෙලේම උපරිම ලබා ගන්නවා. හැම හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ම ඒක කරනවා. සමහරවිට හොඳ පන්දුවකට ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා. නමුත් දුර්වල පන්දුවක් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ලකුණු 4ක් හරි 6ක් හරි ලබා ගන්නවා. මේක තමයි හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ගේ ලක්ෂණ.
ඒ තමයි උපුල් තරංග දකින්නට ඇති පළමු ඉනිමේදී ඔහුගේ ඉනිමේදී ක්‍රීඩා කළ ආකාරය හැම දුර්වල පන්දුවකින්ම ලකුණු ලබා ගත්තා. ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ මදක් ඉදිරියට පැමිණ පහරක් එල්ල කරන්නේ 1 ලකුණයි.
කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම ලකුණු 163යි ඕවර 29ක් ලබා ගද්දී
160.
ලකුණු 166යි කඩලු 3ක් දැවි ඕවර 28ක් නිමා වෙද්දී 29ක් නිමා වෙද්දී මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර නැවතත් කැඳවනවා උපුල් තරංග. මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර.
වමතින් ළඟපොන් දෙවන ක්‍රීඩකයා දේශාන් මොනවීරගේ කඩුවේ ලබා ගත්තා. ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් රඳවා තිබෙනවා ෂොට් මිඩ් විකට් ඒ වගේම උඩ පන්දුවක් රකින්න ස්ථානයේ ෂොට් මිඩ් විකට් කලාපේම දැඩි ඉල්ලීමක් කරනවා පාදේ වදින්නේ පන්දුව. නමුත් හැනිබල් විනිසර කාර්යවරයා එය ප්‍රතික්ෂේප කරා. එසැනින් තීරණයක් ලබා දුන්නා වූ
පායින දෙසටයි පන්දුව ඇදී යන්නේ. මං හිතන්නේ හොඳ තීරණයක් ලින්ඩන් හැනිබල් විනිශ්චයකාරතුමාගෙන්.
ඉහළින් එල්ල කරනවා ලොං ඔන් කලාපයට එක් ලකුණයි වේගයෙන් දිවයනවා දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්.
ඔව් අපි හැම වෙලේම කියනවා ක්‍රිකට් වල බේසික් රූල් එකක් තමයි පළවෙනි ලකුණ ඉක්මනින් දැවී යන්න. ෆස්ට් රන් ෆාස්ට් කියලා අපි කියනවා ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන්. මොකද එහෙම කරාම අපි යම්කිසි පීඩනයක් එල්ල කරනවා පන්දු රකින්නාට ඔහුගේ අතින් ගිලිහුණොත් මිස්ෆීල්ඩ් වුණොත් අනිවාර්යයෙන් තව ලකුණක් කරා දිව යන්නට බොහෝ දුරට වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපි කියනවා never run on a misfield කියලා. ඒ අර මං හිතන්නේ පන්දු මේ යාර 30 සීමාවේ ඇතුළතදී සමහරලාට අපි දකිනවා මිස්ෆීල්ඩ් වලට දුවන්නට ගොස් දැවී ගිහින් තිබෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩක් දේවල් හිතන්න ඕනේ තමන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වුණාම. මානසිකත්වය හොඳ තත්ත්වයක තියෙන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දි. මෙවැනි තත්ත්වයක මෙවැනි ලීග් එක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න තමන් හොඳ ස්ථානයක සිටිය යුතුයි.
වේගවත් පහරක් සඳහා උත්සාහ දරන්නේ ඇන්ජලෝ ජයසිංහ.
පන්දුවට වඩා පිත්ත දුර ගමන් කළා කියන්න පුළුවන් මලින්ද.
ඔහුගේ පිත්ත අතහැරෙනවා අත් දෙකෙන්. නමුත් හානියක් වන්නේ නැහැ. ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නේ නැහැ. පන්දු ඕවර 30ක් අවසానයි. ලකුණු 168යි. කඩළු තුරට වේගයෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරන්නට උත්සාහය දරන්නේ. ඔබ දන්නවා දැඩි දහඩිය නිසාම අත් ආවරණවල බොහෝ දාඩිය තැවරී තිබෙනවා. නිසා ඔහු මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අලුත් අත් ආවරණ දෙකක් ලබා ගැනීමටයි සූදානම් වන්නේ. පන්දු ඕවර 30ක් අවසానයි. ලකුණු 168යි. කඩළු 3යි.
Thank you, Malinda. Thank you, Sajid. And Simon is joining me once again. Simon, what would have happened if somebody caught the bat?
Yeah, good question. Might have hurt their finger, I think, because it's a big lump of willow, that one that he's swinging at the moment. So, you know, the Galle spinners here, they're working hard. They really are pulling this game back into their favour. You know, the boundaries are drying up, and it's starting to make it a really interesting game.
Well, you're certainly right. And Sekuge Prasanna spinning and tossing that ball up. And the batsman taking the challenge, coming down the track to the pitch of the delivery, taking it on the up and playing it in the air, but safely. One bounce to the long off. A good-looking shot indeed.
Absolutely. You know, the Duckworth-Lewis par score at this stage, there's not going to be any rain around, but it's saying 165 at the end of this over, and that's normally kind of a good benchmark to see where a team's at. So, you know, Galle are really fighting hard here. It's great to see, and who knows, we might have another tight finish here.
Well, you're certainly right. 172 for 3, 31st over in progress. The target is 300. Sekuge Prasanna is now bowling to Angelo Jayasinghe, and he drives it handsomely, bat and pad very close together, and lovely follow through, the left shoulder straight up and very close to his ear as well, perfect balance, and the head held very still, a picture book if not a copybook cover drive. 171 for 3 Colombo. Prasanna comes and bowls, and this time is Dinesh Chandimal, comes on the front foot, opens the face of the bat and plays a little bit more square and picking up the gap very easily.
Looks to be a man in form at the moment, Chandy. He's since the Bangladesh tour, he's really looking confident at the wicket, and thankfully it doesn't seem to be any ramifications of that thumb injury that he went off for earlier. So very positive for the national team and the Champions Trophy that's coming up.
Well, you're certainly right. So there we see the end of the 30th over, if not 31st over, I beg your pardon. Colombo 172 for the loss of 3 wickets. The men now Dilshan Munawira for 86, and Gunasekara was out for no score, and since then it's Jayasinghe, Angelo Jayasinghe. He has now got to 47, batting very confidently indeed, looking very sound out there, sporting number 9 on his blue t-shirt, and with him is the captain who has just joined him, and that's after the demise of dismissal, so to say, of Kitruan Vitanagi. And here we see on the screen some of the executive members. There we have Shami Silva, Sana Jayasuriya, and then we also have Eric Kupashant out there, and 2 other gentlemen. A little difficult for me to pick up from here, and they're all doing some fantastic work indeed. The chairman of selectors is Sana Jayasuriya in the mobile phone, and I'm sure having a chat with some of the other senior stalwarts of the Sri Lanka cricket as well.
It's interesting to see what roles these 2 batsmen are going to play here. It's quite noticeable that Dinesh is coming out and playing very positively, whereas the in-batsman on 47 looks like he's really looking to bat through the innings now. So Chandy looking to take a positive step forwards, and here picking up on the short ball, clipping it through the leg side for 2 runs.
Well, yes, and that's a good looking shot. He purposely moved down toward the leg side and opened himself up, positioned himself beautifully and played that shot into the gap. And that's Pushpa Kumar, perhaps a trifle short on that occasion. And certainly the length is absolute important when the wicket is flat as ever. And that's what we have seen today. A slight error on the part of the bowler, and it's runs for the batsman.
Absolutely, and it's key with the field that he's got set at the moment, with long off and long on back, deep cover and deep square. He just can't afford to be short. He really needs to get the batsman on the front foot and hopefully hitting towards his fielders.
Well, you're certainly right. And Ubul Taranga making a few changes, bringing the mid-wicket, that's himself a little bit more square, and there is a man placed a little bit closer to the wicket as well. As the next delivery played uppishly, and that ball was not where it was intended to go.
It's a great piece of fielding though. He moves so quickly to the ball from just in front of square. He's made about 20 yards to deep mid-wicket, and the batsmen were only able to get 1 run. Superb bit of fielding.
Yes, I think that's Karwan Ratna patrolling the deep square leg boundary there. Wonderful fielder. He's a man who went for that catch there, which was almost an impossible catch, but he got almost his hands to that ball, almost running about 20 to 30 yards back. That was a wonderful effort indeed by him. Pushpa Kumar once again keeping it tight and making subtle variations as well. Now, that's the name of the game. You could see he comes sometimes quicker, closer to the wicket. Oh. Was it off the bounce? I don't think that carried straight to the field, I beg your pardon. It wasn't in the air.
Great effort.
Lovely effort indeed. Anyway, to cut short at least 2 or 3 runs. Let's see the replay. It was not hit on the floor. It went off the bounce. Yes, but still, anyhow, brilliant fielding indeed. I think Dimut Karnataka that was. Acrobatic dive to the left.
It's a good hand.
So wonderful stuff indeed. And what is good about this game, Simon, is that both sides have still not let up, so to say. You could see Colombo perhaps has the edge at the moment. 177 for 3, 28 or the 29 overs left, and they're cruising at the moment. But Galle certainly is fighting back. They're bowling well, that their fielding has tightened up. You could see most of the senior players clustering together, having a chat and maybe discussing tactics, strategies, and the fielders are giving 100%.
Absolutely. If you look at the body language after the first 10 overs, the Galle fielders looked like they'd lost a little bit of heart. Suddenly, now that's fully changed, and I think you know, they're thinking they were 170 for 1 and then suddenly lost a few wickets. So 177 for 3, if they can take two more wickets in the next 5 overs, then they will really start to believe they can win this game, and they're still in the competition.
Well, you're certainly right. Still 120 runs or so to get for Colombo, and it's not going to be easy. And well, certainly Galle is giving a fight, and that's what this game is all about. You could lose, but you could lose gracefully and with a fight, and then you can still hold your head up high. Yes, you have given everything that you had, but luck was not on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. All you can do is give 100% effort, and if the team's better than you on the day, you can't ask any more.
You're certainly right. And Sekoge Prasanna, well, this spell of his has been absolutely fantastic. After a very poor spell, the first spell, he has come back very, very strongly. He certainly is making the variations, and he's tossing the ball out, dipping the ball to the field as well. That was perilously close to his hand. It was hit in the air. That certainly could have been taken by him.
Well, yeah, it was certainly in the air, and there was a chance there, but you know, the batsman found the gap. But you just feel like something's going to happen soon. Something's going to give way. Either there's going to be a wicket, or there's going to be a big over somewhere along the line. So plenty to keep an eye on, and it's starting to get quite exciting.
Well, you're certainly right, dear viewers. All these expert commentaries come to you from Simon Wells, the who has joined me on the commentaries today. And it's indeed a privilege and also a fantastic to share some of the comments that you have been hearing from him. And I'm sure that you are enjoying as well. And you're listening to this live commentary. And this is coming from the ThePapare International Stadium in this Super Provincial Tournament. The 7th match, the 8th match is happening out there in Dambulla today between Kandy and Dambulla. And we will have some scores for you. But this game is between Colombo and Galle. And wonderful match indeed. As we see, there's a loud appeal, played across the line, a reverse sweep. And Angelo, my goodness, Jaisinger, if he had given his wicket away there, he certainly would have been kicked out of this ground, I'm sure.
Oh,
that looked close. Very, very close indeed.
Unless he got a glove on it, that's all I could say. Is it looked like it was going on to hit the wicket. Maybe there was a little glove on there that gave the umpire or the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Well, you're certainly right. Very close call indeed. And we are here in this giant ThePapare International Stadium, a brainchild of our former president, Mr. Ranasinghe Premadasa. And well, we'll talk about that later, as the next delivery has been punched and beautifully fielded by Dimut Kanaratna. And no chance of a run being taken. Yes, he was a wonderful man with a vision, Simon, the former president of ours, and he was single-handedly responsible to set up this beautiful stadium. And then it was, of course, subsequently some changes and improvements did happen, but it was his brainchild, and he worked tirelessly to bring this stadium up, and it has, goodness me, in what wonderful way it has contributed for the upliftment of cricket in this country.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic facility, and you know, I'm very lucky to work here every day of the week with the high performance centre behind us as well. So you know, the players love playing here, and certainly in front of a full house. They want to make their country proud. So whoever has had their input into this should be commended, and you know, hopefully we can see many Sri Lankan victories in years to come.
Well, you're certainly right. We have had some very, very close games here. We have seen some very one-sided games here as well, and we have seen some wonderful cricketers from all over the world performing here. Wasim Akram, we have seen some fantastic cricketers from England. Kevin Peterson playing here as well. Well, he is one of my favorites as well. And goodness me, I rue the fact that he's not playing for England anymore. And, well, I feel that it's a crime for the game that he had to bow out so early. But, well, he's still playing IPL and so on and so forth. Not in IPL this season, but he was playing in Big Bash in Australia. And wonderful cricketer indeed. And a lovely gentleman as well.
So a big 7 overs here really for both teams. I think the next 7 overs could dictate where this game's going to go, and you know, the Galle players here really talking to one another, making sure the field is right, because they realise that a few tight overs and the pressure goes back onto the batting side.
Well, you're certainly right. So we see Akila Dhananjay coming back into the attack now from the far end. So Pultaranga certainly tightening the screws now, and he realizes a wicket here, a wicket there will certainly swing the pendulum in his way. That is the sway of goal. And my dear viewers, if you're just tuning in and if you just put your TVs on, and that's Jayasinger's 50, by the way. Yes, Angelo Jayasinger, a workman-like 50 for him. Wonderful thing, wonderful 50 indeed. How many fours in that, Chaminda? Boundaries? 2 boundaries, so it speaks volume for his innings. He has picked up the singles and the twos, Simon, and that augurs pretty well for a batsman.
Yeah, not too bad. He's just got to be careful now because he has faced quite a lot of balls. So it's important for his team that he goes on and wins the game.
That's right.
Otherwise, you know, it's putting pressure on the batsman to come in to score at a quick rate straight away, and that's not always easy, as we saw in the previous innings earlier today.
Well, you're certainly right. Dinesh Chandimal showing some good qualities as a sportsman. He was running, and then the ball that was thrown at the non-strikers hit him and went to the boundary, and he did not want to take that extra run, sending Angelo Jayasinger back again, saying, hey chum, we can't take that run, that's not fair to take that, it didn't come off my bat. And that's what this game is all about, sportsmanship, playing in the correct spirit, and that's wonderful to see. It's a gentleman's game, and that's what it should be always. Akila Dhananjay. And this time to Jayasinger, and this time on the back foot, makes a little room for himself and pulls it to the right of the mid-wicket fielder Karunaratne, who does some good fielding. He looks wonderful fielder out there, very compact, very quick to the ball, and he has a very powerful arm as well.
Fantastic, you know, his speed to the ball was electric, and then the throw coming in from to the keeper's end was very impressive, and you know, that's going to be important over these latter overs, is making sure they can save those crucial runs.
Certainly right. Chandimal on strike, and very, very, very simply and very nimbly place it down towards the mid-wicket region. When you are a good batsman, when you are in good form, in good nick, how easy for you to place the ball where you want. You can put it anywhere in the field that you want. I have seen some wonderful cricketers in the past, and one of them who used to do to get under the skin of the opposing team was Arjun Ranatunga. He used to just put the ball anywhere he wants and just stroll across, if not walk across. And goodness me, the kind of confrontations that we had was unbelievable.
So again, another good over, no boundaries, and at this stage that will be pleasing for Galle. They just want this run rate to go up after every over. So every run they're saving now, that run rate is going to go up pretty quickly. So the Colombo batsmen have got to be careful. They've got to reassess and probably hear the experience of Chandimal talking to his young batsman, trying to guide him through to the end of the innings, or at least tell him the kind of role that he needs to play for his team going forwards.
Well, you're certainly right. So 34 overs have been completed in the Colombo innings, and the players are taking a breather. The water cart is coming in, if not the bottles are coming in. The reserve players are coming in with instructions, I'm sure, to the batting side as well, and perhaps to the bowling side as well. The two umpires also taking a breather, Leonard Hannibal and Deepal Gunawardene onto on-field umpires. Pragit Rambukwel had a role to play. There's a couple of very close calls, and one was given out as well by Pragit Rambukwel, the TV umpire. Krishanta Rodrigo is a fourth umpire today, and Ravi Puncheva is a match referee. All wonderful officials who have been doing some yeoman service over the years for cricket. And everybody is taking a break, and we too will take a break as we listen to some commercials.
Galle, Kandy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves as Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.
සමහර විශ්ලේෂණයන් තියෙනවා ඒවා සමහරලාවට හරියන්නත් පුළුවන් වරදින්නත් පුළුවන් කෝසල.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිත ක්‍රීඩාවක් ධනුෂ්කයා. අපි දන්නේ මොනවද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. ගොඩක් දේ කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් පිටියෙන් පිටත. නමුත් සියල්ල සිදුවන්නේ පිටිය තුලදී.
පිටියේ ඈත මෑත කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් පිටියේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව ඔබට සම කරන්නට අපි සූදානමින් ඉන්නවා පිටියේ කතා තුලින් රැඳෙන්න අපිත් එක්ක ThePapare.com ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රමුඛතම ක්‍රීඩා වෙබ් අඩවිය සමග.
You follow Sri Lankan sports, obviously, even while you're traveling. How do you do that?
Well, I follow. I always keep an eye on the cricket. I know the match is starting in a few more minutes. And the internet is a great way to do it.
Resume. Players taking a breather and maybe some refreshments. Slowly making their way back, the fielders. Perhaps would have had some instructions also. And in the meantime, I'll give you some scores from the Dambulla match. The match that is happening in Dambulla. And that's between Kandy and Dambulla. Kandy batting first, making 323 for the loss of 5 wickets. Danushka Guntileka making 75 of 75 deliveries with 7 fours. And Kure making 43 of 64 deliveries. And Virat Kohli falling for 10, and Dumidu falling for 22, and Charith Asalaka making only 35. My goodness me, there's been a murderous innings of 105 from Chamin the Kapugedara. He has made his 105 of just 50 deliveries with 14 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 210. That would have been something to watch there. And Sachit Patirana also making 25 of just 16 deliveries. So that's what has happened in Dambulla. And the latest we hear is they are now 153 for, or 100 and, well, we don't have the scores yet. Well, they're 173 for 4 chasing Dambulla. A long way off, 33 overs have been completed as well, so I'm told. Let's see whether we can log into that site and download some scores. It seems the connection is a little poor here, but very soon we'll have those scores for us. So that must be some kind of a humdinger of a match going on there, Simon.
Yeah, I would imagine Kandy are pretty much favourites there at the moment after what would have been a very special innings from Kapugedara by the sounds of it. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there is an appeal. The wicketkeeper took the catch, and there was an appeal. It seems the batsman was not very comfortable about that, Dinesh Chandimal, but he has been ruled out by the umpire. Deepal Gunawardena caught behind, and he makes his way back, Dinesh Chandimal, for 10 runs.
Yeah, that was a decent delivery, fantastic length, just turned slightly away from the right-hander. And the way the batsman reacted, it might just have clipped the back leg, but you know, the keeper went up straight away for a nick, and the umpire was convinced that it was out. So a big wicket for Galle that, and now 7 and over required. New batsman coming in. It's all to play for.
Well, you're certainly right. Things will now change. Colombo will not be comfortable that much anymore. They will now be forced to fight hard for this match. 34 overs have gone. Colombo has lost 4 wickets, but they have a good score and a good run rate as well, 185, which has just come off 34 overs. And they certainly will now want to consolidate and make sure that they build on this start and get to the winning post. Let's see what their run rate is looking like at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like they've taken a positive decision here. They've realised that the rate started to creep up over the last 10 overs. So Shehan Jayasuriya has come in, who's a very positive player, likes to keep the scoreboard ticking and likes to hit boundaries. So I think this is a very positive step by Colombo, not wanting that rate to get too far ahead of them.
Well, you're certainly right. They are going at 5.4 runs and over, but they need more than 7 runs and over in the balance 16 overs. Well, it's going to be a very, very close finish indeed. And let's see what's going to happen. Shehan Jayasuriya, certainly he can wheel the willow to good effect. A wonderful batsman as he faces the first delivery. Plays it very, very comfortably indeed. On the back foot, tossed up delivery on middle and off. And he's facing up to Sekuge Prasanna. And on the other side, Angelo Jayasinghe is going strong. He's on 53 now, and he will have to play a much, much longer innings.
Yeah, the field very much set on the leg side for Shehan here. Siku definitely not going to give him any width. So going to bowl very much stump to stump, trying to cramp him for room and obviously have to try and hit it over the outfield if he's going to take any chances. So massive pressure on this young man now. You know, he's 53 not out, but he's batted for a long time. So, you know, it's really his responsibility to get his team over the line from here.
Well, you're certainly right. And if you're just tuning in, Galle winning the toss in this very key, important Super Provincial game, the 7th game of this series. They made 299 with Upul Taranga making 101, Dimuth Karunartha making 78, and there was Dhananjay De Silva who made a quick fire 51. And he was well supported by Dasun Shanaka with 25 and also Suranga Lakmal with 11 runs who got into double figures as well in their 290 and now 50 overs. And now Colombo chasing 300 to win. They were cruising at one stage, but they lost a few wickets. They're right now at 186 for the loss of 4 wickets. And here we see 35 overs have been completed, 15 overs remaining for Colombo to get to that winning total of 300. And in the meantime, there will be a change of voices. It will be Malinda Varnapura and Sajid Fernando.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Ashley. Crucial time for Colombo. Need 113 more runs from 90 balls, 15 overs. They just lost the crucial wicket of Dinesh Chandimal, who was an informed batsman for Colombo. But I think it's a good opportunity for these young lads, especially Shehan Jayasuriya, who has come in new, to show that they also can contribute to win games for Colombo.
Angelo Jayasinghe unbeaten on 54. As you said, this is the time that you need players like Shehan Jayasuriya come out with some performance or match-winning performance for Colombo. Dinesh Chandimal, the captain, the last man out for Colombo. It's 112 to win in 88 balls.
Still no rush. They can still just bat through for another 5 overs, take it to 40, and analyze from there and see what kind of run rate they need required from there onwards. They have the big hitting Thisara Perera to come into bat for Colombo, and we all know what his capabilities are.
Important thing is that they should keep that run rate going 5 to 6 runs and over. As we all know that Shehan Jayasuriya also could hit the big one. He can clear the boundary as well. But for the moment, they need to make sure that they're taking those singles 5 to 6 runs and over. Very well played. Shehan Jayasuriya swept for 4 runs. Was just outside the line of stump. Very well played for 4.
Yes, knowing Shehan Jayasuriya, picking that off spinner, so offline, out of the off stamp line, and just swept away to the square leg area, where there's the square leg actually is brought forward in front of square. So there's a big gap, and now we can see Upul bringing him back finer, so that to cut off that boundary.
Once again, very well stuck straight down to long on. Well fielded, and it's a return. Angelo Jayasinghe had to run fast.
Angelo is leaving dangerously here. He has been involved in a couple of very close run out calls. You could see going for the second run. He's lucky again not to be run out by a direct hit. If it was a direct hit, maybe he could have gone. Dot balls are like gold at the moment for Galle, and Upul Tharanga and his team would want more dot balls, so that the pressure climbs, the run rate climbs, and the more you can bowl dot balls, that run rates goes higher and higher, and that could make the batsman go for a big shot and do the mistake, and there you pick up a chance to take a wicket.
Sikuge Prasanna to continue. Still 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. They'll have to bowl 4 more overs after the 40th. 39th over, they could have that 5th fielder. Sikuge Prasanna bowling with confidence, and he's in well controlled.
Sikuge, their main wicket taker at the moment for Galle, and Upul Tharanga keeping him from one end, hoping that he will pick another wicket and put pressure on the batters of Colombo.
Just a single for Shehan Jayasuriya.
For cricket, Malinta, these kind of games, these kind of situations are very important. It's actually good that these kind of situations happen in games rather than just one side just cruising through, because these are the situations where batters should bat, and also bowlers bowl, and fielders also have a lot of pressure to field on these kind of situations. So these things should happen in cricket matches, so that the players really understand and experience the pressure, and they handle to cope up the pressure which is being handed over to you by the game of cricket when you're competing at the highest level.
We have seen players making big scores, but end of the day, the players who could win games and also who perform under pressure will be remembered. Sikuge Prasanna bowling with mid off the 30-yard circle, sweeper, long on, mid wicket and deep square leg, 4 fielders for him. Just another single for Shehan. And Sikuge Prasanna just bowled his over within 2 or 3 minutes. It's very quick.
Yeah, there are a couple of reasons for that. You could say to hurry the batsman, not to let him think, concentrate. Also, he has been running singles, twos, so not to give him a breather. So all those also, sometimes we say when it's going good, bowl quickly, and when you're being hit when you're bowling. So take time and just think a lot and stuff like that to like the batters get used to a kind of routine and don't let them do that routine. Just do something different. Make him rush him for something. So those are kind of things where you, as a tactic, you do as a bowler or a team. So maybe Siku, with his experience, bowling that over quickly, rushing the batsman, not let him think what to do next. So maybe that's a reason where Siku bowls quickly and finishes over within about half a minute, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
Change of bowling. Suranga Lakmal is back into the attack. This is going to be a good move.
Definitely, yes. We saw Colombo team doing it by bringing Vishwa Fernando. So now we can see Upul bringing their main strike fast bowler, Suranga Lakmal, hoping that he could break into this partnership and grab a wicket, and so that they could come into this game. And I think this is the time where you need really get into a wicket or two, because if you let go these two batters bat another 5 overs, definitely the match will go out of their hands. So this is a crucial juncture where you need a wicket and you need your best bowlers to come and bowl.
Very well played. Just outside the off stump. 4 runs to Shan Jayasuriya. First ball from Suranga Lakmal. A very good start for Colombo.
Short delivery and bowl wide, and Shan Jayasuriya taking maximum out of that short pitched outside the off stump ball, and hit hard so that the sweeper cover had no chance to come and field that ball, and Colombo passed their 200 run mark in the 37th over.
Suranga Lakmal coming round the wicket. Just a single. It's good batting from Jayasuriya. 4 in the first ball, a single, the second ball, and rotating the strike with Jayasinghe, who's
also Malia, we saw Suranga Lakmal coming round the stump to bowl at the left-hander, because he bowled the first delivery from right arm over, and he did bowl wide, wide-ish the off stump, and so he quickly moved to bowling right arm round so that he will not give any room to the left hand. Now these are all experience what he has gained playing international cricket.
This is past the square leg fielder for 4 runs. We could see that the square leg fielder was 10 yards away from the boundary.
Yeah, I think he came in to not to give 2 runs for the batters, but this was a bit away from to his left, and it was hit very well by Angelo Jayasinghe. It just flew to the boundary line, and Siku Kirprasan had no chance of stopping that boundary.
9 runs in 3 balls. A very good over for Colombo.
Definitely, this is not what Galle team expected from Suranga Lakmal.
And it's called wide.
It's umpire Hannibal deciding it's just 1 shot. You could bowl 2 bouncers for an over, and that's the first one over the shoulder. But the wide was given because the ball was bowled down the leg side.
ThePapare next to come.
Well, he's licking his lips. He would love to bat on this wicket. Ball coming onto the bat. We all know his capabilities. Hard hitter, power player. On his day, unstoppable. Suranga Lakmal. Bowling, hoping for a wicket.
Not
Good
a good,
running.
not a good return from the fielder Akila Dhananjaya. 2 runs from that. And this is the time that we talk in the dressing room that Munawira should have stayed little more. He would have got his 100 and would say Kitruan Vitanage would have stayed for little more. That this would have been a different story for Colombo. But unfortunately, Munawira got out for 86. But this was a great start for Colombo. I think that's how they started the innings. With that run rate, it was much easier for players like Angelo Jayasinghe to come in and settle down. And now he's on 63.
Well directed bouncer there. Well, Malinta, you know, when you pick a side, when you pick your 6 or 7 batters, you always tend to pick 2 players who are power players, who could get you that quick runs for you at the start, and who has a strike rate of over 120, 130. And Dilshan Munawira is a player like that. You give him the freedom to go and play your game. If it's day like today, he will put a good platform for you middle order batters to just go and take singles, odd 4, and get to that score of over 250, 270. So now there are players like Angelo Jayasinghe who would rotate the strike, take singles, and bat for you 30, 40 overs and finish a game as well. So there are different kind of batters when you pick a side. So for today, Dilshan Munawira, it did work for him. Upul Tharanga scored a brilliant 100 for Galle. The same as Dimuth Karunaratne, who got a 70 for Galle.
Very well stuck again. 4 more to Chand Jayasuriya. No chance for the field at mid-wicket. Picked that gap very well. 2 fielders mid-wicket and long on. Pitched outside the off stump.
Well, it shows how good this wicket is still is. It's still not, doing any turn, getting any turn. So it's still good, and the batters knows that and back their talent and the shot 100%, and they go for it. And by doing that, Sikuge tried to vary his bowl, and he bowled another wide here.
5 runs, just single ball from that over.
So Sikuge is under pressure now.
Change of field as well. Extra cover field will move to short mid-wicket.
Let's see what Chand Jayasuriya do next.
That's good batting. Quick single.
That's good thinking by these batters. They get the big one and not forgetting to get the singles as well. When you get a boundary and you also capitalize by getting 1 or 2 singles, so that your run rate goes higher and the required rate goes down. know Sikuge is really trying to get a wicket here because they really need to take a wicket.
Big shout from Sikuge Prasanna.
I think pitching outside the leg.
Clearly it is. Once again he missed that delivery, could have easily got a single for that.
Try to hit it too hard, I think. You know, sometimes a lot of batsmen tend to try to hit hard rather than time it and place it to the gap, because we know subcontinent grounds, the outfields are lightning quick, so you don't need to hit it so hard. Sometimes you just need to take the gap and place it through the gap, and most importantly time the ball, use the pace of the ball, and you can clearly get a boundary for that.
We were talking about the umpires earlier, how hard they work, but I remember the time you gave them. You really gave them a hard time when you were bowling, when you were appealing. You never give them any chance. You would say the reasons, you should say it's pitched, middle and leg, you should say this is how you played, and now you say, you know.
No, it's yeah, true. I always try to pressurize the umpires, but it's all among the spirit of the game. We never went out of our way of sledging or having a go at the umpires. Yes, we had all the right to appeal, question. Sometimes they don't have to answer. Umpires don't have to answer for all our questions, but we make sure that we sometimes put some pressure by appealing. That also, like I said, within the spirit of the game.
But you had all the answers as well.
That's because I was very friendly with them. I was very friendly with them, and yeah, they were good enough to give me the answers as well. And here and there, I got the advantage of getting a wicket or two.
This is good bowling from Suranga Lakmal. First one, a short pitch delivery, a very quick one, and a Yorker, the second ball.
So what do you think of this? The selectors and sometimes the players are categorized saying you are a T20 version player, you are a one-day version player, you are a test version player. So what do you think of this?
I will never agree on that. There are ways that you could select few players, and for especially in Sri Lanka, that whoever performs well. Very well played, Angelo Jayasinha, over mid wicket for 4 runs, and this is Suranga Lakmal coming in, and he was very well struck. That was just over mid wicket, and that's 4 runs again.
Well, who said Angelo can't hit boundaries? Well, Angelo is becoming a hero here. First game for his province, Colombo, and also he was a standby player for this tournament, and he was drafted in for Thirimana, who was injured in the last game, and he's doing miracles tonight for Colombo, and I'm sure the Colombo team will expect him to bat throughout the overs and get their side home.
Once again a short one, and that's given out. Very good delivery from Suranga Lakmal. We were thinking of Angelo Jayasinha that he will bat and finish the innings for Colombo, but once again a very good delivery from Suranga Lakmal. He was trying to unsettle the batsman. Even earlier the first one was a short one, then a Yorker.
Well, you could call it a commentator's curse. I was just praising him and saying he's going to be a hero tonight. And there he goes. Like I said, Suranga Lakmal was mixing his deliveries and bowled a quick short length delivery, and Angelo Jayasinghe going for that pull shot, edging it to the wicket keeper. And well, it's also the Nelson, and there's a saying, especially in England, when the Nelson comes, there will be a wicket falling down. And here it got confirmed today at the R. Premadasa International Stadium in the Super Inter-Provincial Tournament conducted by Sri Lanka Cricket. One team, one nation. So Colombo is 5 wickets down for 2-2-2. And the new batter is Wanidu Hasiranga, Chaturanga de Silva's brother, younger brother, from Galle, but playing for Colombo.
He's also playing for Colombo Cricket Club, CCC. Played few good innings this season for CCC. They won the championship.
Been a very good youth player. Just back from the Bangladesh Youth Asia Cup winning team. Good all-rounder to have good all-rounder to have you in your team.
This is once again a tough situation for these young guys, but this is the time. Got his senior partner on the other side.
Like I said, Mali, these are the situations they should bat. You know, experience this kind of pressure situations. It's rather than just a cake for walk for a team. This is the pressure times where they should be involved, so that they learn from this, and from here onwards they can cope that pressure in the big league.
End of the 40th over, 223 for 5. Change of commentary, it will be Simon Wills with Ashley Ratnayaka.
Thank you very much, guys. 10 overs to go, starting to get to a really exciting part of the game. Colombo showed earlier today how well they bowled at the death to restrict Galle to 299. So a really crucial part of the game coming up here, and either side in a position to win it, which is pretty exciting.
Well, you're certainly right, and certainly the game hotting up, and the interest is certainly improving by every delivery that is being bowled. And Angelo Jayasinghe, goodness me, what was that shot that he played? It's such a wonderful innings that he built up, workman-like innings, and he was sticking it out there. Suranga Lakmal was teasing him and provoking him as well. Bowled the shorter delivery, came up to him and said a few things a couple of times, and got him all riled up, and he fell for the trap.
Absolutely, I think the experience of Suranga Lakmal there just came to the fore. He knew it was a flat pitch. He knew everything was against him. So he tried to play mind games, and ultimately the ego took over. He tried to take him on, and unfortunately experience won on the day.
Well, you're certainly right, and the next delivery has been reverse swept very, very effectively. Down to the point boundary it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a fine shot, reverse sweep. You know, the field set for the leg side, and the batsman there got in a great position early on, and now the bowler's got to think about his field. Pressure back on the bowler.
Well, you're certainly right. Hasaranga de Silva, my goodness, this youngster certainly has plenty of talent in him. A wonderful cricketer, and that was my first experience of him the last match. I was very, very impressed with him, the 49 that he scored, and also he bowled and picked up 3 wickets as well. And in his first over, he picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, that's a great example of the talent that we've got on show in Sri Lanka. You know, this is a young man trying to come into his provincial team, let alone the national team, and you know, it's competition for places, and that's exactly what we want.
You're certainly right. Just 19 years old, and he plays right across the line.
outside.
Perhaps
the line.
rubbed just outside the line of the off stump. You could see that he moved across the off stump, so that saved him. And I'm sure umpire Deepak Gunawardhan had a very, very close look at it. As we watch the replay, certainly hit outside the line there.
Yeah. Good
Perhaps another 2 inches to his right, he would have been a goner. No question about that. So Akila Dhananjay certainly mixing it up big time.
Okay, so here we go. Boundary off the first ball, now 2 dot balls. Suddenly he's got 4 off 3 balls. Pressure back on the batsman. This is the great part of the game where the game can change very, very quickly and pressure can move from one team to another.
You're certainly right. 73 required of the final 57 deliveries. And this is the 41st over that has been bowled. And in fact, 3 deliveries of this over has already been bowled as well. And this is looking very, very interesting indeed. As the next delivery has been played in the air. Oh my goodness, Sekoge Prasanna hangs on to a brilliant catch there. Diving to his right, both hands, and taking a very, very clean and a comfortable looking catch. But certainly, it didn't look as easy as the way the catch was taken.
Fantastic, very athletic. We've been going on about fielding all day, and that is another example of something that can change the game. You know, the batsman was coming in, played a lovely reverse sweep to start with, but then again pressure kicked in and a wicket's fallen. So suddenly the rate's going up, wickets have fallen. Now this is really looking like Gaule's game to lose.
Well, you're certainly right. I personally feel now the initiative has been wrested back by the Galle team, and Upul Taranga, well, he is certainly doing a wonderful tactical job out there, placing his good fielders in the correct positions, and he's also bringing in his stock bowlers now and making sure that he has everything under control. So this is going to be a very, very close affair, and Angelo Jayasinghe must be in the dugout ruining the fact that is it me that who has given this game away?
Well, it's hard to put it on to one player. It's a team game, and ultimately there was just those middle overs where after a flying start by Munawira, the middle overs just started to claw it back, and you know, that's where Galle got some hope. And after such a good start, Colombo will be very disappointed to be in this position.
Well, also, well, certainly you're right, Simon. And then one important factor that we have been talking about is there's plenty of youngsters who are making their debut here, and well, some who have been playing at the initial stages of their careers here. And this is the pressure that they are going through, and this is what they will be playing. And when they get into the international arena as well. So this is absolutely fantastic baptism, and they're going through very hard times, and whoever comes on top will be certainly the people who will establish themselves for the future.
Yeah, the important thing is if Galle win this, it keeps the competition right open for every team to get through to the final. So that's exciting. We don't want any real dead rubbers. So it gives everyone hope. That's the exciting thing.
Akila Dhananjay. Quicker through the air and flatter, and that has been smashed. A splendid shot indeed. Clears the dugout into the stadiums, into the stands, I beg your pardon. 6 runs.
Yeah, certainly not someone that you want to bowl a long hop to. You know, he hits a clean ball at the best of times. So, you know, he needed no encouragement to stick that one over the ropes.
Well, you are certainly right. A long hop indeed. The batsman had plenty of time. Just heaved at it, off the meat of the bat, and the ball just sailing in the air into the stands. Wonderful shot indeed. Connected it well. Though it's a long hop, though it's a loose delivery, you still got to put it away.
Absolutely. And again, another player that's been in form recently. So, you know, he'll be encouraged to play shots on this wicket on the back of some decent form.
Oh yes, Thisara Pereira. Wonderful batsman indeed. When he connects, they stay connected. Packs plenty of power and a lot of punch in his shots as well, and he certainly will be something that Sri Lanka will be banking on as they go to the Champions Trophy and also the future T20 games as well. All that is required from him is to have a steady head and settle down and show a little bit of maturity, and that's what is expected. Next delivery using the pace, that's wonderful stuff indeed. Loving the ball to virtually go past him, Jayasinghe, and just nudging that ball, opening the face of the bat. running the ball down to the third man region for Akila Dananji to do the fielding. So good stuff indeed. Good bowling, good batting, and lovely fielding as well. The throw coming in quick and fast, flat to the wicketkeeper's hands, just over the bails. And this is very, very good stuff indeed. I'm very much impressed with the fielding. Apart from a few blemishes here and there, it has been virtually, I would say, 98% success. Suranga Lakmal streaming in, short delivery, and this has been pulled. And pulled, keeping in mind, yes, there is a deep square leg field on the boundary line. ThePapare very intelligently playing that shot to fall halfway down and go on the bounce to the fielder at the boundary line.
Yeah, very conscious not trying to pitch the ball up too much to Tasara here, because they know that he'll be coming back pretty quickly. So they'll be trying to bowl back of a length in at his hip, you know, with the field set accordingly.
So there's a point, extra cover mid-off, a long on, a short mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a deep fine leg, and a deep third man is the field that have been set, and there's a sweeper cover in the offside as well. Suranga Lakmal. Right arm over the wicket, and this time the batsman squeezing it off his feet towards the square leg region. Picks up a single. There was an appeal. Perhaps Suranga Lakmal thought the ball hit the pad first. As we watch the replays, no, certainly there was no chance of that being given out. Way out of the leg stump, and the batsman did well to get some bat onto it, Jayasinghe, and playing that ball towards the square leg region. ThePapare settles over his bat, gives a customary kiss, and settles over the bat. A lot of players have various kinds of things they do. Some will kiss the bat, some will kiss the top of the handle, and well, so many gestures, so many things. It's wonderful stuff indeed, and so many personal feelings as well. As Lakmal comes and bowls short, and this has been hammered. Well, ThePapare was waiting for that. Well, a half pitch delivery, and he had to reach out for it. He did reach it out very well, and down to the extra cover region, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was kind of a tennis shot in the end, wasn't it? It was kind of a two-handed backhand tennis shot.
Swat.
Yeah, absolutely. But he hit it clean. It was effective, and like you say, there's no video camera in the scorebook, so it's 4 runs.
Well, you are certainly right. Well, goodness me, some of the shots these youngsters are playing now, if some of my old cricketing coaches were to see, they probably will be turning in their graves.
Just shows how far the game's come in the last 10 years.
Oh my goodness, yes, absolutely. And there comes Lakmal bowls again, and this time the ball has been driven down the ground, but there is a mid-off fielder who makes a diving stop, rolls over the ground, and makes sure the scoring is limited to only 1 run. Good bit of fielding as well. In the good old days, I think most of the cricketers used to play in the V area, either through the mid-on or the mid-off. We were always told to play straight, hold the bat as straight as possible, and even the pull shots and the cut shots, well, they were not very encouraged to play when we were youngsters. It was only when we got into the senior sides in school that we played those free shots as well.
Suranga Lakmal here needs a wicket. Pushing hard here, Galle, with their experienced bowlers. They realise if they can get 2 more wickets here, that the game's there for the taking. Rate is about 7 and over, so you know, they need to take wickets, because with these 2 experienced players in the middle, the longer they're there, then the less chance of Galle winning this match.
41 overs completed, 241 for the loss of 6 wickets, and Colombo requires a further 59 of just 48 deliveries. The intensity is picking up, the pressure is building up, and it is anyone's game at the moment. And certainly I feel the pendulum has slightly swung towards the Galle side, and if they pick up 1 more wicket here, and if that wicket is going to be of ThePapare, my goodness, they will be celebrating.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a dangerous player at this stage of the game, but also if they can get him out, then Galle will really be moving forwards with confidence to finish this game off. But anybody's at this stage, and hopefully it goes right down to the wire.
You're certainly right. And Angelo, or rather Jayasinghe, has moved to 12, and ThePapare has got to 23. beg your pardon, ThePapare has got to 12. And Shehan Jayasuriya has got to 23. Total on 241. Requires a further 59 of just 48 deliveries. The field is spread far and wide, but there is a slip fielder in place for Akila against ThePapare.
Yeah, I like these tactics. Got to take a wicket now. You know, can't just sit back hoping that the runs won't come. Got to take wickets.
Yes, hit back and taken on the bounce by Akila Dhananjaya. Cleanly. No chance of a misfield. Suranga Lakmal at long on. And there's a long off as well. A sweeper cover. And the next delivery. Oh, lovely carry. Lovely bounce. Lovely length as well. ThePapare fending at it. Lucky not to get to touch. It's a good delivery. So certainly that would have hit a crack, if not opening for that ball to bounce the way that it did, and also the amount of spin that you saw.
Oh, it's bowled beautifully here this
goodness.
over.
This is fabulous bowling indeed.
You know, a killer here. He's going to bowl his 10 overs for under 50 runs, which is a fantastic effort from a young spinner on this very, very flat pitch.
Well, you're certainly right. Here he comes. Oh, he has beaten ThePapare 3 consecutive times. The ball virtually kissing the outside edge, and that's a maiden over as well. The 42nd over has gone as a maiden over. Wonderful stuff indeed by the young man, being congratulated by all his teammates. 42 overs completed in the Colombo innings, 241 for 6. And Jayasuriya, Shehan Jayasuriya is on 23, ThePapare is on 13. They require for the 51. Yes, 51. And to win this match, so it's going to be a very, very close affair indeed.
Certainly is. You know, what a special over that was. A maiden at any stage of the game is special, but at this stage, that is crucial for Galle moving forwards with only 7 overs to go.
Well, Simon, bowling a maiden to ThePapare, goodness. So that speaks volume of the young man's bowling abilities, and his confidence has come back. He certainly was spinning the ball well, getting it past the bat, and also got the length spot on, just outside the off stump with some sharp turn, sharp bite off the wicket. Now that is very, very interesting to see indeed.
Very encouraging, and all bodes well for the future.
Flat track, hardly any grass, and as Simon said in his earlier pitch inspection report, it was certainly going to be a wicket with full of runs. Yes, we have seen plenty of runs, more than 500 runs already on the board, and it's going to be easily 600 before this match ends.
So that means you think Colombo are going to win then, no?
Well, at least close to at least close to 600. So I may have to rephrase that statement.
Impartial view, obviously.
I believe so. Yes.
Anyway, change of bowling. Suranga Lakmal's now off. Young Seamer back on. Yes. So we'll see how he goes under pressure here. Really big test for the young man.
Very much so. 59 required of 42 deliveries. 44th over just about to begin. And the first delivery has been hammered down the ground, but not with that much of power. Perhaps a little bit of pace of the delivery was taken by the bowler on the follow-through. He put his hand up. Maybe it just touched his fingers, whichever the way, fielded by the mid-off fielder. Only 1 run, though, to Jayasuriya. He moves to 24, and ThePapare is on 12, and he's at strike now. And the field, there is a point, a short extra cover. Mid-off standing a little square, not maybe in the 30-yard circle, I would say. Sweeper cover. There's a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg as well. And this time down the leg side, and very well collected by the wicket-keeper, diving to his right. One hand outstretched, taking it cleanly and rolling over. Wonderful bit of keeping indeed.
Yeah, it's a great take under pressure here, because if that ball disappears to the boundary, not only is it a wide, but it's 4 extra runs as well. So a superb bit of work there by the keeper. But this is the pressure, you see. ThePapare standing there, young man running into bowl, and just going a little bit too tight to the body, and obviously gives away a wide. But great learning experience for this young man, having to run in and bowl a quality player under pressure. Nothing better.
Chamika Karunaratne, yes, and he certainly seems to be having ThePapare in all sorts of difficulties as well, as he was shaping to pull that ball, maybe a little bit too closer to him, pitched it up, and Kaunararatne has been doing some fantastic work out in the field as well. They've been fielding brilliantly, sending in the throws, quick fire throws, and also running around and saving quite a number of runs as well. So this all goes well when you see the youngsters out there in the field, the enthusiasm, and they're certainly giving it everything that they have. Wonderful stuff indeed. Here he is, right arm over the wicket from the 5. And he bowls a full toss, and that had been smashed. Yes, that had been smashed by ThePapare down to the long off boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, again, just pressure. Bowled the wide ball, the ball before, and there, you know, full toss to ThePapare. He isn't going to miss out on those. It's the second full toss they bowled at him, and he's put it away, punished them.
Well, certainly right. Perhaps I wonder whether the bowler is having any difficulty in gripping the ball. There must be some dew out there as well. And when the ball hits the turf and runs on the turf, maybe there is a little bit of wetness as well. We don't see any towels out there to clean the ball as such. Though we see some of the bowlers giving...
Heart rate will be pumping at this moment as a young player, you know, just hoping that his A game's going to come to the fore. That's a good comeback, very good comeback.
ThePapare takes a quick look at the toe end of his bat, and we see a few spectators have made their way into this giant stadium as well. Wonderful spectacle indeed, the lights in full bloom, and then to the right of us we see the blue and the yellow seats on the upper stands, and on the lower stands right in front of us, once again the yellows and the blues mixed up beautifully, bringing a lot of color indeed. And with the crowd here, I could just picture the flags waving and everybody on their feet, and with the noise behind and the sound as well. What a wonderful spectacle it makes, and that certainly will be when next time there is international match in this venue.
Yeah, all he's thinking here is anything but a boundary, and I'm doing my job as a bowler, and then suddenly that rate can quickly get up to 10 and over in the next couple of overs. So big pressure. Well bowled. Right in at the block hole there, and a great piece of fielding out on the boundary, once again keeping it just to a single run when possibly there was 2 available.
Well, you're certainly right. 52 required, 37 deliveries remaining, and it's Simon Wills joining me in giving you these ball-by-ball commentaries from the Ketharama International Stadium in this Super Provincial Cricket Tournament being played between Colombo and Galle province teams, and it's a all-win situation for Galle. They are lying at the bottom of the table at the moment, whereas Colombo is at the 2nd position, and they certainly will want to go from strength to strength, but at the same time Galle fighting hard, fighting very hard indeed to make a win in this match, and they certainly have made some gains here, and let's see what the result would be.
Oh, shot. That's a fine shot. Good improvisation there with the men up into the ring. Obviously knew it was going to be full, and played kind of a paddle shot.
Dill
scoop. That's the one. Sorry, dill scoop over the fielders, and it ran away for 4.
Yes, Shehan Jayasuriya, a very compact batsman, takes his chances. A premeditated shot even before the bowler could come to the delivery stride. He had positioned himself and played that ball safely, and down to the boundary. It went for 4 runs. So there we see the end of the 44th over. Colombo chasing 300 to win have got to 252 for the loss of 6 wickets, with Shehan Jayasuriya in the middle and ThePapare.
Yeah, so it's a simple maths at the moment. 8 and over required. So again, field inside, just thinking really no boundaries. If you're not going for a boundary and you're over now, then you're doing a great job. Very happy to take just run a ball, because again the run rate suddenly goes up in these latter overs.
You're certainly right. 44 was completed, 6 remaining, and this is wonderful stuff indeed. High intensity and plenty of pressure as well on both the fielding side as well as the batting side. It's a close game, but of course now apart from the fielding side who have some youngsters there, the two batsmen out there in the middle have seen it all before.
Absolutely, but Upal going for his experience now. Suranga coming in, he's still got 3 overs to complete his allotment of 10 overs, so I expect him to bowl out from this end. It's just who's going to bowl with him at the far end for the other 3 overs. So the captain's got a bit to think about here, but he's backing his experience to do the job for him.
Well, you're certainly right. Right on the dot, Simon. It's Suranga Lakmal who has been given the ball by Upal Taranga. And this time he has set his field, a strong offside field. There is a point fielder standing quite square, and there is, in fact, 2 fielders in very close position on the offside, standing very square to the wicket, and there is a deep third man at sweeper cover, a short extra cover, and there's a long off, a long on, and the deep mid wicket has been positioned a little bit squarer now. He was standing quite round, and he's been pushed back on the other way. And also we see a short fine leg as well. So Suranga Lakmal, margin for error is very, very limited here. He will have to bowl wicket to wicket. If not, it has to be on mid-lane off.
Yeah, absolutely. Great contest between 2 experienced players. Who's going to come off?
Whoa, Suranga Lakmal maybe losing the grip on the delivery on that occasion. Wide outside the off stump. Very, very rarely you see him bowling wides. But he did on this occasion. Maybe a little bit of pressure getting onto him as well, as we see quickly a fielder coming in and having a small chat with him. Now this is good stuff indeed. There is plenty of communication, encouragement, motivation, and all this is required as well. And it's good stuff indeed.
This is where all your practice in the nets over a period of time comes in. You know, you're standing at your top of your mark. You should know what exactly game plan is going to be. You're going to back yourself, and then it's just down to pure execution. And that's when we see how much work's been going on in the nets.
Lakmal drives, but there's a fielder placed at short extra cover, and fields it very cleanly, and has an attempt to throw down the non-striker in stumps, but that was just a gesture. Ball held back. Nick requires 47 Colombo to win this match. 35 deliveries remaining.
Very interesting field here on the offside with the 2 men behind point, the cover boundary and the 3rd man, which tends to suggest he's going to bowl a wide offside Yorker. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see who wins this one, because in Talanga width is always a danger.
Well, you're certainly right. Well, Suranga Lakmal, well, was it a chance?
Looks like it. Looks like it's a drop catch by the body language of the fielding team and the bowler there. Would have been a huge opportunity for Galle. Hopefully, it's not going to go against them with the result of this game.
Well, you're certainly right. Dimut Karanatha was the man at short extra cover. Yes, it was hit in the air. Oh, that would have been a dolly of a catch. It just went at him straight. All Dimut Karanatha do was get his hands on it. He did get his hands on it, but his body was not positioned, and he was off balance, and perhaps that contributed to drop that ball. What a chance that perhaps has gone down.
All starting to happen again in these last few overs, isn't it? It's all when the game's there for the taking, and little mistakes are just starting to come in from the Galle team.
Well, you're certainly right. So Suranga Lakmal certainly will be kicking himself. What is it that I got to do to pick up a wicket? Comes some balls, and this time the ball has been hammered. And it has been hammered handsomely indeed. Picked up with consummate ease, and the ball has been thrashed down towards the long off region and clears the boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, as I say, width is always a danger with Thisara, so he really had to get it in the block hole from a point of view of length, and unfortunately on this occasion he's bowled a half volley that's got pumped straight down the ground for Thisara to have 6 runs on his score.
Well, you are certainly right, and immediately a few field changes being done by Upal Taranga, who's standing at long on right on the boundary line. A very strange place for the captain to stand in as well. These crucial overs, he should be feeling somewhere a little closer, where he could have a chat with the bowler and maybe carry out some of these changes as well. But fancies himself as perhaps an outfielder, and Suranga Lakmal immediately makes some changes his line. He wants to come right arm over the wicket now to the left-hander. Here he is trudging in now past the umpire. Once again just short of length, allowing the batsman to rock onto the back foot, punch it sweetly timed for Dimuth Karuna to do the cleaning up.
Yeah, got to say I prefer the round the wicket option to Tisara at this stage. Surprised there's not a deep mid wicket out, but you know, we'll just have to see what kind of line he's trying to bowl. But cramping the batsman. Neither of these guys really play the paddle sweep, so you know you could bring your fine leg up into the ring on the 45 and push mid wicket back, but doesn't look to be happening at this stage.
Well, you're certainly right. This is where the thinking cap has to be put on by the captain and the bowler as well. And once again played down the ground, couldn't feel cleanly on the follow through. Suranga Lakmal diving to his right, trying to cut it off. Maybe got a hand to it and took the pace off, but still couldn't prevent the single being taken. Yes, something different will have to be done by Upul Taranga. Now he needs a wicket now. 39 required of 31 deliveries. So it's slowly now swinging back towards the Colombo Provincial side. 39 of 31 is not a difficult task at all.
No, at the moment now these two experienced players, both in their 20s, should take the responsibility to see their team home. But one wicket and a new batsman in, and again the game can quickly swing back into Gould's favour.
Well, you're certainly right. And this has been hit in the air. Is it going to clear the fielder? Yes, it has just cleared the fielder and has not been able to recover the fielder and pick that ball up before it went past the boundary line. Down to the boundary it goes, 4 runs again.
Yeah, even a miss hit goes through a boundary. You know, he done him on length there, Saranga. High on the bat, and he's got over the infield and got a good bounce for that ball to go over the boundary.
Well, yes, it seems nothing is going right now for the Galle province team. Upul Taranga was looking at that and wondering. They couldn't take the catch, they couldn't save the boundary, and Suranga Lakmal also looks distraught out there, and they just probably don't have that little bit of extra luck that is required at this stage of the game.
Yeah, also just not quite convinced on the game plans. There's been a change pretty much every ball in that over. So someone like Tisara Pereira, you really do need to have clear thought so that you can just focus on executing the skill. And to me, there just looks a little bit of, not disagreement, but differences of opinion on how they should be bowling at Tisara. And you know, that's now going in their favour. But saying that, they did have a drop catch, and that could be crucial. Got to take your catches at this stage of the game.
Well, you're certainly right. A batsman in full flow, a batsman in the caliber of Tisara Pereira certainly would want to put anything short, anything up there for him, it will disappear. And all what you would probably will have to do is cramp him up.
Okay, so we're into the 45th over.
46th over.
46th over. So another opportunity for this young man to try and get his skills in the right place. Could become a hero or a villain, I feel, at this stage of the game.
Well, you're certainly right. And here he is bowling to Shehan Jai. Sort of wide appeal indeed, but umpire unmoored Lyndon Hannibal. I wonder whether it was for a leg before. It had to be. Let's see the replays now. Ooh, that looked close. Very, very close indeed. Maybe the angle of the delivery was
might
going
just have
across.
hit him outside. Very tight on the line. Might just have hit him outside.
So very, very tight call indeed. Very tight call indeed. But going in favour of the batsman, Shehan Jaiswal survives. Shehan Jaiswal survives. 45th over in progress. 265 for 6 Colombo. Requires a further 35 runs of just 29 deliveries. Welcome Sajid. Very close match indeed. Plenty of intensity, high pressure, and a lot of drama as well in the middle.
Yes, I was enjoying the view from the other box as well. Well, these are the, like I mentioned earlier, actually these are the pressure times, situations these boys should compete because at the highest level. You get plenty of opportunities, situations like this to handle, and this is the idea playing these kind of tournaments, because you get customized and get used to handling these kind of pressure situations and absorb that pressure, and that's where the good players come out.
Through.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you're certainly right, Sajid. Very wise words indeed, and a bouquet to the Sri Lanka cricket for setting this super provincial tournament with 4 teams drawn from the Colombo province, Dambulla province, Kandy province and the Galle province, and all top level cricketers and plenty of national cricketers as well, and plenty of youngsters have come through as well, Sajid, and they're putting a lot of pressure on the senior players as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's the idea of playing these tournaments. Like if you see IPL, a lot of Indian domestic players rub shoulders with the great players around the world, and they do learn a lot and share, the experienced players, the stars share their experiences with these young talent, and you see within the course of the tournaments how far these young domestic players have come up in India. You see more than franchise players, exclusive the foreign players. The Indian domestic young players are doing well at the moment in the IPL, so that's something I think Sri Lanka cricket is looking forward to as well. Something similar to the SLPL we played a couple of years ago. We need something like this as well. I think that will be the next step for Sri Lanka cricket. At the meantime, these kind of tournaments are very welcomed and by the players as well, because they can come out, showcase their talent, and this is the cream of players, like you said, the best 60 players in the country, competing, and also the coaching staff as well, who's helping these guys out, having a good knowledge.
Well, you're certainly right. Shamika Karunath, the youngster, certainly bending his back and trying to do as much as he can. A pressure situation for him, the youngster, but bowling well within himself. There have been that odd loose ball that have been punished by ThePapare. There was a full toss in the previous show. It was thrash towards extra cover region for a wonderful boundary by him. So margin for error by the bowlers is very, very little here. 2 experienced batsmen out there in the middle, and ThePapare is not going to allow any loose delivery to go past him.
It's a very good learning for this youngster. And he's doing a great job. Dot balls at this time, it's like gold. So that was another dot ball, and I think he ended up a good over.
Absolutely. 46 overs have been completed, and the target is 300. And Colombo has moved to 268 for the loss of 6 wickets. Shehan Jayasuriya is out there, and so is ThePapare. The two of them battling away, and the Galle Provincial team certainly putting up a very good fight here now. Taranga realizes if he loses this match, he's out of the tournament. But if he does win, it will actually open up the tournament even more competitively, Sajid. And that's what one would like to see. Not that one would want Colombo to lose this match. But if Galle win this match, the tournament will become wide open, and there will be equal opportunities for all 4 teams to get to the next stage.
Definitely. Definitely. And we all expect games like this, and like I said, I'll repeat it again. These are the situations where you like to as a player to play, because you learn from this, and like you see the experienced players, Upul Taranga, sharing some views and planning what to do next, because this over, I think, is a very crucial over for Colombo as well as Galle. I think this because Dashun Shanaka has been taken up to bowl, and he has yet to bowl in this match, and he gets the 47th over to bowl, which is a crucial over. And just imagine the pressure he's going through, and this is again, like I'm repeating again, these are the situations these players should play, so that this is all about learning and getting your standards higher and higher to go and compete with the best of the world.
Well, you are certainly right, and I can imagine the confidence that Upul Taranga as a captain must be having on Dasun Shanaka to bring him at this stage. So this augurs well. Bring the youngster in, put him into the frying pan, let him deliver the goods, and certainly make himself a star here as well. So the opportunity is being given. 32 required of 24 deliveries. Dasun Shanaka bowls, and these have been hit in the air. Is there a man coming under it? In fact, two fielders coming under it. It has been taken. And the gamble of Upul Taranga pays, and there is a wicket that has fallen, and the wicket is Thisara Perera.
Yes, and a brilliant catch from Chaturanga De Silva from the square leg boundary. He had to run about 20-30 meters, and also there's the fine leg who was coming towards him, and that was added pressure. But knowing Chaturanga De Silva as a brilliant fielder, he kept himself calm and held into a brilliant vital catch to dismiss Shahan Jayasuriya.
It was my fault. I thought it was Thisara Perera who was out, but it is Shahan Jayasuriya, the batsman crossing in the middle, and wonderful catch indeed. And Dasun Shanaka, my goodness, coming at such a crucial time of the match and being gambled by Upul Taranga, and the gamble has paid.
Yes, definitely. And Sachitra Senanayaka walks into the middle, another experienced campaigner who can handle his bat. We have seen him getting hundreds in the domestic level competition. So I know this is a little bit higher standards, but giving some support towards Thisara and getting 10 or 15 runs will be a vital role which Sachitra Senanayake will have to do tonight.
Well, you are right, Sajid. In fact, the last match which Colombo played at the NCC grounds, it was a pressure match for them against the Kandy, and Colombo pulled off that match and won it. And in that match, there was a short cameo that was played by Sachitra Senanayake. I was there to witness that match. 18 runs in just 6 deliveries. And that helped them to get to a good sizable score and win the match at the end very comfortably as well.
Well, what a great job Dasun Shanaka is doing for Galle. He had to come and bowl his first over in the 47th over, took a wicket with his first delivery and a dot ball next.
Has he thrown it away and bowling a full toss on the leg side? Yes, he has. And that have been hammered down towards the mid-wicket ridden by Thisara Perera. Down to the boundary it goes for 4 runs.
I think he tried his best to bowl a Yorker. And like you said, margin for error is very, very low in this game of cricket. And also when it comes to a tight situation like this, and Thisara Perera just making use of it, full use of it, of a full toss delivery, dispatches to the square leg boundary.
The field spread far and wide now as Dasun Shanaka goes to the top of the mark, turns and comes streaming in. Once again tries the Yorker, this time taken on the full and driven down towards the long on region. Suranga Lakmal fields safely and sends a return in quickly before the batsman can even think of taking the second run. And it's Sachitra Senanayake who will face the next delivery for the first time. 27 required of just 20 deliveries now. And Upul Taranga quickly goes across to Dasun Shanaka, has a chat with him. And Suranga Lakmal perhaps is also walking up to have a chat, maybe plan out their game plan, the strategies, the tactics. They all know that Sachitra Senanayake will certainly swing his bat, swing at anything that comes his way. And they might fancy their chance of picking up a wicket here as well. As he makes a few changes in the field, there is a deep mid-wicket, and the mid-wicket being placed quite square as well. And there is a short square leg, a third man, a point fielder, an extra cover, a long off, and then also sweeper cover and a long on as well. Upul Taranga, the captain, fielding at the boundary line. 272 for 6. 46 overs have been completed. The 47th over in progress. Colombo requires 27 of just 20 runs. Sajith Thisaranayake, what is going on in his mind? Is he going to swing this, push for a single and give the strike to ThePapare? Let's see what happens. Well, Sajith Thisaranayake fancies that he's a good bat. He was not going to push for any singles and give the strike to ThePapare. That was a full delivery on midland leg, coming on the front foot and playing with the angle bat into the gap towards the mid-wicket region and picks up 2 runs. So he's not going to hang around there. He's going to throw his bat at everything, Sajith.
Definitely, and a lot of thought going into each and every delivery Darshan Shanagh is bowling, and every delivery we could see a change of field.
Once again, well pitched up delivery in line with the stumps. Well, he certainly is bowling to the best of his ability, and these are crucial times, and that was not a bad over at all, apart from that 4 runs that he gave off, that full toss bowled on the leg side. But apart from that, a neat over, picked up a wicket as well.
Tight and a lot of pressure, and a lot of things are expected from you, from the skipper and the team, to come and bowl at a position situation like this. You could say the boy has a big heart.
Well, you're certainly right. Colombo requires for the 24 runs. The final 3 overs, the 48th over just about to begin. How crucial, Sajith, is a drop chance by Dimuth Karunaratne of the bat of ThePapare when the bowler was Suranga Lakmal.
Well, I can tell only when these last 18 deliveries are gone, then I can tell how crucial that catch was.
Sajith is playing it safe. Nobody will want to drop a catch at any stage of a match, and Dimuth Karunaratne certainly is a man with a big heart, but he did drop that catch. And the next delivery short, and that have been punched on the back foot, punched very effectively indeed, down to the extra cover boundary. The ball flies, and that's 4 runs.
Well, he looked like a top order batsman for me. A brilliant shot on the off, on the up, on the back foot, cover driven, just like a top order batter, like I said. So, like I said earlier as well, he could handle the bat. He has been in the league for a while, played at the highest, faced so many fast bowlers, top class bowlers in the world. So he has that confidence, and he has got hundreds for his home team SSC in the domestic arena. So he's backing himself to get this 20 runs for Colombo.
Well, you're certainly right. Shamika Karunaratne bends his back, and length is very, very crucial in these few deliveries that is remaining in the match now. Anything short, anything pitched up is going to be hammered. So Shamika Karunaratne, as we have been discussing over and over again, margin for error is extremely low here, and if at all there's no opportunity at all to make any errors, so Shamika Karunaratne will have to be spot on. And if he's going to make any kind of pressure on the batsman, he will have to be spot on and to keep things as tight as possible. So ThePapare on strike now. 33 to his credit. Batting very, very confidently. And that's a good delivery on midland leg. Pitched up to him. ThePapare going for a pull. Maybe the delivery a little bit too closer to him than what he anticipated. And you get some bat onto it. The ball runs down towards the mid-wicket region. And Colombo requires further another 18 runs of just 15 deliveries. Well, I would say if you look at it from a statistic point of view, Sajid, Colombo perhaps has the advantage now.
Oh, definitely. This is very gettable unless they do something really silly. Let's hope for the best for the both teams. It could be a tie.
Well, yes, you never know how it could be. There have been a tie in this series before, and Colombo was featured in that match with the captain Chandimal going on to make 100, but still not being able to win the match for them.
Well, the reason them being Colombo being in the second in this group is because of that tie match.
So that's a good delivery, good comeback by the bowler, cramping Sachitra Senanayak on that occasion, just short of length, rising delivery. All he could do was fend it, but there is no terrors at all right now for the Colombo side. They have 14 deliveries just to get 17 runs, maybe just 3 scoring shots, and all will be over. Or on the other hand, if Galle manages to pick up a wicket here, well, this match is going to open up again, and it certainly will look very, very, very close indeed. 283 on the board for 7 wickets, 48th over in progress. Short delivery, the batsman tries to pull it, maybe got a little bit of glove, if not the ball hit the top end of the bat, and the ball played down towards the mid-wicket region, picked up and since returned, but not before the batsman has completed 1. So Sachitra Siranaka moves to 9, ThePapare on 34, target is 300, 284 for 7 Colombo, 16 required of just 13 deliveries.
Well, just one big hit from here will be a runner ball, which is so gettable, and ThePapare, he can go big here, and he does. It's gone to the orbit.
Well, he did. I think, Sajid, he heard you. You said one big hit and it will run a ball, and that's what he did. Wonderful hit indeed. Clean hit into the stands, 6 runs.
Well, we all know what he can do. And then, like you said, he heard me saying that, just went for it. He's so powerful, you know. We always call him a power player, big hitter. You know, he can just take away a game from you. And he was just waiting for it, I think, because sometimes when the field is set, you can predict the bowler. You know what kind of a delivery is coming at you, and he knew it's going to be a short pitch delivery, and he was waiting for it, made his base, and just went for it, and it just went a long, long way.
Technique, tactics, attack, defense, pattern. Back to the board, the rugby analysis.
Be heaving a sigh of relief there, and the Galle team just wondering what they need to do now, because they have tried everything possible. They have fought hard. I'm sure they can hold their heads high. Even if they lose this match, there's still 10 runs required of 12 deliveries. It can be anybody's match, yet this is a game of glorious uncertainties. You don't know what will happen until the final delivery is bowled. But whichever the case, Upul Taranga certainly can be proud of his young team. They're given the Colombo Provincial team quite a good run, and they scored a very mammoth 299. And here we are, the Colombo side chasing it, and chasing it by pacing their innings beautifully. They got to 290 now, 10 runs required with just 12 balls remaining.
Malinda Pushpakumara has been brought back. They have been working with the fast bowlers for the last couple of overs, and Upul Taranga just trying to change the pace, bringing back their left-arm spinner, expecting a wicket.
Well, Sachitra Siranaka moves in the crease, makes a little room for himself and plays a brilliant inside-out shot over the extra cover boundary line, 6 runs.
What a shot by Sachitra. He's looking really good out there, just like a top order bat. So much confidence.
Well, is it the final scoring shot that we have seen? No, there is a field at a deep extra cover, comes around, picks it up, and the total has now moved to 297, or is it just 294? We have 2 different scores on the small digital screen and the giant scoreboard as well. Let's see what it is. Anyhow, it says 297. So 3 runs required.
I think actually this could be the last scoring shot.
Well, you're certainly right. ThePapare is not going to hang around. He certainly will be swinging his bat. Here he is. Well, he does swing the bat. A beautiful shot down the ground with a lot of power. But it had been covered just inside the boundary line. Century return, but not before ThePapare completes a single. So he moves to 40. Sachitra Siranayake also has gone to 41. And Sachitra has how many number of boundaries, Chaminder? So 1-4 and 1-6 in that innings of his. He has only 16. So I think we have different figures being shown here on the TV screen. Perhaps a little bit of a mismatch. Sachitra has got only 16, yes. And ThePapare has 41, to his credit. So 298 with that single. 2 required of 7 deliveries. Are we going into the final over? Or no, just 1 required of 7 now. The 49th over being bowled, the final delivery, and that have been hammered down towards a long off region. ThePapare crosses across, saunters, and he picks up the single, the winning run. Yes, takes his gloves off, and the 7th match in the series of the Super Provincial tournament has come to an end here at the Ketharama International Stadium. The match between Colombo and Galle, and Colombo winning the match very, very comfortably with 3 wickets to spare.
What a run chase by Colombo. A brilliant platform set up by Dilshan Munavira and Angelo Jayasinghe, especially Munavira, who scored his 86 quickly so that the middle order batters can come and take their time, settle in, and just bat through. And for Galle, I think they did score a little bit, about 20 runs less. They were going well at a time to get about 320, and they fell short of about 20 runs, and it shows at the end.
The Colombo winning highlights are coming, Sajid. Yes, well, wonderful stuff indeed. And now we see the highlights of the Colombo innings. That is the first wicket that fell. And then there was a wonderful partnership for the 2nd wicket. And we see a soaring 6 being scored as well. Shots all around the wicket. Dancing down the wicket and hammering it down the ground. And the next delivery, the batsman just going across the stumps and pulling it down towards the mid-wicket region. A full repertoire of shots all around the wicket. And this is a wonderful chase indeed by Colombo.
They were cruising at the start, and they a couple of wickets just kept them at bay. And ThePapare being there managed to pull it through. That's Angelo Jayasinghe getting out. And a brilliant catch by Sikuge Prasanna. And those are the big shots coming from ThePapare.
Well, when he hits a ball, it stays hit. You could see a couple of deliveries ending up in the stands. And as you will see one of them.
And that was the winning run scored by ThePapare. And Colombo winning by 3 wickets, chasing a big score of 300 runs.
We are going for a commercial break, and then we're about to
don't know whether we are supposed to give the final subjects or this.
Ada macam kira ni, dah mula.
It doesn't matter what you think. The first rule is trust yourself.
Fitness Diaries, in a mission to uplift the fitness arena in Sri Lanka.
The Breakdown, end-to-end Sri Lankan rugby.
අපට ජය ගන්නට හැකි වසන් කරනට නොම හැකි වසන්තය ගෙන එමු අපි ආශ්වාස ප්‍රාශ්වාසයෙන් පවා ස්ථානගත වෙන්න එක් වෙලා
இலங்கை பாலத்தை உலகுக்கு காட்டி இலங்கை ஆற்றலை உலகுக்கு சொல்லி இலங்கை கிரிக்கெட் நாமத்தை உயர்த்தி இலங்கையர் நாம் முன்னேர் செல்வோம் අවසාන නිමේෂය පවා අපි සතන් වදිනවා කුසලාන සියලු මැදියතේ අපේ ජය බිමට ගෙනවා
Sri Lanka jave loketa danva Sri Lanka cricket namaya nangva Sri Lanka api peratama yanna
Come together cause we know we can fight on the field we can go in spirit and might our will is strong and we're ready to ignite Sri Lanka we rule we roar we take
Yeah!
betting card coming up. So here we have the betting card of the Colombo team chasing 300 to win, and they got there with 3 wickets remaining in the 49th over. Chandimal making 17, the captain Dilshan Munawira, my goodness, he's the one who set the entire innings up. 86 of just 54 deliveries, and he was well supported by Angelo Jayasinghe, who got 70 of 99. Jayasuriya picked up 31 of 29. Kitru and Mitana gave 27. Gunasekara, no luck for him, no score. Sachitra Seranaka was not out on 16 at the end. And Hasaranga, well, he fell for 5. And Thisara Pereira, my goodness, bludgeoned the ball. 41 of just 29 deliveries. So some fantastic performances out there, particularly from Dilshan Munawira. Well, bowling for Galle, the Galle Provincial team. Suranga Lakmal, pretty expensive, 2 for 61. Karunaratna low luck, 52 in his 7 overs. Pushpakumara, 1 for 54. Sekuge Prasanna, 2 for 59. Bowled in patches. His second spell was brilliant, but he was very, very poor in his first spell. And Dhananjay picking up 1 for 41, and Dasun Shanaga picking up 1 for 8. And in that score of 300 for 7. Summary of the match: Galle batting first, winning the toss, making 299 for 9. Uputaranga making a swashbuckling 101. Dimut Karat a supportive 78. And Dhananjay De Silva propping up the innings in the middle with a wonderful 51. Colombo chasing 300 to win the match, making 300 for 7. Dilshan Munawira making 80. And Jayasinghe making 70, and Thisara Pereira being not out on 41. So Colombo winning the match by 3 wickets. Now we will hand you over to Malintha Varnapura for the presentation.
Very good evening, everyone. We are here for the presentation ceremony. We have Mr. Aruna De Silva, Executive Committee member from Sri Lanka Cricket, to announce the man of the match. And it's Dilshan Munawira from Colombo team. Dilshan. Dilshan, chasing 300 runs. What were your thoughts?
Actually, the wicket was a good wicket, so I was just backing myself and trying to make use of the power play. So I think it was a good start. Me and Angelo built up a good partnership. I think that made the platform to chase this 300 target.
Number 3 batsman was Angelo Jayasinghe. How was it support for you?
Yeah, he played his part, and when the strike needed to be rotated, he did it really nicely. And so I think there was a 100-run partnership when we lost the first wicket in the first over. So I think it was a crucial partnership in this run chase.
People will say, why 86? Dilshan Munawira would have gone for 100.
Yeah, obviously I think that was the negative point of that innings. I was trying to get a boundary in the first part of the over, so unfortunately I couldn't do it. So hopefully in the future I will try to score big runs.
Well done, Dilshan, and that's it from the presentation ceremony. Thank you.
අපට ජය ගන්නට හැකි වසන් කරනට නොම හැකි වසන්තය ගෙන එමු අපි ආශ්වාස ප්‍රාශ්වාසයෙන් පවා ස්ථානගත වෙන්න එක් වෙලා
இலங்கை பாலத்தை உலகுக்கு காட்டி இலங்கை ஆற்றலை உலகுக்கு சொல்லி இலங்கை கிரிக்கெட் நாமத்தை உயர்த்தி இலங்கையர் நாம் முன்னேர் செல்வோம்.
Fight on the field, we conquer in spirit and might. Our will is strong and we're ready to ignite. Sri Lanka, we rule, we roar, we take flight.
Galle, Candy, Double, Colombo, brace yourselves. As Sri Lanka's very best go head to head in the SLC Super Provincial Limited Over Tournament 2017. Catch the action live on ThePapare.com, Dialogue Television and MyTV.